Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hello.
And my Fire the Vest era wins again.
Hey, nice job. We have never been more back.
Do we know who that is?
Nope.
Hi, Chatty House After Party.
What up, Warren? What up, West Sac? Yeah, whatever. What's up, Lazy? This is a wild name, Michigan. Do you know what's funny is I've met Michigan maybe. What's up, Mrs. Mac? What's up, Johnny? What's up, Scooter? What's up, Nick? I have met Michigan maybe 5 times now. 4 or 5 times now.
Yeah.
Still don't know the guy's name. I have no idea.
Can
pick him out of a lineup, know exactly what he looks like.
We should just make guesses on what do you
have
think?
No idea.
What does he look like to you?
Don.
Oh, yeah, Don.
I think he looks more like a Brad.
I was going to go Eric, actually, was the first name that came to
mind.
Oh,
Chad.
Chad.
What's up, Bryce? No, he doesn't look like a Chad. Does not look like a Chad to me. I'd be shook if his name was Chad.
So,
what up, Tyler? What's up,
Chad?
Miguel?
Like,
What's
in
up, George?
my friend group, like, we're like, oh, dude, you're being a Chad. Like, that's like a positive thing. This has been a discussion.
I have always heard it used as the male character.
It is negative, but like, so say you're like, I'm gonna like help these ducks cross this pond. Like, you're being a Chad right now. You know, I don't know. It's hard to explain. But if I call you a Chad, just know that I am complimenting you.
Good to know.
Yep.
Thanks. What's up, David Jackson? Dude, the West is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 teams with 32 losses.
That's crazy.
What up, Steven? What's up, Wheezy?
I mean, the East like has a bunch of people that are all like smashed together.
7 through 10, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Leezy. I'm glad you like my sweater.
Nice. What's up, Wesley? All right, here we go. Let's party. All right. I'll be Captain Buzzkill today.
Oh?
Yeah, dude. I'm not going to be suckered in again. I refuse, bro. I'm not. You're not going to catch. Really nice win for the Kings last night. 120 to 113 over the Cavs. They played great. Awesome. Love to see it. Zach LaVine was great. DeMar DeRozan was awesome. Domantas Sabonis dominated. Love to see it. I'm not moved. I know they can do that. Nothing happened last night that I'm like, oh, wow, they do have that in their bag. No, we know. Like, cool, man. Call me in 2 weeks if they're still doing this.
Yeah.
And again, I know that we're supposed to be going game by game, and hey, if they win, great. Like, and that is, you need to win. And now they're in the 9 seed. They would host that play-in game. That gives you a better chance to win that play-in game. It looks like it's going to be the Mavs because the Suns have finally started checking all the way out. But I watched last night, and I almost get annoyed because where was this against Washington? I couldn't get a little bit of this against Washington.
No.
Where was this in all these other games? We were like, gotta win tonight, and then they lose 5 in a row. Ugh.
They are because people like on social media, the Chatty House, you know, you are a thief of joy. They sent you a Michael Scott
no, that's
gift
fine.
saying you're a thief.
Sure.
No, the Kings are the thief of joy.
Thank you.
They are the thieves of joy. Like, it's not, we're just telling you how it plays out. Like, it's very frustrating to watch this team.
It is.
And they make no sense about 87% of the time. You don't know if they're going to win or lose any game. There was some confidence going into yesterday, like, they'll probably win this game because they shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the best teams of basketball.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, the Sacramento Kings have their number.
Swept them. Played great twice against them.
Yeah, just totally bizarre. And The weird part is they played really well against him twice in odd points in the schedule where they weren't playing all that well.
Yes.
So it doesn't make any sense. There's no rhyme or reason to this Kings team. But I will say, like, we're getting towards the end of the season here where it's possible like one of these teams may bench a couple of guys against the Kings and give them another shot.
Mhm.
Although, like, the way that the schedule is, the way that the standings are right now with so many teams tied or real close to each other, maybe not. Maybe the Kings are going to have to play it out here. Maybe they're going to have to give everything they've got against Denver and everything they have against the Clippers.
Sure.
It's very possible.
Sure. Yeah, the West is insane right now. There are the 3 through 8 seeds, I believe, are separated by a game.
Yeah, that's wild.
So Denver, I don't think you're getting anything less than Denver's best shot. I don't think you're getting anything less than the Clippers' best shot. You don't have Golden State or Minnesota or Memphis, but yeah, man, maybe the Suns will be out of it by the last game of the year, and so maybe that one will be.
Yeah,
maybe they'll sit guys in that one, but
maybe the Kings will too.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just you watch Zach LaVine go for 37, and he hit so many big threes last night. Every big three they needed, Zach LaVine cashed it.
Mm-hmm.
You see Domas and them running the ball through Domas late in the game, getting the ball in the low post late, got a bucket, awesome, amazing,
yes.
Love to see it. See DeMar working within the flow of the offense. He still took 18 shots, but it never felt like the 4-minute stretch where nobody else is going to touch the basketball. And you watch this and you go, see, this is why nobody can fully punt. We're down on this team for sure.
Yeah.
And I think fans are in general kind of like, yeah, let's get the season over with. But at the same time, you can't fully punt because the Kings are capable of playing in Charlotte. They took care of business. It took them 7 or 8 minutes to get rolling, but once they did, they just kind of put the screws to a bad team and kicked the hell out of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go on the 5th game of a 6-game road trip into Cleveland. You knock off Cleveland for the second time, and it's like, yeah, man, if you told me they played this well and beat the Mavs in a play-in game and then beat whichever one of the 9 teams could be the 7 or 8 seed.
Probably Memphis, but go ahead.
Sure. Memphis, Minnesota, Denver's there. If I believe the Clippers, Warriors, Grizzlies, and Timberwolves all play tonight.
Ooh.
And Denver is idle. If all 4 of those teams win, Denver drops to the 8 seed.
Wow.
Isn't that insane?
Does Denver just doesn't have tiebreakers or what? Or they'll drop into a tie?
Yes.
For the
that
8.
would knock them down to
the
8. So this is if you told me that the Kings beat any one of those teams in a 1-game play-in and we're the 8 seed, like, sure, man, yeah, that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is I want to see them win as many games as they can down the stretch. I'd love to see them get hot for 2 weeks here and make a little noise. That would be super fun. That'd be more fun for you guys, the listeners who are Kings fans. That'd be more fun for us who get on the radio and talk about it and write about it at thekingsbeat.com. My deepest concern here is they show just enough life to these wholesale changes we're talking about in the offseason.
No.
I'm afraid they're going to show just enough life to go, maybe they did start to figure it out. And I don't think they are. I think what happened last night was the planets aligned and the Kings played an awesome basketball game. I don't believe the Kings are capable of doing that for 2 or 3 or 4 consecutive weeks, and certainly an 82-game season.
No, this current iteration of the Kings, I do not believe they can do that. I mean, what we watched was a game where, again, I thought Domantas Sabonis was he set the table so early in the game, 15 points in the first quarter, just bullied Jared Allen all over the court. And Jared Allen is an exceptional defender.
Really good player.
Just destroyed him.
It was so bad.
Just made him look bad. And then they tried other things on Sabonis, and none of it worked. He was just absolutely dominant. But what he did is he set the physicality for the game. He's like, this is the level we're playing at today. I hope you're all here for it because this is what we're playing at. And then it's almost like everybody fell into place. And I thought DeMar DeRozan was exceptional. I don't think that he forced a bunch of shots. The shots that he did take, a lot of them were out of necessity late. There were some moments where he tried to dribble into like a like Evan Mobley, like
Mhm.
a 6'11", 7'5",
candidate.
yeah, and was either going to get blocked or whatever, and gave the ball up late, and we, had the scramble drill and all that stuff. But overall, I thought he was exceptional. I thought that Zach LaVine was just, man, when he's rolling, you're just like, oh, why is that? Why do we get that every fifth game? Like, I don't understand. Like, why, if you
He
have
was
that kind of talent,
outstanding.
yes. I mean, when he pulls up for a three, and he's not even getting that much separation, it's just like a little sidestep, not even super fast sidestep, pulls up, boom,
Cash.
nothing but net.
Cash.
So when you're getting that version of the Kings, you do look at them and go, okay, maybe there are some teams you can beat out there,
Mhm.
especially if you can get, Keegan Murray back on the court after missing last night's game. But realistically, the other players to figure out their roles. Keon Ellis is quietly figuring out his role.
Mhm.
Malik Monk is, I don't even know what's happening. But either way, Doug did the right thing and didn't play Malik down the stretch.
Yeah, I played 20 minutes last night.
Yeah. Well, and to be honest with you, those were rough 20 minutes.
They were not good.
No, none of them.
1 of 8, 0 of 3 from 3. Finished with 8 points, 7 boards, 3 assists, and a steal. 4 turnovers.
4 turnovers.
Oh.
And the turnovers were egregious.
I do, one of the things I do appreciate is that urgency from Doug, where it's not, all right, Keegan Murray's out, so Trey Lyles in the starting lineup. That means like Isaac Jones got 5.5 minutes, but it wasn't Isaac Jones, you're going to play 15 minutes just because we kind of need somebody in the rotation. It wasn't, yeah, Malik, you're getting 30 minutes. Like, go out and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
There was that urgency of need this game, have a chance to win this game. So, Zach, you're playing 42 minutes.
Yeah.
Trey Lyles, you're playing 40 minutes. DeMar, you're playing 40 minutes. And again, is that sustainable down the stretch? No, but for this last week of the year,
yeah, you got 4 games left, right?
You have no choice.
Yeah.
This is the position you put yourself in. So I did appreciate that from Doug last night, that in that spot, we saw him operate with the level of urgency as a coach that I think the Kings needed.
Yeah, I mean, last night's game very specifically, because the Kings play again today against the Detroit Pistons. Kyle's Detroit Pistons.
My Pistons, thank you.
But it was Doug just pushing all of his chips in and saying, look, we think we can get this win. And when you're hanging around at halftime, when you're hanging around in the third quarter, you start to build a lead, all that stuff. It's like, okay, we're going all in. I mean, Jonas Valanciunas didn't play in the second half. I don't think I think Malik Monk is the only bench player to play in the second half.
Yeah, he played 10 minutes in the second half.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He played 3.5 minutes in the fourth quarter and 10 minutes total in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, like, desperate times call for desperate measures. And, I don't know what this team is going to look like tonight. Hopefully they get Keegan Murray back. We have no idea on Keegan Murray, so people know. Keegan, of course, missed last night's game with back soreness. The Kings, because of the back-to-back, they do not have to give out an injury report until later in the day, although it is again an early game, East Coast game. So we'll have to figure out when they're actually going to give it to us. But I think it's 12:30 when we'll find out. But
great,
like, I'm not sure.
After the show.
Yeah, so after
Perfect.
the show.
Love that. Shout out to the Kings for getting an egregiously bad call to go their way. We love to see it. Incredible. I don't know. Look, dude, we see missed calls all the time. The reason the Kings won the game yesterday wasn't because of that missed call on the Zach LaVine layup that was after the shot clock buzzer. That was not the reason the Kings won, which is why the thing that fascinates me about this is that there's not a clear way to handle that, because it seemed to me in real time, I was like, oh, they're going to review that bucket.
Oh yeah.
Like that looked like, but maybe he got I personally could not tell in real time, but it was like, that was really close. I think they're going to stop the game here and review that. And then they just didn't. And then they had that super long review late in the game on the Donovan Mitchell foul on the 3, but he stepped out of bounds.
Yes.
They did that super long review, and I'm watching on silent. And I'm like, oh, they must be finally reviewing that Zach LaVine bucket. What a weird thing that they're doing that now. And then they come out and they're like, no, ball's going the other way. It's like, oh my God.
And this was on the final 53 seconds.
Yes.
Right. So
yes.
the LaVine again, it was another one of those weird plays where they wasted way too much time on the shot clock. And then Levine got the ball with like 2.5 seconds left. He races to the basket. Clearly does not get the shot
way
off.
late.
I mean, the ball was fully still on his hand before the lights go off. Couple of things. Number one, Cleveland doesn't have like the whole backboard light up red. I don't understand that.
I figured that would be like a standard.
I thought it was too.
Thing.
They had like a yellow strip going across the middle of the inside of the backboard that lit up for a shot clock violation. So I went back and looked at the rules, and first of all, the officials admitted they were wrong at the end of the game. They admitted they were wrong, but they had no way to rectify it. And to me, I was super confused by that, because what we saw like on the homestand last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, there was a game where the Kings, it goes to a timeout, it goes to a TV timeout. We came back out of that, and the official gets on the mic and says, "Hey, the shot at whatever point in that quarter was disallowed. It came after the shot clock." So they took points off the board.
Right.
So I'm under the assumption that that's possibly what's going to happen at any moment.
Yes.
That someone's going to hit, like even the review center, they're watching the game the whole time and they trigger reviews. Right. So I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And then once we got past it and you realize they're not going to review it, and then the officials come out, Courtney Kirkland came out and says, "Hey, sorry, it's our bad. But like once the ball got inbounds, there's nothing we can do about it." And I'm like, what?
That's not the case. That's definitely not the case.
So I looked up
Yeah.
So there's prior to the second mandatory timeout in the fourth period, the review must take place at the next timeout or period break following the basket in question. If the next break is at halftime, the review, blah, blah, blah. Following the second mandatory timeout, which is where we're at in this situation, in the fourth period and any overtime period, the review will take place at the next clock stoppage, including immediately upon a successful basket, when the clock stops in the last 2 minutes. Well, what happened was they gave Levine the basket. The Cavs came down. They scored.
Jared Allen dunk.
Yeah. The Kings inbounds, play over. It's over at that point. It's dead. They can't go back and review it.
Right.
That's what this rule says, which is totally bizarre that in the final 2 minutes of a game that they're not going to review something that they review all the time during the game.
As soon as, to me, the protocol should be, and again, this is not the reason the Kings won the game. It's just an interesting procedural officiating thing. Also, the league owes the Kings like 10, but it's fine.
40.
An entire playoff series if we're keeping it a stack. So I don't understand how it's not just protocol. If somebody makes a bucket at the shot clock buzzer, that it's not like, hang on, stop.
Yeah.
Let's check that real quick.
Well, it is. Because that's what they do with a three-pointer. In that situation, if DeMar DeRozan took a three, someone, let's say like DeMar DeRozan took a three.
Let's just pick a person who might have a toe on the line. I don't know. Just pick.
And you're like, wait, did he have his toe on the line or not? You can go back right then, because it changes the way you play out the final 35 seconds, 40 seconds of the game. The Donovan Mitchell play. Again, it changes the final. So they're like, hang on, let's get it right. But the fact that they didn't look at this to get it right means that they weren't paying attention when it happened in real time.
Crazy.
Wild.
And maybe it's because of what you brought up. Maybe it's because they're used to like corner of their eye. Oh, big red square is going to light up.
Yeah.
But the Cavs have one LED strip that is meant to go under your counter or under your cabinets. They're like, that'll do. That works, right?
So confused.
It's the Cleveland of shot clock buzzers.
It is.
Crazy. Well, nevertheless, Kings win 120-113 over the Cavs. They sweep the Cavs. They go 3-1 against Boston and Cleveland this year.
That's just bizarre.
Sure, man.
Yeah.
We'll keep diving into that. We'll take a look at the Wild West in the NBA. We'll take a look at the Wild NL West as well. The San Francisco Giants now leading the NL West. Meanwhile, the A's, I have good news. I've got some good early signs, despite the fact that maybe they're not playing as well as we thought they would. I have some good news for you on that front. Tons of basketball, a little baseball coming up here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. He's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're The Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thanks, Joe.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I've never seen like a backboard that doesn't light up like that. Leezy, have I noticed how bad DeRozan's 3-point form is? Look, man, that dude's just trying to get through another 2 years, and
It's like the floor is lava beyond the 3-point arc. Like that one he had in the corner yesterday.
Yeah.
It was like he caught it with his feet behind the line and then like
shuffles forward.
He didn't travel, but he like made sure he had a foot inside the line before. It's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. He has to walk into him like he's a rhythm shooter. And that's
everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway. Yeah, I mean, and not only that, DeRozan shooting 34.2% on 3.3 attempts per game. He's got more 3-pointers this season than any point in his career. He's made 82.
He's got is his career high 89 for a season?
I thought he'd already passed his career high.
Oh, did he? Was it 79?
Oh no, you're right. It is 89.
Come on. Good knowledge.
I swear, somebody. I am not listening to the broadcast ever again.
He's not even at his career high in attempts. He's not even at his career high in 3-point percent. I don't know what he's at his career high is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not.
He needs 8 more
to have a career high.
This man has been in the NBA since 2009-10 in the middle of this 3-point revolution, and his career high in made threes is 89.
He's got 613.
Oh my God, hang on. This is a funny thing. His career high in attempts is 287, which is not a lot. DeMar DeRozan's career high in 3-point attempts is 287. Steph Curry has 6 seasons where he's made more than that.
What?
And he has another one where he has 286 and another one where he made 285.
He's 27th all time in the NBA in scoring. Is 27th or 26?
26 now.
Yeah, he surpassed the great Jerry West. And he's got like 71 more made 3-pointers in his career than Keegan Murray.
It's so ridiculous. He's made more than 1 3 a game twice in his career, and one of them's this year.
Wild.
What an incredible player. You know what's funny though is whenever he shoots a 3, I'm like, that's going in. He shoots 34.2% for the season, but like anecdotally in my head, he's at like 68%. I swear to God, he never misses a 3.
Yeah, especially late in a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the step in threes.
Yeah.
Almost all of his threes are step ins.
Yeah.
He also he does a step in free throw. Like that's just what he does.
Works.
Yep.
25 dudes in NBA history have scored more points than him, so
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Real quick, I want to put a pin in the sports talk for a moment to give a big congratulations to friend of the program, Chris Biederman, and his lovely bride, Leanne. They got married this weekend. It was a delightful time. A terrific wedding downtown. There was an after party. I've never been to a wedding after party where it was like
legit,
like people like getting after it. My idea of a wedding after party is like we're all going to sit around in the hotel lobby and we're going to DoorDash some Taco Bell and drink beers. No, it was like a party.
How did
it was a great time.
How did the barber experience go for you?
It was great. So I took your guys' advice. I just went in there. I didn't do anything to myself. And I sat down and I said, can we just get the stubble off the top? This is how I normally, this is the lines I usually use. Can we trim here and here? And she was like, bet, got you. Bop, bop, bop. And she's like, do you want me to do this to your beard? And I was like, no idea. Whatever you think is going to look good. And she was like, bet. It was great. I'm really happy with my decision.
Did they like use a little brush like on your entire head?
No, no. She did a little like a barber's brush.
Oh, okay,
like just a little like sweep.
Oh, she's
like some dust with
the
dust with the dusty stuff. I don't know exactly what it is.
Okay,
some kind of powder. But yeah, man, it was great. So congrats to Chris and Leanne. I'm not going to get all cheesy about them on the radio. I'll just write them a letter and do that. Because they're a great party. They're a hell of a party. Yeah. Anyways, the food was great. Chris would not shut up about how good the food was going to be.
Yeah.
And he's like, food's about to be bomb. Food's about to be bomb. I was like, all right, yeah, man, I've had wedding food before. I got it. No. Food was bomb. He undersold it.
You've been there before, haven't you?
I have not.
Oh, yeah.
I have never been there.
I had a lunch meeting
downtown.
There. Yeah, I had
okay, thank you. Okay.
I had a lunch meeting there like 8 months ago, and it was like, oh, this is so good.
All right, so they had like a salad, some kind of salad with like walnuts and like a sesame dressing. Bomb. Bread from Acme Bread Co. Bomb. Yep. With this like salted Sierra Nevada butter.
Yeah.
Unreal. What was next? Some kind of pasta that had like arugula and peas in it. Couldn't get enough of it. Our table was like, because they served it family style. We were like, bring more of this. Just mas pasta. Just keep bringing that around. I'm not a seafood guy at all.
Nope.
I'll do like shrimp. I'll do like a swordfish steak.
Okay. You might be a seafood guy.
I'm not a seafood guy. I'm definitely not a seafood guy. Like salmon, get out of my face. Don't want to touch it.
Really?
But it was some kind of sea bass with this really good like salsa verde on it with some saffron rice and some carrots.
Oh, dude.
But outstanding. Ate multiple pieces of fish, which is not a thing I would usually do. And then there was a steak with some asparagus and a potato puree that was.
This sounds like a lot of food.
It was so much food. And then drinks, dancing.
Very cool.
What a night. What a night. Shout out to Chris and Leanne. Air horns one more. Real quick before we get back into the Kings, our NCAA Men's Championship game is set. Florida v. Houston. That broadcast is here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 4:00 tonight. That Duke blown lead, that 6 points with 34 seconds left or whatever it was.
Wild.
All-time bad. All-time collapse from our guys.
Yeah, that was really, really tough to watch.
But Florida-Auburn was a great game. Really, really good Final Four. I understand the gripe of there's no Cinderellas, there's no big-time upsets. With Florida Gulf Coast or Loyola Chicago or whatever. Like Butler back in the day with Gordon Hayward and Brad Stevens. I understand missing that aspect of the tournament a little bit, but the awesome basketball has made up for it for me. I have not minded the fact that we aren't watching a 12 seed in the Final Four.
Yeah, I mean, this was like truly like the
four best teams,
all the ones,
yes.
Right? But to see them match up and actually play competitive games all the way down the stretch, yes. And again, Duke has the game sewn up and falls asleep at the wheel. Just could not figure it out. Just really, really crazy. But like overall, I thought the quality of basketball was phenomenal. Cooper Flagg was everything that we've heard about. Man, he was so incredibly good.
He is. Remember the story I told you before we knew each other when we were working at NBC together?
Yep. And
the reason I didn't go talk to you was because you had just had a really strong Lonzo Ball take. And I was like, wow, that's a stronger Lonzo Ball take than the one I have. So I don't want to talk to that guy. It was intimidating.
I had just gone to watch Lonzo Ball. They had I think the first 2 rounds in Sacramento
Right.
with UCLA was there. And yeah.
Okay, so you were fresh off watching, and you had said, and obviously it hasn't gone this way, you had injuries and stuff, but
Yeah.
you had said, like, I think he's a franchise-altering player. He is a person who turns a franchise around. That is how I feel about Cooper Flagg. This whole, like, I don't think there's I heard somebody smarter than me, say that his floor as a player, like if stuff goes sideways for him and he just doesn't figure it out in the NBA, his floor is like Nick Batum, which is a really long career of being a really good 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
I think you have down here your thoughts. I'm with you. He is one of those dudes.
Yeah, he looks like straight up like a 1A.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just like, I don't know what he's going to average at the NBA level, but he's like such a multi-tool player. I mean, he had 27 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks.
He's just a monster.
Well, that and all of the pressure was on him because he's the guy, right? And so everybody is watching. Like the number 2 and number 3 picks in the upcoming NBA draft, the projected 2 and 3s, both played at Rutgers and didn't even make
the tournament.
So it's like him by himself. Like, how are you going to play?
Yes.
And all the focus is on him. Now, they also have 2 other guys that are going to be top 10 picks at Duke. So, I mean, they're stacked. Their roster's stacked. Yeah. And like the fact that they lost is just typical Duke. But
their roster is stacked, and he was so clearly the guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Without question. And again, I was fully sold on him as a player when he was at Team USA Select and just busted up Team USA.
Yeah.
And when you've got LeBron and Steph and Bam Adebayo and all these guys going like, hey, he's one of them ones. He's a dude. And then he goes out and backs it up with the freshman year that he had, and then goes out and backs that up in the Final Four. I just think he's built different.
Oh yeah.
And I just any doubt I had or any like I gotta see it. I don't need to see it anymore.
Yeah, you're just hoping like something weird doesn't happen. It doesn't turn into like Adam Morrison. Like you're just praying that doesn't happen. I don't think it will.
Be stunned.
I would too. I would be
stunned.
He's so incredibly good.
Yeah. So Florida, Houston tonight. 4:00 coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320, the NCAA Men's Championship, and congratulations. To UConn on the women's side. They thumped South Carolina last night.
They're so bad. I mean, talk about it.
Paige Becker's only had 17, and they still dragged South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, has there ever their dynasty is like the UCLA dynasty on the men's side. Like UConn they've been so good for so long.
There's never been a point where I've followed sports that UConn women's hoops hasn't been like the team.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
I know South Carolina's had their run. Caitlin Clark was in the mix there for a little bit. Tennessee's obviously been incredible with their program, but UConn's just been around forever.
Oh yeah, just greatness.
They're still winning titles. So salute to them, and I'm excited to see what Paige Beckers does in the WNBA. A little more news in Major League Baseball.
This is crazy.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. Got a contract extension from the Blue Jays. 14 years, $500 million, no deferrals. They're deferring none of that money.
This is not a Dodgers special.
This is, dude, somebody pointed this out on the internet, and this is the greatest concern I have when you see a 14-year, $500 million contract for a guy like Vlad Guerrero Jr., who is an outstanding young player deserving of a deal like this. This is all careening toward another really ugly lockout in Major League Baseball.
Oh yeah.
Like this is not a sustainable model where to keep a player around, you have to keep him on a 14-year, $500 million deal or something in that vicinity.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
It's insane.
He's going to make $35.7 million a year on average.
And if this was MLB, if this was just teams being like, yeah, we're going to spend and we're going to pay him this much and we're going to pay other guys this much, but like, no, it's the top guys get paid. And then you go into free agency every year and there's really good players on the market just into spring training. And it's because there's these guys making $500 million, $700 million on their contracts. And then there's everybody else. And owners aren't going to spend at the rate to keep everybody else happy and in the mix. It just doesn't work.
It doesn't. And to be honest with you, I don't know what the solution is. I don't know if they're ever going to be able to figure out. But at the same time, we talk about quarterbacks making $50-60 million a year. We talk about, basketball players making $45-50 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of where pro sports are going. Mm-hmm. And I know for every one of those guys, there's going to be like 5 of the guys that don't make anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't. It's kind of the path, isn't it?
We have to get toward a place. I know right now they have the competitive balance tax,
mm-hmm.
where teams have to. It's kind of like the luxury tax in the NBA, but at some point, like I'm of the mind where I sit today that I don't think like the Dodgers do anything wrong. I think the Dodgers have an ownership group that's willing to spend not only on their roster but on their player development, and that allows them to continue churning out good prospects that they can trade and they can get good players. It's a good way to build a team. The problem is while they're doing that within the rules, there aren't enough other MLB owners who are willing to play at that level. And that doesn't mean the Dodgers are necessarily going to win the World Series this year. They're the favorite, but the Phillies could get them, or
mm-hmm.
the Padres could get them, or the Giants, the NL West leading Giants could get. I don't know. But the fact that there's one team that's like playing in this pool, and then there's a couple other teams that are going to spend big. You got the Mets, you've got your Yankees, the Padres have been willing to shell out money. The Red Sox not as much, but we know they can get there. We know the Cubs can get there. But like there are 20 teams in the league that are just never going to be able to spend at that level. Or excuse me, they'll never be willing to spend at that level. And if the league isn't going to incentivize owners like spending that money to be competitive,
mm-hmm.
you're going to lose your league. Because this trend is not going to beget baseball fans.
No, I get you. What I'm looking at right now, like the way that the Dodgers just like outspend. I mean, if you're going to have one team that spends 3 or 4 times more
mm-hmm.
than every other team or than teams at the bottom,
mm-hmm.
that just doesn't make sense. There has to be some sort of competitive balance. And I just don't think that we're ever going to get there. We do have some news. So just popping up.
We love news.
Maybe you don't. Keegan Murray is listed as questionable with back soreness. Jake LaRavia is out again with left thumb with a bone contusion.
Goodness me.
Keon Ellis has been listed as questionable with right hand soreness. I seem to remember him hurting his hand in the game last night, and I can't remember when it happened, but he like got his hand caught. So we'll have to see what happens. But Sacramento Kings played tonight. That is the injury report for right now. Keon Ellis questionable. Jake LaRavia out. Keegan Murray is questionable. And
He's
of course,
limping to the finish line.
Yeah. Isaiah Crawford and Mason Jones are both on their 2-way. They're away. And they actually.
Do they even have games left?
Yeah, they're playing for the championship. They won.
No, I meant in the NBA.
Oh, yeah. Both of them have tons of games left.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mason Jones only played like 10 games, and I think Isaiah Crawford's less than that.
But isn't there a set amount they can play? Like your two-way spots can only play X amount of games?
No, there's 3. So each of them get 50 games.
I see.
Yeah. Mason Jones is at 10. Isaiah Crawford is at 15. I would not have guessed that Mason Jones had played less than Isaiah Crawford at the pro level.
I would not have guessed that either.
He's been
wild.
Phenomenal. He has been absolutely phenomenal in their playoff run.
Guy.
Oh, no, Mason Jones.
Oh, Mason Jones?
Yeah, Mason Jones put up
38 last night.
I think he put up 47 last, like in the playoffs. Yeah, he's backpacking that team.
Good for him.
Yep.
Just talking MLB payrolls real quick. The Dodgers payroll is $321 million, and that doesn't take into account all their deferrals.
How much?
$321 million.
And the A's is what?
$73 million.
Yeah.
The Mets are at 323. They have the highest payroll in the sport. The Yankees 293, and I'm rounding here. Phillies 284, Blue Jays 239, Rangers 220, Astros 220, Braves 214, Padres 208. Those are the 9 teams with payrolls over $200 million. And then you've got the Guardians are at 100, Pirates 87, White Sox 82, Rays 79, A's 73, Marlins 67. Yikes.
Yeah, the disparity is just, that's where you can't live. That's where
It's just not tenable.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. That disparity long term.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Well, because people are going to get sick of it.
At some point, there's going to be a reckoning with Major League Baseball. But shout out to Vlad Guerrero getting in with a 14-year, $500 million deal.
It's awesome.
We love seeing guys get paid. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil riding along with us. We have 2 opportunities to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get via this giveaway. This is courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. We give you keywords after Kings games, and then you enter those keywords and you enter for a chance to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, and an exclusive Insiders hoodie, courtesy of Jiffy Lube. We pull a winner on Fridays. What? Oh, got you. Okay. The first word, so this is for the Charlotte game.
Mm-hmm.
The first word is comfortable. 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 Comfortable.
The Kings won in comfortable fashion.
Yeah, they did. Go to ESPN1320.com. You'll find the Jiffy Lube contest page. You click on that. Enter the keyword comfortable, and you will be entered to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get from this giveaway, or if you work there. And that's courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. We will have a second opportunity to enter coming up in a bit here on the program. We'll dive back into the Sacramento Kings. We've got the A's and Giants are starting to really get rolling in their seasons. Not a great start for the A's, but I've got some numbers for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for some optimism, I've got some reasons to be optimistic about your Sacramento A's coming up in a bit. That's James. That's Joe. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento Sports Center. Ayo.
Sorry, I right in the middle of that. I got the note that Keon was questionable, and I was trying to get it updated, refreshed.
You're good. Good question by Jim. We'll save that one. Yeah, honestly, this is my biggest concern tonight. It's just Isaiah Stewart doing some BS.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. The A's don't want to embrace Sacramento, but we will embrace the A's. Whether they like it or not.
How about a hug?
Yeah, Braves look really bad. No. I think he probably goes into like a 6-man role though.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of options there.
And they just have like Tim Hardaway Jr. is not a long-term piece. Tobias Harris is not a long-term piece.
No,
I think they still very much view him as part of a core moving forward.
Yeah, if anything, they bought them time to develop Ivy, to develop Asur, and to develop Ron Holland. Ron Holland's fun. He's going to be a ball player. It's just going to take a couple of years. Just super young. Wester Thompson is shooting 21.7% from 3. Tonight, he'll have 6. Malik Beasley, he'll have 5. Maybe 7. Made 3s.
Who?
Malik Beasley. Yeah, I would say even Beasley isn't a long-term piece there. So I think they've done a nice job of like mixing in the old with the new. Got a opportunity to be pretty good.
Unrelated to anything we've talked about or will talk about.
Okay.
I just saw this headline. Denver is getting an NWSL team.
Okay.
A women's soccer team.
Mhm.
They have 10,000 season ticket deposits.
What? Good for them.
That is wild.
That's awesome.
10,000.
I'm wondering why they haven't done that yet in Sacramento.
Yeah, kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean the WNBA was so well attended here.
Yeah, dude. Ahmed Thompson was crazy last night. It was so good. Rockets in general played really well. Although I don't know how sustainable it is to rely on Dylan Brooks mid-range jumpers.
No, less Dylan Brooks is a good thing.
Really good win against the Lakers in Denver. I was like, after they beat the Lakers, I figured they were going to lose by 30 to the Nuggets. And so to win both of those is...
Well, the Nuggets are in a
Yes.
4-game skid.
Yeah. Yeah, Jokic has been awesome, and they just can't. Empty stats, empty calories.
You see he's gone over 30 points a game again?
39, 10, and 10. 27, 14, and 6. 61, 10, and 10. 33, 12, and 9. 41, 15, and 13. And they're 2 and 3.
Jesus.
Oof.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're talking about Nikola Jokic at the break. He's back up to 30 points a night. He's had 61, 10, and 10, 33, 12, and 9, 41, 15, and 13 in their last 3 games, and they're 0 and 3.
That's horrible.
Yikes.
On the season,
Yikes, dude.
30 point, 12.8 rebounds, and 10.2 assists.
I got one for you. The Nuggets are currently 4th in the West. They're 47 and 32. They are a half game up on the 5 through 8 seeds.
Yeah, it's just wild.
They're 47 and 32. The 5 through 8 seeds are all 46 and 32. The 5 through 8 seeds all play tonight. And from what I understand, if they all win, the Nuggets fall to the 8 seed, which does not seem real to me. That doesn't seem right to me.
No.
Because they've kicked the hell out of Golden State. They definitely have the Golden State tiebreaker head to head. But I don't know if if it's that many teams all tied, I don't know where the tiebreakers go.
You can lose a tiebreaker to if you lose a tiebreaker to everybody, then you're out, right?
Okay.
But then if you have any tiebreakers that are mixed, then those teams stay in, I believe.
I see.
So, yeah, that's crazy. They're also only a game and a half behind the Lakers for the 3 seed.
I kind of think the Lakers are going to lock up the 3 seed. They're playing really well right now.
It does kind of feel that way.
They're playing really well. Dude, I made a joke on the internet the other night, which is always a terrible idea. I joked because Brandon Pajemski in the Warriors game against the Lakers had 22 in the first half. Hit a runner for 3 at the buzzer, just silly. And so I joked because Austin Reeves is obviously a far better player than Brandon Pajemski. It is without question.
Yeah, he is.
Not even close.
And we're not even Austin Reeves fans.
Not even Austin Reeves guys, but he's been really good lately. But I joked that I said Brandon Pajemski is just ethical Austin Reeves. And dude, that got to the weirdest place of Lakers Twitter.
Oh no.
I had the most heinous things said about me, about my family, about anything. Anything was on the table
Wow.
in the responses to this. Like, just insane.
That's crazy.
Like, the joke is, people were like, AR, like they're best friends. AR's a way better player than him. Blah, 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 blah. You guys need to get his, what's the word I'm looking for? Anatomy out of your anatomy. Like, dude, insane.
Wow.
And I'm like, yeah, no, the joke is that Austin Reeves is really good. Right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the funny, is that Brandon Podziemski is not on that level. He had a really nice half. This is the joke.
Yes.
Man,
Man,
I'm not usually a blocker on the internet,
oh yeah.
but when you start getting weird like that, oh, get out.
That's where I block people, when they get really weird, when they say things that are like offensive, like really over the top offensive,
Yeah.
or they use profanity or racial comments. I'm done. I don't want that in my timeline. Get out.
1,000%. If it's anything that I'm like, you would never ever say that to somebody's face, and if you would, I don't want to deal with you anyway.
Yep.
That's where I draw the line. The amount of, yeah. Anyways,
Austin Reeves,
weird place of Lakers Twitter. That tweet made it.
Austin Reeves is averaging 20.2 points, 5.8 assists, and 4.5 rebounds.
Yeah, dude, he's been really good.
Yeah,
he's their legit third guy.
Yep.
It's LeBron and Luka in some order, and then Austin Reeves. They're dangerous, man. So the A's took 2 out of 3 from the Rockies over the weekend. They struggled obviously in their home opening series against the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
They got outscored 35-9. And I don't think they've played as well as I think all three of us thought they would to start the year. But on the other hand, I have some potentially good news. Let me get this. Let me make sure I have this right first.
I'm here for it.
In the American League West, the A's are 4-6. They are 4 games back of the 8-2 Texas Rangers. The Halos at 6-3. Our Halos at 6-3. Then there's the Houston Astros at 4-6. 4-5. A's at 4-6. Here's some good news for the A's, despite their 4-6 start. Their strikeout rate, 20.1%. That's tied for 7th best in baseball. They're not striking out a lot. That's good news.
Okay.
Their walk rate is also starting to tick up. It's at 18th in the league right now, but that's fine. Their team on base percentage has corresponded with that. It's up to 307. Their runs created plus analytic that average is 100. They're at 106. That is 11th. I'm not going to get into math of how the runs created plus works, but when you sort by that, you usually get a really good list of the top hitters. Just a really good kind of catch-all stat. Here's the thing that jumps out to me. So the A's right now, batting average on balls in play. That is your batting average if you take away home runs, strikeouts. Their batting average on balls in play is only 262, which is low. They have the second lowest pull rate in baseball, but they're still tied for 4th in contact rate or hard contact rate. So they're hitting. Here's the crux of to get
what
away
you're
from
trying to say. Yep.
They're hitting the hell out of the ball. They're just not hitting it in the air enough, is what the numbers tell me. So at some point, they're going to start hitting the ball in the air. And when they do, it's been going over the fence. They're using the whole field when they're hitting. They're not striking out a lot. So what this looks like to me, and this bears itself out a little bit, they're having a lot of hard contact. They're hitting the ball hard right at people.
Yeah.
Pretty consistently.
Yeah.
And they're hitting it on the ground too often, but that's something I think they can fix, little adjustments. But I think there's a offensive turnaround here coming for the A's, and maybe it's when they come back home against the Padres. That series opens tonight at Sutter Health Park. Maybe it starts this weekend or this week. But at some point, all those hard hit balls are going to turn into hits. Some of their ground balls are going to turn into fly balls, and those balls are going to go over the fence. And at some point, we're going to see the A's start scoring a ton of runs here and winning a lot of games. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're predictors, whether it's basketball or baseball or even football. I think there's some predictors that you can look at And the fact that they're hitting the ball hard, when I'm watching them play, I feel like every single time that I'm watching the opposition, there's all of these line drives right to left field. It's like line drive, base hits to left field, right? Or it's over the fence. I don't see anybody spraying the ball anymore. There's so little going opposite field, so little like it's usually guys just pulling the ball. And I think that's where you're looking at the A's right now, where they have hit, they are going using the whole field. But on top of that, if they did just do what everyone else is doing, which is pull the ball the whole time, they're probably going to find a little bit more success as well. That's just, so
I think so.
I'm surprised that their strikeout rate isn't higher because like watching them play, they just strike out the most inopportune times too.
Yeah.
So, and they've had a couple of pitchers who step up and go out there and just don't look like major league pitchers at all. Like Joey Estes is like, unfortunately, he does not look like a major league pitcher at all.
No.
And he's probably going to have to go down there, go down to the minors. They're going to have to bring someone else up and see if they can figure that one out and then bring him back up later in the season. But for right now, I think their frontline starters are doing very well, but every fifth day you're getting clubbed.
Joey Estes this season in 2 starts has a 15.43 ERA. He's gone 7 innings
total.
And
how many hits has he given up?
15. 12 runs all earned. He's given up 4 home runs. That's the most in the league. He's walked 6 and struck out 5.
Yeah.
Not great.
No, so in 7 innings, he's given up 15 hits and 6 walks.
Yeah. His whip, his walks and hits per innings pitch is 3.
Yeah. That's wild.
Not great.
That is not good at all.
Not great. But this was always going to be kind of their downfall, I think. Like I said, I think offensively they'll figure it out. But man, their pitching staff, just top to bottom, I not a believer in. I've seen that bear itself out a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways. Shout out to the A's. Back home tonight, Sutter Hill Park, 3-game set against the San Diego Padres. The Giants, on the other hand, won 7 in a row. They're now 8-1. They're now leading the National League West. The story of the first 2 weeks of the season was that the Dodgers might not lose a game
ever.
And now all of a sudden the Giants are sitting at 8-1, a game ahead of the Dodgers. Oh, game up in the win column, game back in the win column, but a game up in the loss column. Insane. The Dodgers sitting at 9-2, Padres 8-2, half game back of the Giants and Dodgers. Salute to the Giants, man, just figuring it out.
Yeah, they play hard.
Yeah,
they got a bunch of randos.
Yep.
So I watched him play a little bit this weekend, and Chapman's just like roping the ball.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball hard. Patrick Bailey continuing to struggle, but I think that's something he'll figure out. We're talking about what they're doing on the base paths, though. Just consistently figuring out ways to take an extra base. Whether that's on, going first to third on a base hit, whether that's stealing a bag. Like when you're just creating those extra advantages, man, I know that the numbers and the analytics may say that like, oh, it's dangerous to like risk reward doesn't work out. But I feel like every team that is just a nightmare on the bases is always good.
Oh yeah, dude, speed kills.
You saw it with the Royals when they lost to the Giants in the 2014 World Series and then won the next one. They just ran the bases like crazy.
Isn't that the Royals team that just stole all the bases on John Lester?
Yeah.
Sorry to bring that up, but
that was tough.
Yeah,
I think Giovanni Soto started behind the plate in that game. Oof. Tough.
Yeah, not good.
Anyways. Shout out to the Giants. Good team. I have to talk to you guys about Underdog, which is my very favorite thing. I did not have a lineup last night. I'm sitting there in the middle of just watching games late last night because the Kings played at 3:00. And so I was just flipping through games at the end, and I was like, oh no, I don't have an Underdog lineup in. So I made sure to get one in today. Underdog Daily Fantasy. You pick 2 or more players. This is what their pick'em game. You pick 2 or more players. You pick higher or lower on their stats. And then you can win up to 1,000 times your money. They've got NBA going on right now with the playoffs ramping up. Good time to jump in. Baseball season's in full swing. You've got men's college basketball national championship tonight. Really, really good time to jump in on Underdog and use my promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Use that promo code and you can unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash More on that in a second. Here's my lineup tonight for the Kings-Pistons game. Asor Thompson, I'm going higher than 12.5 points. Domantas Sabonis, I'm going higher than 5.5 assists because the Kings know what's good for him. They will continue running the ball through Domantas Sabonis. And if they do that, he is going to go higher than 5.5 assists. And then Zach LaVine. I'm a believer now. Higher than 20.5 points. Can I get 21 from Zach LaVine tonight?
You're a believer.
I'm a believer in Zach LaVine getting me 21 and helping me win my underdog lineup. Download the underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Excuse me. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line. That's 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. We'll get back into the Sacramento Kings against the Detroit Pistons. That game happening tonight. We'll give you keys to the game, matchups we're watching. Should be a fun one in Detroit as the Kings rack up their 6-game road trip. We'll talk about that next on The Insiders. That's James Ham. That's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, you're right over there?
Working on it. We're almost clear. Oh, God, I'm so mad.
Kill the mics for 1 sec.
This is not. Oh, I see. Oh, what are we? Whatever, man. Had to what?
Who's what? Now we got to go back up. Oh.
Yeah, man, we're working through it. It's gotten progressively better each day, if you can imagine. I can laugh now without hacking up a lung. Which is good.
All right. Sweet.
Playoff matchups right now. So if everything goes chalk in the play-in, be Thunder and Grizzlies in round 1, Minnesota, Houston, Lakers, Warriors, and then Clippers, Nuggets.
Some good series.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way that these can shuffle where I don't think we'd get a good first round in the West.
You know what's crazy too? We talked about this like 2 years ago that, the Kings won 48 and were the 3rd seed. Right now, with 4 games left in the season, the Lakers are 48 wins. Like, it's like all of these teams are bunched up right around 48, 47, 46, but there might not be more than, I don't know, 3. It's possible there could be 3 50-win teams in the West. And that tells you the level of competition.
Yeah. Hour number 2, that's James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil. here with us, pushing buttons, doing all the stuff behind the scenes. We appreciate him immensely. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And D-Lo and KC will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. And then at 4 o'clock, coverage begins of the men's basketball national championship, Houston v. Florida. Should be a good one.
Hopefully they let Hakeem Olajuwon on the court if they win.
Good Lord, bro.
Seriously.
If I get that not everybody's a sports fan, but I feel like if you're working at a basketball arena, you have a cursory knowledge, right? If you work at that arena and you know, okay, Duke, Houston, there are going to be luminaries there. It's a big game. Wouldn't you do like a little studying? Wouldn't you ask around like, hey, who's famous here? Who might be trying to get on the court after the game? Coach K might try and get on the court after the game. Cool. That's Coach K. I know what he looks like. Bet. Well, how do you spell his last name? That's crazy. I'll remember his face. Hakeem Olajuwon, Houston legend. Going to be in the building? Cool. If he tries to get on the court, we'll make sure we know that. How is he getting stopped and not let on the court?
We're not just talking like Houston Rockets legend. He's like
yes.
Houston University.
Yes.
The university. Like, what in the world?
I don't understand.
Like, what an embarrassment.
There's
I just feel bad.
There's an element of, look, man, I got a job to do.
Yep.
And if that's me, a nobody, trying to get onto the court at the Kings game, and I go, hey, man, I left my credential up at my seat. Can I just, I'm just going to sit right here. And that guy goes, nope, I got a job to do. You need to get your credential.
Yeah.
Got it. Fine. That's the right thing for that person to do. If I'm Hakeem Olajuwon, and I'm like, yeah, I was just sitting right here. I made this place famous. I'm one of the best centers of all time in this sport. And I'm a legend of this university and of the city that this university is in. And you're going, no, sir, not without a credential. Take a hike.
This is not
Take a freaking hike.
Don't you know who I am moment. This is like, what in the world are you thinking?
This is dude, you got to make a play.
Yeah.
What a weird power trip.
Yeah.
And like I said, maybe the person just genuinely has no idea about sports, which is a weird thing to be doing if that's your job. Maybe they just don't know. But man, that has real power trip feels to me.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Just not
like, I don't care who you are. All right, man. Whatever. You hit me with something the other day.
Uh-oh.
Now we'll put a pin in that. We'll talk Kings-Pistons first. I want to talk about this situation where the Kings like make the play in, but also keep their pick.
Yeah.
It's out there. But let's do Kings-Pistons first. Because part of the thing is the Kings would need to be the 10 seed, right?
Yeah, I think 9 or 10, either one.
Okay,
like,
got it.
I think everything's on the table right now. Just because they're half game up on Dallas doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so here's how I'm viewing this game tonight. Here's how I'm choosing to view Kings-Pistons tonight. I'm not viewing it through the lens of like keeping a pick. If that all works out again, we'll take you through the scenario here. I'm choosing to view this as, what do the Kings have to do to kind of at least make some noise here over the next couple of weeks in the play-in and in the playoffs? I'm not buying that a light switch came on yesterday and they figured it out, because that has happened 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 times over the last couple of months.
Yeah.
Where we've been like, oh, here it is. Okay, they figured, and then they did.
There they are.
And then they're gone. But that's how I'm choosing to view tonight. Can you get another game like that where, man, DeMar DeRozan playing within the flow of the offense, Zach LaVine being the clear 1A, they're running things through Domantas Sabonis and letting that be their offensive hub for most of the game. They're really high effort defensively. Can I just get those things again?
Active hands, like just the basics.
Can I? Because I don't know. For them to get the benefit of the doubt, like, they're gonna have to show me. And that's what I'm watching for today. If you wind up losing because somebody got hot from 3, Malik Beasley hit 9 threes, all right, whatever, man. But just can you put together that same game plan? Can you put together these things that they've been successful at? Every time they win, we're like, hey, look, they did these 3 things. Domas was involved. Zach LaVine was involved heavily. DeMar DeRozan was involved, but within the flow of the... We say it every time. Can you do it again? They do. They got a really good chance to win.
I'm slightly concerned about the fact that everyone played 45 minutes, 40-something minutes on a second night of back-to-back. I mean, yeah, on the front end. Like, you went all in. And when you go all in, you're taking a risk. And the Kings took a risk earlier this season. They went all in. They lost. And then came back the next night and got thumped by the Knicks. They went all in, against the Clippers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, at this point, like, there's only 4 games left in the season. Like, leave every single thing that you have in your body out there on the court. Like, just play your hardest, and you're a very talented group. There's got to be a way in which you can jump in and at least be competitive against a really good team, an up-and-coming team, but still a quality team in the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they've got it in them, because they've shown me time and time again that they don't. But I'm willing to at least go, okay, you win this game, you're in the play-in without any question.
Yeah, they're 3 games up on the Suns with 4 games to go. So the Kings would have to lose their next 3, and the Suns would have to win their next 3 and then beat the Kings. So the Suns have to win out.
Pretty much. No, there is a way in which if you win tonight and the Suns win all 4 of their games and you lose 2 more games and then get to the final game and lose to the Suns, that you would tie with the Suns and the Suns would be in because of tiebreakers.
Right. Yeah, that's what but the Suns can't lose again.
No, the Suns can't lose again. This is tough. Like, look,
you're in.
Yeah. I mean, there's the probability of the Kings being in is high at this point.
Yeah,
So,
you'd have to lose out, and the Suns would basically have to win out, more or less. I don't think that's happening.
But you do have the Kings have Detroit, they have Denver, they have the Clippers. All 3 of these guys. Detroit is if you're looking at the final 4 games, they're the mark.
Yeah, the easy game.
It's on the second night of a back-to-back, but the way that they're sitting in the standings, they don't want to win games at this point. They're locked in right now as the 3-6, and I would much rather be the 3-6 facing the Knicks in the first round than somehow like dropping back and playing against. Why was I thinking if they win that they would move up and play?
If they want, they'd play the Pacers if they get to 5.
Oh no,
I'm
wrong.
Way rather play the Pacers.
Yeah, you would way rather play the Pacers. My bad. I was thinking if they drop, and there's no way for them to drop.
Correct.
If they were to drop to 7, you don't want to play Boston.
Yeah, and they can't.
Yeah.
They're 5 games up on Orlando with 4 to go.
Yeah, I mean they can still track. I guess they can still track Milwaukee. I don't know what their tiebreaker scenario is, but either. Detroit's lost 1. Milwaukee's won 4 in a row. They're both 6-4 over the last 10. So like still,
Oh, hey, here you go. Milwaukee gets Minnesota, then New Orleans, Tuesday and Thursday this week. And then Friday, Sunday, Pistons.
Oh, so it'll all be decided.
Yeah.
Right
there. So Detroit's trying to win for sure. Here's the thing with Phoenix, when we were talking about the Kings and getting in. They have a back-to-back starting tomorrow against Golden State and Oklahoma City. Then they play San Antonio, then they've got the Suns. I don't think they're beating both Golden State and Oklahoma City. They've lost 6 in a row.
Yeah, so they've got those 2. Then they finish with the Kings. There we go.
And they've got the Spurs smushed in there.
Yeah,
man. You got keys to victory for tonight?
Yeah, I got keys to victory.
Hell yeah.
Doug went for broke against the Cavs with starters playing 40+ minutes. Someone else has to step up. Like I don't know who it is, but a bunch of dudes played. Like 4 dudes played 5 minutes. Somebody, whether it's Jonas Valanciunas or I don't know, like Malik Monk. Malik Monk needs to step up. Somebody has to step up because the starters played huge minutes, and there's a possibility no Keon Ellis tonight. There's a possibility of no Keegan Murray tonight.
Jesus.
That makes things a little dicey.
Yikes.
Isaac Jones. I need Isaac Jones to have big minutes and play big.
We need a big Isaac Jones game is key number 1. Key number 1 for me, a little bit along the same lines, but I need that Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan duo. How it was working last night, Let it work again like that. What I don't need is DeMar DeRozan going, hey, Zach had his night last night. Now it's my turn. That's not how if DeMar DeRozan gets 25 shots within the flow of the offense because Zach LaVine is hot and Detroit is doing everything they can to deny him the ball and DeMar DeRozan is going to get his shots, awesome. Love it. But it can't be Zach LaVine has 11 shot attempts tonight because he was just not involved.
No, I totally agree.
So give me that when DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine are playing together like they did last night. I think the Kings offense is really fun and really hard to stop. Number 2.
There are no scheduled losses left. The Kings can't afford a scheduled loss. They can't say, hey, we're losing because of XYZ. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, you have got to suck it up and go play. And it doesn't matter how many minutes everyone played last night. It doesn't matter what time you got into the airport, what time you got into the hotel. I don't care. Whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 2 for me, you got to keep running the ball through Domas, man. The best version of the Kings is when he's orchestrating. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's catch and shoot for everybody, but it's moving the ball. It's keeping players in motion. It's getting the ball in the post against defenders who can't stop him and letting him cook a little bit there.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so many good things happen when he has the ball in his hands, and I think they need to continue making that happen. Number 3.
Avoid the track meet. The Pistons are 6th in the league in pace. I can't imagine, I can say that, there are no scheduled losses and, I don't care if everybody played 40 minutes, but at the end of the day, the one way to save yourself a little bit is to grind this team down and don't let them get out and transition and just beat you up that way. So efficient offense, get back on defense, slow the game down a little bit. I like when the Kings play with more pace, but not on the second night of a back-to-back when you went for broke the night before.
Against a team that is really, really good and getting out and playing with pace.
Yeah.
I think, and that's where I think you have the tools offensively to slow the game down like that. And I would definitely like to see that tonight. That doesn't mean if you get a long rebound off a miss and you can hit it ahead for an easy 2, go for it. But limiting turnovers. When you do score, getting back and playing transition defense, those are all going to be big tonight, no doubt. Number 3 for me, treat Cade Cunningham like a superstar because he's growing into that role. That means doubling, get the ball out of his hands. He's been a really, really effective scorer, but he's also a really, really effective playmaker. I wouldn't hate it if the Kings treat him like they do players like Steph Curry, where they're just going to double and, you know what, we'll play 3-on-4. With the other 4 guys and live with it.
Yeah, I think the one problem the Kings have is that Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray are both questionable tonight, and that's who you would throw it at Cade Cunningham.
Yeah.
So somebody's gonna have to defend him. And if there was a third guy you would throw at him, it would be Jake LaRavia, and he ain't playing at all. So
is it Jay Crowder season?
Maybe.
We got Jay Crowder minutes tonight?
Oh no. It's probably more like Doug McDermott. Uh-oh.
Defensive stopper, Doug McDermott. Watch out, everyone. They're keys to victory tonight.
Yeah.
Also, don't let Isaiah Stewart hurt anyone.
Yeah, that's my matchup of the game. Isaiah Stewart against his own anger issues.
Man, I used to think that he was unhinged, but in a good way.
Yeah, you're like, beef stew. We want more beef stew.
Yeah, give him hell, Isaiah, and then just
no.
I
feel unsafe.
I thought I learned this the other day. I thought beef stew was like Wellington Castillo used to play for the Arizona Diamondbacks among with some other teams, but he was called Beef Wellington.
Because
he's just a beefy guy, and Beef Wellington is a dish, like we all know. I thought that was Isaiah Stewart beef stew because he's just like a beefy guy. No, it's because he has beef with everybody.
It is.
Oh, okay, I get it. He's an actual
angry person,
just a mad guy.
Yeah, you're not happy.
Don't get on
now.
his bad side.
No,
that's it. He'll hurt somebody for real. All right, let's get to that. We were talking Kings 10 seed, 9 seed. It doesn't necessarily have to be make the play in or keep the pick.
No,
the draft pick that they owe the Hawks. So the Kings could make the play in and also keep their pick in this year's draft. kind of best of both worlds, but they're going to need some help to do that. And we'll walk you through that scenario next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Center. Right back.
Oh, probably should stand up or something, but started my off-season training program early this year, which is good. Oh boy. Yeah, like I've always thought I would take Isaiah Stewart on the Kings too, but not the way things are going right now. It's kind of out of control. Steven Castaneda, I will not be buff, but I do need to get in better shape, especially for my back. And I start at the end of the season. I started about 6 weeks ago, which is different, which is why I look skinnier. I don't do low sodium. I don't like to diet a ton. I do like to I walk a lot. So, which is a good thing. Oh. Recommending gummies to me?
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Shout out, Chris.
There we go.
Did I tell you guys about never mind. I don't think I literally legally don't think I'm allowed to talk about the thing I was going to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
There's a store I used to go to that is far from my house.
Uh-huh.
And on my way there the other day, my GPS took me a different way, and I found one much closer to my house.
What?
This particular store.
Okay. Wow.
Which I'd seen advertisements before, but I didn't realize that it was so close to the crib.
Yep.
So I've been driving like 20 plus minutes when I needed to be driving like 8 plus minutes.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Shout out to stores, man. We love stores.
Stores.
And not Stores, Connecticut.
That's right.
Salute to UConn. All right. Kings-Pistons tonight. We've had this kind of, I say we, you and I, but then the larger kind of Kings commentariat has been having this discussion about tearing it down, rebuilding. Do you want to keep the pick this year that you owe to the Hawks, or do you want it to convey so you're clear moving forward with your own picks? because if it doesn't convey this year, top 10 protected next year, and then after that, it dissolves into 2 second-round picks in 2027 and 28. Correct?
Yes.
I have the years right? 25, 26, 27.
No,
Yeah.
26 and 27. It becomes a 26 and 27 second-round pick if it doesn't convey by next year.
Oh, got it. Okay, so got it. Okay.
Okay, so top 12
26
this
and
year,
27.
top 10 protected next year.
And if the Kings have the 6th pick next year, their second-round pick next year,
And their
the
second-round pick
27
in 27
go
go
to the
away.
Hawks. Got
Now,
it.
and again, if they give it away this year, if the 2025 goes away,
Mhm.
all of a sudden they have their 26 through 32 plus 2 additional first-round picks, 1 extra in 27 and 1 in 31. So they have 9 first-round picks, and they get their 26 and 27 second-round picks back
Mhm.
the second that pick conveys. So those picks are hiding in limbo right now. They cannot trade their 26 or 27 second-round picks.
Right.
As soon as the 2025 pick is conveyed, if that's what happens,
Those unlock.
those unlock. So now they can access those as well.
It kind of seems to me like the pick conveying this year would be better.
Well, the pick conveying this year or the pick not conveying at all and you getting your 26 and giving up your 26 and 27 pick, I mean, that might be like better world. But again, that would mean that you're bad 2 years in a row.
Right.
Yeah.
So take me through this because I don't understand it.
Okay.
So the Kings could make the play and not the playoffs.
No.
If they make the playoffs, they're
Yeah.
keeping their pick.
Yeah. So if you're in the play,
No, I'm sorry. If they make the playoffs, they're losing their pick.
yes.
Okay. Go on.
Okay. So the way the play-in works is those games don't count for anything except for play-in, right? Except for play-in standings. So if someone scores 125 points in a play-in game, he is not the all-time leader in points scored in a
Doesn't
game.
count.
It does not count.
Those games don't exist like on Basketball Reference.
Yeah, they don't exist, right?
So
So
weird.
what that means is that if you're let's say you're in the play-in, so you're either 7, 8, 9, or 10, your standings are locked the day the play-in happens, the day the season ends. So if the Kings at that point, let's say they have 38 wins, let's say they don't win another game and they're 38 and 44, right?
Mhm.
That's their standing when it comes to the lottery. Now, if they win 2 play-in games and go to the 8th seed, they now become the 15th pick in the draft, right? And they would lose
Mhm.
their pick.
Right.
They're not, or the 16, whatever, 15, 16th pick.
Mhm. Out of the lottery.
And they're out of the lottery, right?
Mhm.
But the reason why we never talked about this before was the Kings were so far ahead of all these Eastern Conference teams.
Mhm.
Like all of these teams, like whether it's Atlanta, Miami,
Yep.
Chicago, like there's a whole stack, Orlando, and of course the Hawks, right? There's all these teams that were way behind the Kings in the standings. Well, the Kings started losing a bunch of games.
Mhm.
So as you keep losing, you keep dropping down in the overall standings. If the season were to end today, the Kings would be the 14th pick in the draft before the lottery. Then the lottery happens. If the Kings move up into the top 4, which is like such a small, it's like
1 point something.
2.4% or something.
Uh-huh.
Like there's a possibility they would move up into the top 4. If you move up into the top 4, you get to keep your pick.
Right.
If you don't, then the pick is going to Atlanta.
Right.
Well, the problem is if the Kings drop below Dallas, they're now the 13th pick, right?
Mhm.
And then you start looking at the Eastern Conference teams, and almost all of them have caught the Kings. So when it comes
It's
to
just so crazy.
yeah, so right now the Heat are 35 and 43. But again, let's say the Heat are the 8th seed, I mean the 10th seed, right? But let's say they figure out a way to make the playoffs.
Which you can't put past the Miami Heat.
No, you can't. So that would mean that one of the other teams gets pushed down. So the way the play again, if you make the playoffs, you jump up into the playoff bracket, and then the other teams are then relegated to the lottery, and they figure that out.
Right.
But all of a sudden, okay, so the Mavs we've got at 30 and 41. They're a half game behind the Kings.
Mhm.
The Orlando Magic 38 and 40. They have the Hawks, the Celtics, the Pacers, the Hawks as their final 4 games. The Hawks are 37 and 41. They're a game behind the Kings. They have the Magic, the Nets, the Sixers, and the Magic. So they have 2 easily winnable games and could move ahead of the Kings. The Bulls have the Cavs, the Heat, the Wizard, and the Sixers. Their schedule, sure, the Cavs are tough, but now we're looking at the Heat, the Wizard, the Sixers to finish the season.
Well, the Cavs are tough for some teams, not for all of them.
Not all of them. And then, of course, the Heat have the Sixers, the Bulls, the Pelicans, and the Wizards. So the Heat right now, again, Sixers, Bulls, Pelicans, Wizards. They've got 4 winnable games on their schedule. They could easily get to 39 wins. And it's possible that the Kings don't win another game. So if the Kings keep winning games, then this becomes like a moot point. Like, we're not going to worry about it.
Right.
But if they keep losing games and then they make the play-in, but they don't make the playoffs, there is potential for them to be the 12th seed in the lottery or the 11th seed in the lottery and keep their pick while making the play-in as long as they don't make the playoffs. Got me? So they can make the play-in, win a game, lose a game, it doesn't matter. Get to the second game. As long as they don't win the second game and go to the playoffs, they could still retain their pick. Because again, the play-in games don't count towards your standings.
Retain their pick without moving up or down.
Yes.
Because in this scenario, if they finish at the 12 and the 13 seed moves up into the top 4,
then they would lose
get
their
pushed
pick.
down to 13 and they lose their pick.
Exactly. But there's like this little tiny window where you're like, hey, look at that. They could actually make the play-in, not make the playoffs, and still keep their pick. And the best part about this, for me, it would just be so amazing if it was the Atlanta Hawks that won too many games and knocked you down you down in the standings by climbing above you in the standings.
The Hawks are the reason they don't have a first-round pick.
And the Hawks could lose the Kings' first-round pick by winning, which would be spectacular. And again,
that'd be so good.
Look at they play the Magic, the Nets, the Sixers, and the Magic.
So Sixers Heat tonight. Then it's the Kings-Pistons, Sixers Heat are the only 2 NBA games going on tonight.
Oh wow!
So the Kings for this scenario would be rooting hard for the Heat to beat the Sixers. Correct?
Yes.
Because you want the Heat to win.
Yep, you want the Heat to win. Yeah, you want the Heat to win. You want the Bulls to win as many games as possible. The one thing, you've got the Hawks and the Magic both play each other. And again, the Magic schedule is very difficult, but they're tied right now with the Kings, but they're the 7 seed as of right now.
Can I tell you what I'm not going to do?
Worry about this? It's okay.
No. It wasn't that. What I refuse to do is, let's say the Kings beat Dallas in the play-in and jump up into the 7-8 play-in game or the 8 seed play-in game. I will not go into that game, whether it's against Golden State or Memphis or Minnesota or Denver or the Clippers, and be rooting for the Kings to lose so they can keep their damn pick.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
That is not a thing I will be doing. Like, you can go to the playoffs, get a couple of playoff games here, get some valuable playoff experience, or you can pick 12th in the draft. I won't. I can't. Those two things don't line up for me.
No, but the scenario I'm pointing out is for some people, it is the best of all possible.
I totally. Because there's people who have been like, do you want to make the play-in or keep your pick? And it's like, you can actually do both.
Yeah, there's an angry mob over here that says, I want to rebuild. And then there's an angry mob over here that says, I want at least one play-in game and I want to try to make the playoffs. There is a way that everybody can actually be happy in this scenario.
Great.
I love it.
I guess. I don't know, man. Do you know Quentin? I'm sorry. I had the Sixers Heat game up right here. Do you know Quentin Grimes is averaging 22 points a night right now?
Oh, he's been so incredible since he joined them. Yeah.
Why did nobody want this guy? Is he just available for second round picks? Because the Kings got him.
Yeah.
Good defender.
I don't
Scores
understand.
the heck out of the ball, apparently.
I don't understand at all. Why this is exact player that the Dallas Mavericks needed.
And they traded him for Cody Martin.
Yeah,
Caleb Martin? One of the Martins.
Yeah.
I don't understand
bizarre. Like
super weird.
I really like Quentin Grimes. He's
I'm
good.
guessing the Sixers probably really like Quentin Grimes now too.
Well, because he has to play every minute of every game.
I'm sorry. I lied to you guys. I'm sorry. He's averaging 22 points with the Sixers this year. He's averaging 14 points for the season. He's averaging 22 points a night for the Sixers right now.
Yeah, but he's shooting 49% from the field, and he's shooting 39.5% from three on 7.6 attempts per game.
He's been sick.
Yeah. 4.4 assists, 4.8 rebounds, 1.6 steals.
Hey, would you rather be in a spot the Kings are in, where there's a lot of uncertainty going into this summer, and you're stuck a little bit between competing and then full teardown? Or would you rather be the Sixers, where you have Joel Embiid on your roster and you owe him $190 million or whatever it is over the next 3 years?
Man, just every time he plays, he's so good. Like, I'm with you. I understand. I think you would rather probably be the Kings, just because you've got a way out of this. Because I'd also, the Paul George situation is in there
Paul
too.
George a lot of money too.
Yeah, you owe Paul George like a ton of cash. And so, that the Sixers are just in a really, really bad spot.
The Sixers are weird because the Sixers are closer to competing than the Kings are, I think. They just have the requisite talent when they're healthy to be in that mix. And that includes depth. That's Joel Embiid. That's Paul George. That's Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
That's Quentin Grimes, apparently. Jared McCain, who got hurt earlier this year, and we've not even talked about him. Like, they have the requisite talent to be really good. But at the same time, I don't know that I want to go into every season relying on Joel Embiid and Paul George being healthy.
Yeah.
Like, they're closer to being good, but also closer to being really bad. So
Embiid next season makes 55. The next season, 58. The season after that, 62.6. The year after that, the 28-29 season, $67 million player option. Now, Paul George, 51.7, 54, and 56.6 over the next 3 years.
Good God.
You're paying Paul George that much money that he's almost 35. And you owe him 3 more years at 50 plus every year.
He played 41 games this year.
Yeah. That's wild.
Is done for the season. And didn't play particularly well in those 41 games.
Yep.
Averaged 16, 5, and 4, and shot 35.8% from 3.
Yeah, those 3 guys, this is wild. Kelly Oubre has a player option next year at $8.3 million, and Andre Drummond has a player option at $5 million. Then they have McCain on a rookie deal, and they have Eric Gordon on a player option at 3.4, and then some guys that you've kind of never heard of at the bottom, right?
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 real players under contract for next year. They're at $174 million in dedicated salary. They're over this year's luxury tax, but they're over the salary cap for next season.
Brutal.
Yeah. And they still have to sign 7 players.
That's such a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's just bad.
But if shutting Joel Embiid down was the right thing, and they can get 70 games from him next year.
Yeah.
Like, they're probably going to be really good again.
Yep. Well, especially, I mean, Maxey's like spectacular. I would bank on Maxey.
He's a really, really good player.
Yeah. If they want to bail on Maxey, like, just raise your hand. Like, if you're the Kings, like, yeah, we'll take him. Like, what's it going to cost?
I don't
We're
think
in.
they're going to, though.
Nope.
But they're stuck with Joel Embiid and Paul George now. Fingers crossed for them. Fingers crossed for the Sixers.
Or maybe not.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't give a rip. We're the craziest thing, we're talking about the East and all the bad teams in the East that have started winning, but like, if the East goes chalk, it's Cavs Hawks in round 1, Celtics Magic in round 1, then Knicks Pistons, which would be fun, and I think Pacers Bucks would be fun. But in the West, if things go chalk, again, this is just if everything lines up 1 through 8, you get OKC Memphis.
Oh,
I think that's fun.
okay.
I think there's potential for that to be fun. Minnesota Houston.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. Golden State and the Lakers, if their game was that Friday, is any indication, that's a good series. And then Clippers Nuggets is your 4-5 right now. Or Nuggets Clippers is the 4-5 right now.
I'm here for all of those.
All of those would sound like really good series.
Yeah, every single one. I mean, at like the variable of number 8, I don't think anybody who's at number 8 has any shot. And I don't care who that is.
Okay. So here are the rank these teams in order of potential to beat Oklahoma City in a 7-game series. Denver, Clippers,
yep,
Golden State,
okay,
Minnesota, Memphis.
Okay, Memphis is at the bottom. Minnesota's probably second from the bottom. I'd put probably Denver, followed by the Warriors, followed by the Clippers.
So Clippers 1.
Yep. No. Denver
1.
Golden State
2.
Clippers
3.
Yep.
Then Minnesota, Memphis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think that's probably about right.
I just think
at least for me,
like they are going to have, like, every team has a small flaw. I mean, we see what the Cavs' flaw is, and I don't think a lot of other teams do. The Cavs can't handle like power in the post. I mean, that's what we've seen twice. Like,
yeah, there's just, and the reason they're 62-16 is because there's not that many players like Domas.
Nope.
There's not that many players that are just going to be just bull in a china shop down on the low block.
Yeah,
and they don't.
And a lot of them are hiding in the West.
Yeah. It's Ivica Zubats and Jokic.
Yeah. Tough look. Even Zach Edey could be a problem for a team like that.
Well, Cleveland's not seeing no Memphis in the
playoffs. Never.
I don't even think Cleveland's beating Boston. I still just like I wouldn't. I think this season's going to end with Boston hoisting a trophy again, and we're going to be like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, Boston still won 60 games.
At least an Eastern Conference trophy, and then we'll have to see.
They have coasted to 58-20. What a ridiculous team. All right, we've got the handoff. Jesse Tapia. Speaking of Boston, Jesse Tapia is going to be in here for the handoff. We are the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, we got Jesse? Sweet. I've got to pick my son up at the airport, and my day just got way more complicated because his flight got delayed. So I'm hoping I can figure this out with Damian and Kenny. Damn it.
Joe, that's a great episode title for the pod. A great first hour title.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh, we have another thing to give away. Oh, another word.
Yes, Frank Anwar. Yeah. The two play-in winners are 15 and 16. Then everybody else goes back to their record. So again, if the Heat somehow win 2 play-in games, including one against, Orlando, or I would like against the Hawks. Number one, those wins don't count towards the standings, but number two, they would jump up and those teams would fall down.
Yeah. Did you see?
What's up, Chatty House?
Jesse Tapia in the building. Did you see that potential U.S. women's national team jerseys leaked?
Rustog, we just talked about the wedding.
These are kind of fire.
Those aren't bad.
But wait, that's the women's?
Yeah. At least that's what it said. I don't hate them. Which is new for...
We really messed up the art of the jersey the last decade or so.
Yeah.
As far as just coming up with stuff that's cool.
Yeah. I like this, though, because it's like a little bit retro.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
With the stars on it. When in doubt, dude, teams need to just revert backwards. Like, when in doubt, do a throwback.
Yeah, that's what the Miami Dolphins need to do. That's what the Chargers always need to do.
1,000%.
The Chargers kind of did. Like, they went to the kind of powder blue and yellow or whatever.
It works. Every time a team rolls out a throwback, everyone's like, this is clearly better.
If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us. That would be greatly appreciated.
I think I would too.
We got a lot of people up in here.
You still have Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, I'd rather have the talent than need to find it. I think.
Yeah, but I mean, it just depends. For me, it would depend on what you think of Maxey and like in the hierarchy of best players between the two teams. Like, where does he rank?
Yeah.
I don't think I put him above Domas, but he is younger.
I'm building my team. I think I take Maxey first, though.
Well, because he's younger.
Yeah.
Actually, Maxey develops into an equal to or better than version of Fox. I agree with this comment. And I actually think it's possible that he's a better player than Fox. Yeah, on the season, 26.3 points, 6.1 assists, although he's only shooting 43.7 from the field and 33.7 from three. It's a down year shooting-wise.
Let's keep it real, Brian. I haven't really found one out here. Like that's something I'll get my desk not out here really.
What happened?
Brian's talking about tortas and stuff like that.
Yes, Tortas. There's Adalberto's.
I haven't been there. I've heard about that spot. I haven't been there yet.
We got breakfast burritos from Adalberto's the other day. It was crazy. It's delicious. Steak and potatoes, bro.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Well, James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil, and Jesse Tapia in here for the handoff. Jesse Tapia of D-Lo and KC. D-Lo and KC coming up at noon. And let's take you up to 4 o'clock. That's when coverage of the men's basketball championship between Florida and Houston begins. You said you're not a breakfast burrito guy?
Yeah.
Please explain.
Well, it's just like that's not like my preferred thing. Like I love.
I just don't like it.
Well, yeah, it's like I love chorizo and egg burritos and stuff like that. Like that
Sure.
would kind of be like the go-to for breakfast. I'm not making like pancakes or anything like that, but like, I'm cool. Like, it's fine, but it's just not. It's not high on my list.
All right.
I love a good breakfast burrito.
I'm all in on it.
I love a good like a regular burrito for lunch or dinner or something like that. Like that's great. It's not.
We want like eggs
I'm
and
not, I'm not a
salsa
breakfast burrito type guy.
I
We
agree.
went to Adalberto's this week.
That was
and-
so good.
Or last week, I guess. We got steak and
Yeah.
potato burritos. It was delightful. It was really good.
I love it that
Should
anytime.
get that in your life.
Real quick, anytime I ever talk breakfast for life, probably now, this is always gonna be Jesse doesn't salt his eggs, and you know what? I don't. Whatever.
That's facts.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm going to say this again. I've said it 10 times, but I'm going to say it again. I don't hate that you don't salt your eggs.
Yeah.
That's not the problem to me.
No, I get it. I get
The
it.
problem for me was that you acted like people were insane for salting
It
them.
was a culture shock for me. I was like, wait, I'm the crazy one? And I'll admit
Yeah.
it, fine. I'm the crazy one, whatever. But
Where are you? Where the Kings win last night didn't move me.
yeah, no, you said exactly how I felt to start the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering
I'm
where you
just
were at with it.
focused on the play-in. Like, get to the plan and we'll go from there. I think
Yeah,
the Suns
that's
are
it.
done. Like, they're 3 games
They're
back to the Kings
cooked,
right now,
bro.
right?
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind
Yeah.
of you're playing for home court in the last play,
Yeah,
first playing
which
game
is
or
a big
whatever.
deal.
Yeah. So at that point, like, that's kind of what I'm focused on. I don't care what you beat the Cavs. Like,
Yeah.
we've seen it already.
Yeah.
It's like the Atlanta Hawks have beat the Cavs twice, whatever. Like, teams
Mhm.
that happens in the league.
Didn't the Hawks beat Boston twice too?
It might have.
Oof. Weird.
Yeah,
Weird
Weird things
team.
always happen. Yeah.
basketball.
Yeah.
But yeah, like once they get to the plan, it's like, all right, now you can probably cook with something or whatever. If you get Dallas, well, maybe you get this other game.
Yeah.
'Cause
Well,
like you guys are talking about too. I'd rather them get to the playoffs than anything.
Yeah, that's
I think we can all agree that the Kings were a better team last season than they are this year.
Yeah. Even last year was kind of weird, but it's like,
Are
they
we-
still won 46 games.
Yeah, but here's a
If
crazy
last
point.
year's Kings played this year's Kings in a 7-game series,
Oh, I'm taking last year's Kings.
Yeah, let me get last year's Kings in 4, maybe 5.
4 or 5?
Yeah, that team last year at least, like they somewhat, I think, like playing. They like playing together and stuff like that. That was at least a team. These guys are just a kind of jumbled up mess.
Here's a crazy stat, though. Last season's Kings team went a combined, I think it's either 0-9 or 0-10 against the Rockets and Pelicans. This year's Kings team went 6-1 against those same exact teams.
Pelicans are much worse this year, though. than
Pelicans
they
are
were
way
last
worse.
year.
But still,
Yeah.
the Kings lost. Is either 3 or 4 against the Rockets last year.
2 of them were like early in the season with no Fox, right? And they just got walloped in both of those games.
Yeah. Well, the Kings have swept the Rockets this year.
Huh. And the Rockets are definitely better this year, which is weird.
Yeah. It
This
just
is the most confusing team, dude.
it makes no rhyme or reason.
They're an average team.
Yeah, they're just
That's
mid.
just what it is.
That's
Yeah,
it.
It's
They're
not
middle of the
confusing. They're
road.
just average.
What did you say? They're 3-1 against the Celtics and Cavs,
Yes.
and 1-1 against the Wizards. They have the same amount of losses against the Wizards as they do against.
They have more losses to the Wizards and Bulls than they do the Cavs and the Celtics.
Oh,
They're going to beat some good teams. They're going to lose to some good teams. They're going to beat some bad teams. They're going to lose to some bad teams. It's literally what it is.
It's just frustrating because it's so clear what the best version of the team is, like how they function, especially offensively. Like, man, when you get the ball to Domantas Sabonis and you're moving around and DeMar DeRozan is working within the flow of an offense instead of just trying to work for his shot, like, man, they're really, really hard to stop.
mhm.
Yeah.
And then they just don't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you do that like once every 2 weeks, like, okay, you just can't sustain it.
Yeah.
Then. So I can't like really say that's who you are.
Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah, I think we're getting to a point where we know exactly who they are. We just don't know what the exact end is for this team.
Mhm.
As bad as it's gone, they could still be in the first round of the playoffs.
We've been in the same holding pattern for what, 3 weeks now?
Yeah.
Like we just kind of
We'd love to
known.
take a direction at some point.
Yeah. Like, okay, we've reached a point now where it's like, okay, they won't fall out of the play-in.
Mhm.
Great. Love to see that. But
But they've continuously gotten worse.
That's the thing,
just
yeah.
not bad enough,
And the shocking thing is the Suns have got even worse than that.
which is
Sounds
I
like
mean,
just basically
insane.
hold my beer. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do that now. Watch
You want to
this.
talk about a team I don't want to be? It's the Suns.
I don't know. You're probably right, but then again, I think you can still get 3 first-round picks out of Kevin Durant. I think you can still get 2 or 3 first-round picks out of Devin Booker. So if you did need to reboot and restart, I think you could actually. You can't trade Bradley Beal, but you can afford to have one $50 million player for 2 or 3 years.
Would you get more for Kevin Durant or Devin Booker on the trade market? 1 year left to Kevin Durant?
Oh, 1
many
year
years
left.
How many years
No.
left, Devin Booker?
A couple.
Yeah. Let me pull
More
up
than
their-
one?
Boy,
I know he's not a free agent after next year.
this is a dark discussion.
Well, what do you consider more? 3 first-round picks or maybe a high-level player for Kevin Durant, I guess? Like, say you can get picks for Booker or maybe like a high-level player for Durant that kind of matches his salary.
You owe Booker 3 years after this year. 53, 57, and 61. You've got 1 year of Kevin Durant at 54.7 left. And then
He's
Bradley
38 years old.
Yeah, and Bradley Beal, I think he's 37 right now. But it'll be his 38th season.
Mhm.
And then Bradley Beal, you owe 53.7 next year, and he has a player option for 57 in the 2026-27, which he's not going to opt out of.
As I say, breaking news.
I strive
Bradley
to
Beal's
be-
taking that 57 milli.
I strive to be Bradley Beal in my career. Not even have to make an All-Star game. Just pay me. That's it.
Just get mad if you send me to the bench.
I have a no trade clause as well.
Insane.
Here's to
What a
your point.
ridiculous contract.
To your point, Kyle.
Sam Bradford of the NBA.
The Suns are at 218.7
As far as bag
million
getters.
next year. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I'm
5,
sorry, who's
6,
this?
7, 8, 9.
Jesse just said one of the most profound things I've ever heard in my
Oh.
life. Go ahead.
The Suns are at 218.7 million in dedicated salary for next year. They're so far in the second apron that they will start losing their picks, like astronomically far into the second apron for a team that's the 11th seed in the West. Sorry, what was your profound statement?
Oh no, I said
It wasn't.
that.
It wasn't. Go
I
ahead.
just said that Bradley Beal was the Sam Bradford of the NBA.
I was trying to figure out who that's disrespectful to.
It's not.
I
They're
think that's
both-
disrespectful to Brad
They,
Beal.
they both had
Brad Beal's been better in
They
the
both
NBA
had
than
very
Sam
good
Bradford was in the
careers.
NFL.
Sam Bradford led the league in passing completion percentage one year. They both made money. Neither was like a Pro Bowl or All-Star type guy or whatever.
Huh.
They just got their bag.
I feel like that's disrespectful to Bradley Beal.
It feels disrespectful, but I mean, poke a hole in that argument.
It's possible he's the
Bradley Beal was never the guy.
There's a
the
prominent
Derek Carr who just
Hmm.
never wins but puts up a bunch of numbers. I don't know.
I don't hate it. There's a prominent Bay Area sports media personality who will contend, the quote is, as a thrower of the football, that Sam Bradford is one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history.
I don't even know what that means. Like,
Bro,
going off that
it's an
guy's
insane
criteria,
thing to
maybe,
say.
yeah.
It's an insane thing to say.
He's wrong.
As a thrower of the football.
Dan
I'm
Marino,
sorry, what?
Peyton Manning, Tom
What?
Brady, Sam Bradford.
Dude, the Mount Rushmore.
I don't even know how you're making that argument. I mean, because even guys like Jeff George as a thrower of the football was unbelievable.
Yeah, look at it right here. Throw Kumar in the chat. Like, Bill led the league in points per game. Sam Bradford led the league in completion percentage once.
Not the same thing.
Whatever.
1000% not the same thing.
Whatever. Hey.
What are you
Whatever.
talking about?
Whatever. Cool. Bro averaged, 30 on the Wizards. Great.
Yeah.
Sam Bradford led the league in completion percentage because he checked down all the time. Awesome.
That's not. I feel like you were underselling Brad.
I feel like I'm more right than I am wrong with this take.
I don't know. I think Bradley Beal was an all-star 3 times. He was all-NBA in 2020, 2021. He's been to the playoffs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times as a player. Yeah, this is crazy disrespectful to Brad Beal. I will not stand for this anymore.
That's fine. I threw it out there.
I thought you really said something. You didn't.
Hey, it was enough to kill 5 minutes.
Yeah, Brad Beal's a good player, man.
Every day we should compare
Was a good
two
player.
ridiculously strange players in both the NFL and
Hey, sometimes it hits, sometimes it's a miss.
Bradley Beal across 3 seasons from 2018 to 2021 averaged 28.7 points, 4.7 boards, and 5.3 assists. He shot 47.2% from the field and 35.1 from 3. Sam Bradford never had a stretch that dominate.
That's
in
fair.
the
That's
NFL.
fair. It was more about you made all kinds of money, but like you never really won anything or did anything.
yeah,
I guess
did
Bill has more, but
they make the playoffs? I'm gonna look up career playoffs.
Yeah, he made the playoffs twice in that stretch.
Okay,
Excuse me, once.
okay,
What did
he's
I say,
played
18, 19 through 2021.
actually
yeah.
made the second round a couple of times.
Yeah. Yeah,
Huh.
not a bad player.
Hall of
Nice
very
little
good.
career.
Yeah, Hall of very good.
Definitely not a Hall of Famer for
Yeah.
sure. He's had a nice career though. I think you'll get more for Devin Booker on the trade market at this point than you will for Kevin Durant.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You're looking
Yeah.
to rebuild your team, yeah.
But I don't think they want to get rid of Beal or
Do you
excuse me,
even-
Booker.
Yeah, do you even need to trade Booker?
I don't think so.
I think you
Not if you're getting a few picks back for Kevin Durant.
get a couple of firsts and match the
Yeah.
salaries, yeah.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to start dumping some salary at some point.
Yeah.
because like James said, that's just not tenable. I don't care what Matt Ishbia says and how much money he wants to spend. Like,
Project get Bradley Beal to break up with you next season.
I don't think he's going to.
You got 2 more years of Brad Bill.
Figure out a way to
I
get
feel
him
like
to
Brad
W.
Beal's the real petty type that's going to be like, nope, I'm here.
We're gonna
Well,
work this out
I'm
together.
opting in, by the way.
Yeah.
He's got the no trade clause as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
There's nothing you can do about
And
it.
he will wield it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brad Beal, man. What a
Sorry
player.
for disrespecting you, I guess.
What a player. No, you don't owe him anything. You don't owe him an apology. That's James Ham. That's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia, producer for D-Lo and KC. That show is coming up next. We got Kings-Pistons tonight. Can't wait. But right here on ESPN 1320 at 4 o'clock, coverage begins. The men's basketball final between the college men's basketball final between the Houston Cougars and the Florida Gators. Right here on ESPN 1320. Tap in tomorrow at 10 a.m. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10, drink water, be nice to people. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
Bye, guys.
See you, adios.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. What's good? Happy Monday.
Hey, what the hell? What the hell?
Hey.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Wait a minute.
I know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam
I mean, they
now.
won 2. We might as well go first 2.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like
Yes,
the beam now.
Hey. Shout out Young Zell for that as the
Wow.
Kings get a couple of victories over the weekend.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
We
Hey,
welcome you in here to the Monday, April 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Boyd.
ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
And check this out. You said the Kings got 2 wins over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised about both of them.
Well, as you should be. I think everybody is surprised.
I'm surprised about both of them, and I'm not surprised about either.
Yeah,
if we're
that's-
being honest.
And if we're trying to find a story of the Kings season, that sentence might be it.
That's crazy.
Don't be surprised by anything. Beat Charlotte? Fine. Lose to Washington? Sure. Beat the Cavs? Twice?
Wow.
All right.
Kyle Madsen at the stat. The Kings going 3-1 against the Cavs and the Celtics this year is crazy.
Just spectacular.
3-1.
Incredible.
Oh man, and they might. Well, it doesn't hit the same anymore. But I was just about to say they might go 0-2 against Detroit, but Detroit is pretty good. So
Yeah, Detroit is solid. That's going to be. I actually think this is a really compelling game tonight. I mean, it could be. It depends on which version of the Sacramento Kings show up. The version that played yesterday without Keegan Murray, by the way, or the version that played a couple of days ago against Washington. Hell, even the version that played against Charlotte was good. Like they went out there, they beat a bad basketball team exactly like they were supposed to do. You got solid performances from all around. We'll focus on yesterday's game because Charlotte is Charlotte. It's not a good basketball team. I know that doesn't matter. They have more wins than Washington does, but whatever, man. They beat Cleveland again. And it was one of the I hate games like this. It happened with Milwaukee. It's happened several times this year where you're watching and you're like, oh, they're playing really well. And then it's like, all right, man, they're out there fighting. You know, Zach LaVine is having a game. DeMar is playing great. Like Domas is just incredibly efficient. this is good. All right, we'll see what happens. And then it gets to the point where you kind of hit the point where you really don't want to lose this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like your feelings before the game, like, are dramatically different.
Yep.
And we got there, and the Sacramento Kings took care of business, man. They hit some clutch shots. They got some stops. Maybe a little luck went their way.
Finally.
It doesn't happen very often.
Right.
I don't care what the last 2-minute report says today.
And look, see, oh man, it's okay. It's okay. It went in our favor. But usually when we're on the other side, got to wait for the last 2-minute report. Then the last 2-minute report doesn't even go in our favor.
Mm-hmm.
But after the game, no, we got that one wrong.
Well,
all right.
Well, so I didn't see the foot. Did he say they got it wrong, or did they say we should have looked at it?
So that's a good question. I saw James had tweeted out that the crew chief said we got it wrong.
Okay.
Was he might have been talking about not looking at it, getting that wrong. And maybe not the bucket. I took it as him talking about the
here's the full response. Why didn't the refs go back to review the potential shot clock violation on Zach LaVine on his made basket late in the fourth quarter? Courtney Kirkland said, well, we made a mistake. During live action, we thought that LaVine released the ball prior to the expiration of the shot clock. If we were going to review, we would have had to review it before the ball was legally touched on the floor during the throw-in, right after the made basket. I'm reading that as we made a mistake by not going to review it.
That's good.
Yeah,
you're right about that.
During and then I think he's going on to explain. Well, we made a mistake. Again, the question was, why didn't you go back and review the potential shot clock violation? Well, we made a mistake during live action. We thought LaVine released the ball prior to the expiration of the shot clock, meaning they felt there wasn't a need for a review.
Mm-hmm.
In reality, he's saying we made a mistake. We probably should have halted action really quick and gone to look at it.
Yeah. And they probably they probably should have. Okay.
Hey, but you didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if the NBA is going to lose sleep over this one.
Sleepless nights. They only get one sleepless night in their entire existence.
Well, as far as we know, that's the only one they've ever had.
Sleep like a baby any other time.
One sleepless night.
Any other time they sleep like a baby.
Oh, they're great.
But And this is hindsight, you know what I mean? This is hindsight, what I'm about to say. But Cavs should have done something in that situation to like take a second. Yeah, either call a timeout or
hold on to the ball.
Yes, and say, hey, are you not gonna look at that? At least bring it to their attention. Like, hey, are you yeah. You know, but that's also the players, the coaching staff, everybody in the moment thinking that way. I can understand not even thinking that way.
I mean, in the moment, they're probably thinking, get up the floor.
Right. So I'm not going to, I don't care. First of
all.
Yeah,
it's not our goddamn problem.
I'm also not going to like be like, oh, they should have done this and that. It's a heat of the moment situation. I'm glad they didn't know. It's still, James said it was clearly late. It's still unclear because Katie brings up a good point. There's another view because we have the straight on view.
Right.
We don't
all
know.
You see is the back of his hand.
Right. So we don't, the sideways view was gonna be the one to determine. And I guess they only got one camera in Gund Arena. It's actually not that anymore. It's like Rocket Mortgage Arena or something like that.
And I can't stress this enough. I don't care.
Hell no.
It ain't my problem.
Hell
you know how many times we've been on the other side of it? I don't care if it was 30 seconds and Zach LaVine got the ball off and everybody screaming. That's not my problem. Refs didn't call it. We're going to keep it moving.
We're going to keep it moving, bro. Yeah.
Kings play Detroit tonight, which will be interesting because everybody played 40 minutes last night. I don't think anyone, I meant to look at this on the game book. Did anyone besides Malik come off the bench in the second half?
I don't think so. I know Valanciunas didn't.
No one did.
Didn't.
Malik Monk played 9 minutes and 56 seconds in the second half. Devin Carter, Isaac Jones, and Jonas Valanciunas all played nothing. You'll be surprised to find out also Jay Crowder didn't play in this game.
Well, I thought he'd get in this game.
I thought this would be the one. Maybe tonight.
This was a Jay Crowder game.
Well, Jay Crowder in Detroit feels like a
yeah. Where's that damn Isaiah Stewart at?
Some big.
Is he still suspended? Where is he at?
Jay Crowder coming out in uniform like, hey, coach, I'm in tonight.
That's it. This is the one we've been waiting for.
He's been waiting all year for this game.
He's been low managing his minutes for this moment right here.
Waiting for this one. Waiting for this one. And it's here, Jay. Tonight's your night, Jay Crowder.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was about to say, is he still suspended? I'm pretty sure he's been back. Isaiah Stewart.
Well, he was suspended for 2 games. I think he was 2. So I gotta assume
it might have been in the middle of the week somewhere. So he probably even played a game since then. So, well,
how many times has Isaiah Stewart been suspended this
40.
year? The lenient commissioner.
Didn't we say last year
Morant.
after he socked somebody in the face, this guy from the Suns in the face, pregame?
Yes.
We said, hey, Adam Silver needs to sit down and have a talk with him.
Yeah.
He's had like 10 incidents since then.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Adam has not had a talk with him. Trey Lyles will choke his ass.
Now, Trey Lyles, he ain't no punk.
Yeah, Trey Lyles will choke his ass.
So I'm with you, man. I'm interested to see how they play in this game, how they come out ready to go, because one game doesn't change, 2 games actually doesn't change how I feel about them or the moniker that I had to snatch off their neck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure or certain they're tougher than a $2 steak. I'm not sure they're going to be ready to respond like when adversity hits, whether it's a back-to-back or something like that.
Tougher than one of those $300 tomahawks you ordered.
Well, that was nice. that was a nice little tomahawk right there. Everything was good. That's right. I didn't have a steak this weekend, but I had.
Oh yeah, you was in Napa.
Yeah, I had.
What
did we have? With some roast beef, I think. I can't remember, but it was ribeye something. I don't know. It was really good though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope it was ribeye, not roast beef.
I got to text the wife what we had because I was hungry. I was just whatever's on my. They sent me some fish at first. I was like, good fish, I'm cool. They're like, oh, we didn't put fish down on our request. We requested something else.
Oh, they put it down in front of someone else.
They put it down in front of me.
Oh, and then you realize
the wife was like, you didn't order fish. We ordered something
else.
I was like, damn.
The wife dimed you out.
Yeah. So they took it back.
It's cold, man.
Okay, they just eat the fish and they're like, oh, actually, I got steak. Bring them the steak now.
It's tough. All right, we'll come back. I want to hear more about your weekend in Napa. I got to tell you about our trip to the kitchen.
Oh yeah,
I got thoughts.
Oh yeah,
I got thoughts.
What?
Well, it didn't matter. We went the cocktail route. We'll talk about it, man. Casey's right. We could have done so much more with that money.
Could have got you a bunch of biggie bags, huh?
Biggie bags.
We'll talk about it. Lots of Kings basketball here today. Stealing with KC on 102.5 KSFM. Nope, that's not the station.
Oh, we're gonna have a day today, pal. It's 13:20.
Man, tough look. Yeah, we'll talk about this, Aldrin. Man, this is easily his most impressive of the 12. Easily. We'll get back to that for sure. Okay.
Maybe we can get Charlotte and that girl on.
That was crazy.
That was
crazy.
so cringeworthy. Oh,
Mom, come pick me up. They're fighting.
That was so bad. Chris sent me that, and I watched the whole. I'm like, oh,
I guess they deleted some of that off of their Netflix stuff or whatever.
Charlotte looked
Yeah,
flustered.
Charlotte. The crowd got her.
Yeah.
What's her name? Stratton.
Yeah.
What's
Keep
her name?
the don't put the belt on Charlotte. Charlotte's like the goat to me. Don't put the belt on her though. It's not good right now.
Yeah, and apparently it was her fault.
That's what it seemed like.
Apparently she's the one who started all this mess.
I just can't get over how bad Charlotte looked in that whole thing. Like, she could not compose herself. Not to mention, she doesn't even look like Charlotte.
I know. What the hell happened? Well, I know what happened. But come on.
Why did it happen?
Yeah, no need.
Gotta say that I always love when I'm always down for a good shoot.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's funny. Guys are responding on IG. Don't flatter yourself. That's funny. CJ, I don't know if she did it with Becky. I can't remember.
Isn't that when she threw the belt at her or something like that? Or she didn't hand her the belt or something, I think.
Maybe.
Vaguely remember some clip.
All right, we back in here. We got a lot of Kings basketball to talk about. A couple of Kings victories over the weekend. A massive Kings win yesterday that was magnified by a Phoenix Suns loss yesterday. Yeah. So the play-in spot, the postseason spot, is, I don't know what the magic number is. I don't. Is it 2?
Yeah.
So like a win a win and a loss, right? Mm-hmm. That would be the 2. The one. Okay. Yeah. And then now that they're at 9, so the 9 is still very much in play. A home play-in game is still very much in play. So there's lots to talk about in that regard.
And I'll say this. I'm gonna continue to say it when we get to the days before, the day of, or whatever. Everybody that you feel however you want to feel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 100% rooting for this team to get in the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to have a home playing game.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to win both. I want them to be in the playoffs. Everybody else, or I shouldn't say everybody else, other people can be like, this is a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
For me, when you tune in to D-Lo and KC or you tap in on my Twitter or whatever, I'm going to be hyped.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be hyped, man. Come on. I want to see playoff basketball this year in Sacramento, because regardless of whether or not they keep their pick or they win or whatever, there's work that needs to be done regardless in the offseason. So we'll deal with that in the offseason. As of right now, I want to see these guys win, man. So I was happy to see the win last night. I want to see them win tonight. I want them to host the play-in game, and I want them to get in the playoffs, period.
Winning is still pretty valuable in this league, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for all of that. I think the thing that sticks out to me the most is going back to last week after the Wizards loss. I still wouldn't be surprised if they won a play-in game or 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this weekend exemplified that. You went out there and you beat Cleveland. Again, I mean, if there's a million reasons you probably should have lost the game to Cleveland, but you didn't. And it's like, all right, that's been the frustrating element. That's been the most frustrating element to this basketball team this year.
Yeah.
Is you really have no idea what you're going to get from them on a day-to-day basis, on a game-to-game basis. And we saw them. Let's start with Zach LaVine.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot of guys that deserve praise.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that deserve praise for the way that they played yesterday. I actually thought Keon was extraordinary yesterday.
Yeah, I yelled at Keon, but it's okay.
Well,
And he was great.
Yelled at him in front of everybody on Twitter.
Yeah, no, he was great. He was great. He was fantastic for much of the game, but I lost it when that happened.
I know.
I was shooting a three.
I know.
And yeah,
Came off. He's like, "Damn it, Keon! How many times do I have to tell you?"
I yelled at him, but that's my boy. He was great yesterday.
Yeah, I would just bite my tongue.
Did you yell at someone too?
No, I'm just thinking how the broadcast took a different direction with that play for those that heard it.
Yeah,
it was an interesting way to describe what had happened.
Well,
all right. Every Kings fan is punching the wall right now, but no, it's okay. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Yeah, that was a frustrating play from Keon for sure. Donovan got him, but overall, I thought he played really, really well.
He did
yesterday,
did.
in especially in the absence of Keegan Murray. But like I said, I wanted to start with Zach LaVine. 42 minutes from Zach LaVine, 21 shots. 21 is great. That's it's not 7, it's not 10. Like, it's not a whole bunch in the fourth quarter to make the numbers look a little different than they really are. Man shot 21 times, but the story of yesterday's game was the efficiency. It's the 15 of 21, the 7 of 11. Zach LaVine was electric yesterday.
And I believe this is the game that pisses people off about Zach LaVine, that makes them turn their back on Zach LaVine. Like TK. That's why when we were having discussions when the Kings got Zach LaVine with TK, with Trista, I said, Trista, is it that you don't think he's good or you don't trust him? And I don't think she really even answered it, but I'll just answer it for her and we can talk to her tomorrow about it. I think she knows he's unbelievably talented. Like, unbelievable. He can do it all. But the fact that a game like this seems to be so sporadic or come few and far between is unbelievably frustrating. And I understand that. I get that. He's got it all. The 3-point shot, his jump shot is beautiful. It is pure. A couple of those 3-pointers, there's a certain way that the ball goes through the net when it goes all net. Some of them, back of them. It just snaps the net. It is perfect. Just laces the net. And you see his quickness. You see his ability to handle the ball. You see his ability to be athletic and get to the bucket. And it's like, why are we not doing this more times than not? And I understand the frustration of a lot of people with Zach LaVine, especially after seeing what he was able to do yesterday and Friday for that matter too. He was really good on Friday. He was great yesterday.
He was, absolutely. Man. Zach LaVine has shot the ball. How many games has Zach played this year? 70.
He's eligible for our NBA.
He is. He is, in fact, eligible for all. He's eligible for all of it. He might win all of them, given the way everyone is falling apart this year. Zach LaVine has shot the ball 20 times or more this season. How many times?
7.
No. That might have been too dramatic of a buildup.
Oh.
Of the 70 games that he's played, we'll get back to that number 7 though. Of the 70 games that he's played, he has shot the ball 20 times or more, 20 times.
It's still low, you know what I mean?
For sure. With Sacramento though, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of those 20 games are with Sacramento.
That's
rest
what I
are
was talking
Chicago.
about. Count it. That counts.
You said 7.
Yeah, but it was closest. Count it.
Jesse didn't guess.
That's his fault.
He literally
count it.
He literally just held up a 5.
That's his fault.
He literally just put
count
his hand
it.
up. He said
It's
5.
too late.
Yeah, he
point
just
for me.
said 5. Like, look, he's right there. It's 5. He won.
Put this on the
We're gonna put it on the run
it
your
on-
game. Look right there. He's doing it on the screen. Man's over there. He's got a job to do. Yeah, I was curious to see where that game fit in the amount of time. I mean,
Can I guess the 5 games? 'Cause I think I remember them.
Sure.
It
Well,
was
we know one was yesterday.
obviously. The other one was the Hornets game where he had 75 threes.
I don't see the Hornets on here.
Oh,
I don't think this guessing game is going to go well. I would be
okay.
honest with you.
Well, Spurs and
Are you just saying teams out loud?
these are the games when he went crazy. Was Nuggets one of them?
No, I have Chicago. He shot 24. The most he shot this year.
What?
The most he shot this year. Both of them were against. Both of them were with Chicago. One of them it was against the Spurs. He shot 25 times against Atlanta and against San Antonio.
You were looking overall. I was thinking just with the Kings.
Yeah, no. And here are the Kings games. 24 against Chicago.
Gotcha. Oh, it was against Chicago. Okay.
New Orleans, he shot 24 times against them.
Yeah.
The Spurs, I think you said that.
Yeah.
The Clippers in the 111-110 game, he was 12 of 22 in that game. I think there's one more. Oh, yesterday.
How many times you shot against Charlotte? The first time?
Why is that so important?
Because he had 11-3. He had like 44.
Hold on. Well, I have to change the way I look at this. Charlotte. No, Charlotte, he shot 11, 15, 19 times. Wait.
He shot 19 times? He must. Yeah. No, that's what he had like 40. And to have that on less than 20 he was cooking. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, he was 16 of 19.
Wow. 19.
That's insane. He was 16 of 19.
Was it 40 or 44?
42.
42. 16
of 19. 8 of 9 from 3.
He's so frustrated. I get it now. I get it. I understand. He's unbelievably frustrated. I'm not saying he can shoot like that every night, but
he's 44% from 3 on the season.
Man,
50. He's man,
how many threes does he take
than he was
a game?
He's 51-30. He's 51, 44, and 82%. Threes per game. I'm not looking at the right column. Give me a second. Threes per game. Zach LaVine with the Sacramento Kings is 6 point. He's 7, basically 7 threes per game.
Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that. You
would have guessed more or less.
Less.
Yeah,
but that's still.
threes.
I mean, man, he's shooting 44% from 3, shooting 7 a night.
So I think what you're talking about, one of the things that you're talking about, what Kings fans will be talking about today, which drives people crazy, is how does he follow that up tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Zach LaVine did play 42 minutes last night. And I feel sometimes you see guys go for 37, you see them go for 40, these incredibly efficient nights, and then they're, 3 of 14 the next night. But you've got Detroit, second night of a back-to-back, road back-to-back. I think the response from all of these guys will be interesting.
Yeah.
Also, is this the dreaded last game of a road trip?
Oh, man.
Gosh, you hate those.
You don't want to see those.
Just hate those. They're so tough.
It doesn't matter that there's I was going to say a pennant race, but that's not what it is. A playoff push.
No, it doesn't matter.
Focus won't be there.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
But, I mean, our concerns are still valid, though, just because of this team, and you would hope that they have that sense of urgency, that they're not leaning on the fact that they played a back-to-back or anything else like that. And they played a lot of minutes. I understand you're human. I get it, but have some Red Bull or C4 or something, because you gotta be ready to go.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to go. You want to bring this home as much as you can. I think you never know. You just never know. But I feel like they're pretty safely in the play-in. You
probably, yeah.
I
mean, you need Phoenix to win the rest of their games,
Right,
pretty much.
Right. Yeah.
In addition to you losing all of them.
Exactly. So you kind of have that, but you want to see it through, and you want that game at home. You want that game at home. I mean, any Kings, we know nothing is a given here ever, but at home as well. But still, you want that game at home. I think if you can have that game at home, like we saw last year against the Warriors, the crowd will be into it. I think they're in the moment in the Golden One Center. There will be 16 to 17,000 people like myself that want to see them win.
Oh, there won't be a single person in that arena that doesn't want them to win. I mean, you can have the bitching and complaining on Twitter. That is not going to be at the Golden One Center. No one is going to pay money for a ticket and go, well, I don't really want them to win. I just really would have liked it if they kept their draft pick. So I can pretend I know about the draft and talk about all these players that I never saw play in college.
Kings hit a 3, they start booing.
I read Zach Harper's column, though, with all of the rankings.
You guys doing it.
Kings hit a game winner, and they start
these idiots don't know how to do anything right.
So I say that to say it's going to be, it's going to be a raucous crowd at the Golden One Center if you can get that game at home, man. So you want that.
I will speak for all of us. No, in fact, I won't.
Okay.
Hey. Wednesday.
Hey, that was low blow.
The Mavericks host the Lakers.
Luka coming back.
ESPN. Yeah, that's
Luka ain't
that's a
game.
game.
He ain't trying to lose that game.
Mm-mm.
Well, they probably can't.
Unfortunately, Luka might try too hard and turn the ball over 17 times and
he's gonna
come out really refocused the next game.
Yeah, he's gonna shoot the ball 40 times.
He should.
I think I was gonna say, the Lakers could shut it down after that game, but they got a lot going on. They ain't shutting it down.
But they got a big win yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think they're shutting it down to the last game of the season.
Yeah, I don't think they are either. I don't know how many teams are shutting it down.
Because
of those of that group,
isn't it 3-8? Is one game apart or something like that?
I think it's 2 games. It might be.
Yeah, I think all of those teams have the same number in the loss column. No. I don't know. For some reason, I just pulled up the WNBA standings. Does anyone want to know how the WNBA season ended?
2 games separating 3 and 8.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Yeah, because the Lakers have 30 losses. Denver, the Clippers, the Warriors
with the same
the
record.
Timberwolves, the Grizzlies all have 32 losses.
They all got the same record. Wow. 46.
Denver's 47 and 32. The rest of the teams are 46 and 32. That was a big win for LA yesterday.
It was.
That was a really big win for them yesterday against Oklahoma City.
Denver messing around and fuck.
Yeah, I'm seeing some things on Twitter. Jokic is yelling. Aaron Gordon, I think, was getting into it with Peyton Watson or trying to coach him up or something.
Well,
vibes are kind of down.
You see your boy, Michael, Jamal is hurt. They were asking him about Jamal, and he's like, "Look, he might not be back before the start of the playoffs." Like it was like, "Oh, Jamal's day to day," until he's not, and he's like, "He's not day to day, like he's hurt, and it's his hamstring." So,
before I even knew that, just the way that they have played this past week, I'm not taking no victory lap. There's no victory lap to take because the season's still going on. That's not a championship.
Zabo says Jokic wants some clarity. Denver closes.
Championship contender.
Denver doesn't play again until here on Wednesday, and then they close out with Memphis and Houston. So Sacramento, Memphis, and Houston is who Denver closes out.
That's not that team has no shot at winning the title. They're not a championship contender. They don't have enough this year, and then especially if Jamal Murray's not able to go.
Yeah, Jamal Murray missing the start of the playoffs could be the end of their.
Everything about that team says this is the end for this little core group that they've had.
But what's that mean? Like you trade him Jamal?
I don't know if you have to trade Jamal. But
Michael
it's time
Porter
to,
Jr.?
It's time to retool that team. Like, don't run it back with this group
Well,
anymore.
I feel like the person you have to trade is Jamal Murray.
Fine with me.
Well,
You're not trading
Porter is
Jokic.
the one that you should be trying to trade.
Well, yeah,
Porter's the-
Porter's the
ideally.
one that you have to trade. Like, I think if you're trying to get better, Jamal is the one you trade.
I would try to.
I tried to trade Jamal Murray.
I would try to trade Aaron Gordon and try to get some of that production for a little cheaper. Jamal Murray is the one that makes you. I mean, Jokic is the one that makes you a championship contender, but he's the one that elevates you, because Jokic or anybody can't do it by themselves. You need another guy that at any point in time can win a game for you, can win a series for you, can get hot and close out a game, especially from that point guard, shooting guard position. And I would much rather try and see if I can continue with him. And Aaron Gordon is unbelievably valuable, but I'd see if I can find, Jalen McDaniels type. Like, because Aaron Gordon makes doesn't he make like $30-some million a year?
There's around there.
Yeah. So, maybe try and find somebody like that on the cheap. Guess who's back?
Before you continue, can I just tell you, I don't agree with a single thing you just said.
Well, I understand.
Okay.
I understand. It's okay.
Show's falling apart.
Well, look. So I need the same energy. Nick V is in the chat. He says Jokic 40, 15, and 15. Can he be like SGA guys? Whatever. But maybe if the ball wouldn't stop, ain't that how this works? If the ball wouldn't stop at the end of the game and he's too busy getting his points, they'd win games. Ain't that how this goes?
I don't know. All I was thinking of is why my partner wouldn't go, well, why do you disagree with me? Instead, he's focused on the guy in the jersey.
Well, why do you disagree with me, Dino?
It's too late.
It's never too late.
Now we got to talk about Nick V and his windbreaker over his jacket.
No, Nick V ain't got to talk about nothing. Why is it too late, Damien? Go ahead, talk to me.
No,
I'm
not
listening.
why is it too. The question was,
excuse me, why do you disagree? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Too
It's
late.
already too
Well,
late.
I don't
Too
want-
late.
It's not too late.
I don't want to share it anymore.
It was brought
No,
up. So
I-
obviously, we
I
can
want to
talk
talk
about
Nick V.
it. We
Let's talk more
We don't
about
have to talk about
V.
Nick V or anybody. Why do you disagree?
You can never go back to the argument. Just
No,
never
you
works.
can always go back to it. Why do you disagree? Let's talk about it.
Thoughts and prayers to the Jamal Murray argument.
No, not at all. Not at all. We can talk about it right now.
Are you really relying on Jamal Murray to be what he was that championship postseason again? Because it feels like right now that feels like the anomaly. Like when you say Jamal Murray is the reason that they can win a title, like not the reason that they're good or the reason that they can compete, but like the compliment to Jokic. He's what sets them apart. You're relying on him to do something. I think he only did the once.
No, that's fair. He had the bubble too.
And that's fine. He
there's
was
that.
really, really good in the bubble. That was
pre ACL too.
And that was Jokic was still understanding his body. Jokic had just lost 30 or 40 pounds or whatever it was, and he didn't know what it was yet.
Yeah.
And so like Jamal was spectacular for sure, absolutely. But ever since that was kind of like the bubble was the Jamal Murray moment. Like, oh man, okay, he's another one of them stars here in the league. All right, and then you hurt. Oh, not quite there. Oh, there he is. Championship.
He went crazy, and it's not a championship. He killed the Lakers last year to win that series, and when they were coming back against Minnesota, he was going crazy. And when he stopped, now the question is, like you said, relying on him.
Yeah,
maybe that's not the best bet. But he's the one that can elevate you with Jokic. So you got to ask yourself, what chance do you want to take? Do you want to take the chance of trying to find another guy like that, or take the chance with Jamal with his injury?
Well, you're not going to trade Jamal and get another guy like Jamal. Like you're probably getting lesser guys.
Yeah, you're not gonna be a title contender probably for at least a year, but you're not gonna win anything with Jamal, Aaron, MPJ anymore. Like that group is ran its course. Jokic is one of the greatest players of all time. So like he can stay around all that, of course, but like it's time to retool around him.
And Michael Porter, you're getting someone the likes of, I know he's a guy you like, but you're getting the likes of Kyle Kuzma, right? Like with the Michael Porter Jr. contract, you're not getting a high end player who makes a bunch of money. You're getting either, well,
Would you trade?
I guess I was going to say you could pull off a disgruntled star with the Michael Porter Jr. contract and some other things, but in all likelihood, you're getting, some Kyle Kuzma, Chris Middleton, that ilk of a player back with that contract.
I'm trying to see here. What was this? This was the Lakers series. I mean, he didn't go crazy. He just hit some big time shots. 22, 20.
He went crazy the last game, no? The closer?
32.
Okay.
In the closer. And in the Timberwolves series, man, he had 37 in game 5. I remember he had that crazy. He probably had like 20 something in the first half of that game.
Yeah.
It ran out of gas in game 7.
This was versus
in the second half of the Timberwolves.
The Timberwolves. Yeah.
Game 7 game against the Timberwolves. Yeah. So, I love what Aaron Gordon brings to the table, man. That's a guy that you need on your team for sure. But I agree with Jesse. I think this group is finished as a championship contender, and to get to that spot, it's just what gamble you want to take, because there is a gamble in moving on from Aaron Gordon too, because he does so much for you. Do you think it's easier to find a guy like that, or do you think it's easier to find a guy that can replace the production that Jamal Murray gives you when he's right?
Yeah. We'll come back. We really don't care if Denver can win or not. We're worried about Sacramento. But we're going to speak highly of Denver because that's who Sacramento Kings
True champions
play on Wednesday.
True champions.
Heart of a champion. Yes, indeed. We'll come back. We'll talk more about your Sacramento Kings. We'll take a look around the rest of the league. It is going to be an entertaining final week of regular season basketball here. We'll break it all down for you. A national champion was crowned. A national championship game is set. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Odyssey Friday, the Kings make the playoffs. They're playing the Thunder first round.
Yes.
No matter what.
Yes, they are not getting into that 7-8 matchup. I think they actually had like the probabilities. Sorry, I got distracted. They have the probabilities, or like where every team could be on NBA like communication this morning or something like that. And the Kings were not in the 7-8 area. They cannot be in 7-8. They can only be 9.
They're mathematically eliminated from contention of the 8th seed. 7th seed, excuse me.
Do you I was just, what I got distracted with was I saw this tweet about the details of Mike Bibby's contract. I feel like we don't always see that. There are times where we see that in college because they're state employees, right?
Yeah,
unless it's a private institution.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know how that works.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've seen it that much.
Because I've never, because we knew Coach Patrick's contract personally.
Yeah.
I never saw it.
Yeah.
I don't know him. What's Mike?
Says according to documents the State Hornet has acquired, Mike Bibby is under contract until 2030 and will receive $300,000 per year. The 5-year deal includes multiple incentives and relocation assistance in the form of $20,000 lump sum. In the contract, Bibby will receive supplemental talent fee of $150,000. They dove all into this. A vehicle stipend of $400 a month and $15,000 if Sac State wins the Big Sky Conference Championship. Okay. That was according to Adam Camarina. I don't want to mess up his name. Adam Camarina of the State Hornet.
Shout out to the State Hornet.
Big ups to him.
I took that class for a semester. It was pretty fun.
We'll talk about some when we come back. Oh, brother. Johnny G, this is not how the game goes. Matter of fact, you're disqualified for today.
Have some respect for the league, huh?
Wow, Johnny G, the Isaiah Stewart of Run Your Game. Man, Johnny G.
First of all, how dare you?
Isaiah Stewart is the first football player to ever get to the NBA the way he plays.
Hey, so I saw something last week that when you want to talk about people just being angry just to be angry, this epitomizes it. Now, granted, I'll give people. No, I'm not going to give you a pass, but I will point out. I'm going to tell the whole story.
There you go. Thanks, Doc.
This email or advertisement came out after the Wizards loss.
Okay.
Right. But the Kings, Sacramento, whoever, I think on Thursday, I believe it was Thursday, maybe it was even Friday, they advertised what they're calling the Tower Bridge doubleheader for next Wednesday, or this Wednesday, excuse me. For $60. You get $60 total. You get tickets to go see the A's Padres at 12:30, Kings Nuggets that night.
Okay.
That's a pretty good. People were pissed.
Why would I want to watch two teams lose, Kenny?
They were pissed off. And I was like, I saw the thing, but I didn't really read it until like it came up on my Twitter feed just a little while ago. And I was like, oh, this is what they were talking about the other day. I said, $60 total for two professional games? This is what they were mad at? Oh, they were pissed off.
$60 for the most midday of your life.
They were pissed off at this offer. This is one of the great offers in the history of this city.
That's pretty fire.
That's very fire.
You could go see. You said it's a baseball game. It's a Kings game and an A's game.
Yeah.
$60.
You gotta sit on the lawn at the Kings game, but whatever. It's gonna be a nice day.
They got a lawn at the Golden One Center now.
No. Oh, excuse me. At the A's game,
you gotta sit outside and watch it on the big screen.
You gotta sit. Yeah, the little area in front of Doko.
Yeah, right. Yo, that's right. Yeah, that's where you gotta sit.
Play. What's the game? What's the game you play?
Cornhole.
Cornhole.
Yeah,
Play
yeah.
cornhole.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is.
The
Well, yeah,
fine
you got to
print.
sit at the lawn for the A's game, and then I'm assuming it's an upper deck ticket for the Kings.
That's
So
cool.
what? That's
fine.
$60.
That's fine.
If you like baseball and basketball, it sounds cool out of that.
For that price, you could go to 10 baseball games and 10 basketball games and still pay less than I did
Oh,
to go to
boy,
the
oh,
kitchen
boy.
on Friday night.
can't
No,
wait
we
to
got
that.
no speak on it. We got to talk. We got to talk.
Do we want to take a call first, or do we want to hear your story first? I don't know how much time we're going to spend on this.
This
We can get Ross.
Yeah,
Let's see what Ross
let's
gotta
get Ross
say.
right now because we got to dive into this.
909. What is 1320?
1320.
Why?
We
What is,
got it.
Still, we here. We here.
Man.
We're
What's
starting
up,
to lose
Ross?
D-Lo.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? Hey, just to jump on the Kings, man, I got some stats that I've been looking at. So the last 10 games, the Kings have only cracked over 27 assists one time, and the league average is 27.5 assists. So that, first of all, that's the problem. But I'm looking at a solution. I see DeMar DeRozan, and I know a lot of us say, yeah, he's an ISO guy and kind of make that as an excuse, but I think he's got another level to his playmaking game. And I went back and looked at his stats. This is the lowest amount of assists. He hasn't averaged under 5 assists since 2017. He's at 4.5 right now. He did it with 3 different teams. He even averaged 7 assists a game in San Antonio. So I think it's literally just a buy-in. And this team doesn't have much time, but if he buys in and becomes the playmaker, you know, that's a huge difference for us. So I just want to see him put it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I get it, but I don't. DeMar DeRozan's having a pretty damn good season across the board. He's having a really good season. And the fact that a lot of people, I know they're not saying he's the only problem, but the fact that they look at him as a problem to what's going on, I just don't understand that. I don't think he's a problem. Now, you can think he's not the solution. I'm not sitting there saying he's the answer to all the issues that they have, but he's played how many? You might not have it up anymore, but how many games has he played?
DeMar?
Yeah, he had to. We got to be at like 7. There's 4 games left. I'd say 73 games.
It's the exact number that he's played.
He's played damn near all season. He's been unbelievably productive on the offensive end. Assist numbers, regardless of how you think they're happening, are solid. His shooting numbers are really good.
On the season, his field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, free throw percentage, assist number, and points, all barely, by the way, are above his career averages.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I'm not saying build us.
Again, it's not by a ton,
Right?
But he's got great career numbers, and he's
36 years old.
Yeah,
36. They're doing this at 36. Even being close to your in a Hall of Fame career, being close to, you know, your highs in your career is that's impressive. I just, like I said, I can I guess I do understand like the whole ball movement thing and nitpicking him a little bit, but I guess at the same time I don't. Like for what I don't know what people thought they were getting, you know, from DeMar DeRozan. He has been as good as you could hope this year. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you want him to turn into Jason Kidd in the fourth quarter? Sure, I guess. But if there's somebody to turn to give the basketball to, sure, let's do it. But Sabonis ain't shooting it. Keegan ain't shooting unless it's catch and shoot. Monk, he's giving the ball to him. He gave the ball to De'Aaron when De'Aaron was around. And Levine's a curious case because sometimes like everybody keeps saying like, hey, we want you to shoot the ball more. And he's the one that is passive. So
the funny thing about assist numbers is you're so reliant on everybody else. His career high in a single season was 6 assists per game. It was in the 2018-19 season. He was with San Antonio. Did not make All-Star that year, by the way. and he averaged excuse me, no, that wasn't his career high. His career high was 6.9. That was also with San Antonio. Still didn't make the All-Star team that year.
Damn.
But everything else, field goal percentage, 3%, 3-point percent, it's all like the same. Points per game, it's 21. So he averaged, we'll say 2.5 more assists. But his points were exactly the same.
Mhm.
He averaged 2.5 more assists. Field goal percentage was basically the same. Like everything else is the same. So at what point is it just Zach LaVine hitting a three that he gets off a pass from DeMar DeRozan,
Right.
or Keegan or Keon or Malik or anyone? It's not like he averaged 11 assists and he was, Trae Young or Tyrese Halliburton, and now he's down to 4. No, he's always hovered around 4. He peaked at the 6.9. He had a 6.2 year in there. That's his entire career.
Right.
If nothing else, he's been the model of consistency. He has been the exact same player his entire career.
I like I said, people want to talk about the ball movement. Like I get it. I get it. I may disagree, but I understand what people are looking for. But I also say, look at the league. Everybody said, I was half joking about Jokic, but I watched Jokic in that Timberwolves game and any other game. Like when the game is close, it's fourth quarter, it's him at the nail, or 17, 18 feet away, and he's going one-on-one, and he's making the decision. They're not running their offense no more. Maybe that is their offense, but they get the ball to him, and he makes the decision to either shoot it or kick it out to somebody. But it's not, oh, let's run our triangle here with a minute 30 left. Like, no, it's not what. That's only been my argument. That's not what happens. And I think DeRozan's been pretty good this year. I think he's been really good, actually.
I think he's been exactly who he is. And that's been one of the funnier parts of watching this all transpire, is like, this is exactly who DeMar DeRozan is as a basketball player. Bar for bar, this is who he is.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, Marshall Harris, I think even to a certain degree, Trista Crick, whether you like that to begin with. That's the question.
Right.
If you didn't, well then, feel however you want to, because he's the same exact player. If you expected something different, or you thought you were getting something, that's your fault. Literally done it for 15 seasons. You thought the 16th was going to be different?
Yeah.
That's your fault.
Right.
He's been exactly who. It doesn't mean you can't have moments with DeMar DeRozan where you're not frustrated.
Right.
It just means don't be frustrated by his game when he's doing everything he has his entire career.
He had one yesterday when I think Zach LaVine had hit back-to-back threes, and DeMar came down and took a pull-up the next time. I was like, man, hey, get that to Zach. Like, this guy is pure right now. So I'm not disputing that those moments happen, but a lot of the time, I say the majority of the times, I don't have a problem with his shot selection, and then he makes the shots more times than not too in those moments. So I don't know. I think he's gotten a kind of unfair label this year as being somebody who is the problem with what's going on with this team.
And he was fantastic yesterday. 10 of 18, 28 points. An important note in the breakdown of yesterday's game, Zach LaVine had 37. Shot great from 3. Him and Domas incredibly efficient with the ball in the basket yesterday. Zach, though, 21 shots, 11 of them threes. Didn't get one trip to the foul line. DeMar took 8 free throws. That's important, because there are times where you just need a basket and you've got to get it somehow. And sometimes, I mean, Harrison was the guy to do this in years prior. Sometimes it's just get to the foul line. DeMar is an expert at that. He is terrific at that.
Yeah. He that's one of the things that I was looking forward to with him coming to the Kings was when you need to slow some things down, when you need to stop momentum from the other team, he has the ability to get to the line. Almost, it feels sometimes at will, whether it's with the fouling on the jump shot, or, getting to the bucket a little bit more and getting fouled there. So, yeah, that's, like you said, it was much needed last night because Monk went 6 times, I guess, but nobody else outside of that went to the line outside of DeMar DeRozan too much.
Mm-hmm.
So you definitely need that. I got to give a big shout out to Domantas Sabonis. He played really well last night.
Yeah, he did.
Played really, really well last night. That follows up what he did against Charlotte. 15 shot attempts. That's the number that we're looking at a lot.
Mm-hmm.
His aggressiveness. 11 of 15 from the field.
He had 16 on Friday too.
Yeah,
Domas did.
Yeah, he's been doing his thing. That's the Domas that we need right now. I think in a perfect situation, he'd want to be a guy that takes a shot, that takes 8 or 9 shots a night. And I get that. I understand that's his game. But we need ultra aggressive offensively Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
7 turnovers last night. It was a little frustrating. I felt like I saw them all. You know what I mean? And I was frustrated every single time.
Well, it's averages. Because how many he had, because it stood out. You know how many he had Friday?
0?
0. None. The averages, baby.
And I felt like I was, because, I was going back and forth the end of the Giants game and stuff like that. And I felt like I saw all 7 of the Domas turnovers. And I was like, the game's turning the ball over. But that was the only blemish on yesterday. 27, 9 rebounds, 7 assists. And just that aggressiveness on the offensive end. He was really good. Really, really good.
Yeah, terrific a couple of days for Domantas Sabonis. Terrific couple of days for Zach LaVine. We're harping on the 37. He scored 25 on Friday.
Yeah.
Scored 25 on Friday. DeMar scored,
like you talked about.
DeMar scored 20 something on Friday. And our big 3 did what they had to do over the course of 2 games to get one. You had to beat Charlotte. You couldn't afford to lose that after what happened the game before. I think we were all pleasantly surprised that they were able to get Cleveland a second time. And now what can they do on the second night of a back-to-back? Their final road game of the season tonight in Detroit.
It's a big one. It's a big one, man. And I hate to you got to beat Washington. You have to beat Washington. So I'm not trying to play that game. But like we talked about, I forgot what the 2 games were. It was Chicago and Cleveland, I think. It's like you just thought you'd be 1-1 in those 2 games.
Yeah, right.
Unfortunately, you probably thought the same thing with this Wizards, or 2-1, right? Like when looking at those games between the Wizards, Charlotte, and Cleveland, you thought you'd be 2-1. I like I said, I'm not trying to play that game, but it almost doesn't matter which ones you get. If that's what your thought was going into things, you got the 2-1, set you up for an opportunity to steal one in Detroit maybe and come back home winning 3 games in a row. So a great weekend for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Was it as good, better, or not even close as good as to D'Lo's weekend?
Yeah, how was your dinner?
Well, 2 different questions. My weekend was fantastic.
Okay,
I had a great weekend. We did the kitchen, then we went to the Lodi Wine Festival.
Yeah,
that was funny. I'll get to that. The kitchen thing. So there's one element to this story that you're gonna love.
Okay,
but here's the thing I keep hearing about the kitchen. This is I guess in its history there have been 2 locations. This is the newer one, and there was like a kind of wasn't a secret one, but like it was their first location was kind of just one like that where you gain it gained notoriety and it became a thing, and it's been this whole experience.
Is it like
so
Q?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And every person who we tell, like, so it was a fine experience.
Mm-hmm.
The food was terrific.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to do it again. Like, I never need to do it again.
Why not?
It's not worth it. again, it's really nice. The food is great. They bring it, but it's also like you're not ordering a steak. You're not ordering, fried fish. They're bringing out little courses throughout. You get some oysters.
How many courses is it?
It's a lot, like 9 or something like that.
Jeez.
But yeah, they're like bites though. You get like one scallop, right? With the you can even help make the scallop little thing, which I did, and it's cool. But when you describe this experience to people who went to the first restaurant, they were like, "Oh, it used to be so different." And it's like, okay, again, it was nice, it was cool. I don't need to do it again. We didn't get a $300 bottle of wine.
Got a $400 bottle.
We didn't. But we ordered enough cocktails to where we might as well have. We decided to go the cocktail route, and again, the bar was terrific. The old fashioned was on point. Katie was ordering martinis. Like it was terrific. Yeah. But then like the bill came, and I'm signing it, and she sees it and gasps. I was like, no, don't worry. We already paid the first part. We're just paying for the drinks now.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay. So we get that taken care of. Again, it was fine. If you've never done it and you want to experience it, go do it. Like it's cool. It's not something I ever have to go back and do again. All of the people who work there are wonderful. They were all very nice, very, very attentive. It's a beautiful place. Like it's cool. And the best part, and you're there for hours. Like it's not
we're talking about 3 hours.
We were there.
Is it like a baseball
4.
Game? Oh, it's extra inning game.
Yeah, like because our reservation was 6:30. We got there, we sat down. They brought a few things out for us, and they just constantly bring you food. And they're like, "Okay, we're gonna get started in about 45 minutes."
Wait, what?
Started with what? Like, okay. And there's like a show where, the guy, hey, this is the Friday night crowd. And, he's doing the whole thing. So, yeah, I think we wound up leaving. It was like 10:30. So we walk out. This is the part that you'll love. Wait, hey, car's here. Let's go. We walk out.
Service. Damn, all right.
Yeah, bro, it's an Uber.
No, car service.
I never had a car service walking out of Outback Steakhouse. I'll tell you that much.
We walk out. Baby. Points. And what's off over there in the distance?
Oh, boy.
The bean.
Oh, come on, man. It's never leaving. It can never leave.
She had never seen the bean before.
Really?
Nope.
Wow.
The happiness in Katie's face to see the beam in person for the very first time. Now, mind you, I have lived through that Christmas Wizards disappointment where the entire family looks up and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
We've been to multiple games together. We went to that Clippers game where they couldn't hit a 3 to save their life.
Yeah, that was nasty.
We went to the Magic game.
Yeah, that was nasty.
with her oldest daughter and boyfriend. Yeah, okay. So just all like Emma and Sam, her daughter and boyfriend, drove from Davis in hopes of seeing the beam. Nope. The disappointment you feel when someone who doesn't get to regularly go to these games wants to see that beam in person and can't. I can tell you after 4 hours and God knows how much money later, the last thing I was thinking about was the Kings won today.
Yeah.
We're on Broadway. And I took a picture of it. It was posted on our.
I remember seeing that. Yeah, I remember it. So that's what I was about to ask you too. Where is the kitchen? Because that would look like a clear shot. Like
it's on Broadway.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. It again, nothing I thought about. So there is something magical about that beam because she saw it $800 later of dinner and drinks later, all gone. We could have had McDonald's and been fine.
It's like a kid.
Saw the beam, was as happy as can be. Start the drive home. Come around, get on 80. Baby, look. It's right there off to the side of us.
Yeah.
That goddamn beam, man.
It can't ever leave.
That
It
beam.
can never
Dame was
leave.
trying to destroy it last week.
I was trying to destroy it because of the sadness it invoked, because I had never seen the happiness that someone experiences when they see it for the first time.
Yeah.
And now I've seen it, and now the beam can go nowhere.
Yeah, I'm happy when I see it for the 60th
No,
time.
no, that's true too.
This is phenomenal. And tonight is one of those nights. Tonight is one of those nights. I think this is the last opportunity that we get to see the beam during an A's. Well, maybe it's not actually during an A's home game. Hopefully it's not, right? Like hopefully you have a few more opportunities. But regular season wise, this is the last time where, oh, here we are at Sutter Health Park. Ben Ross is done crapping on this place. Let me tell you about what we see in the distance. We see, look at the beam right there. Yeah. This is the last opportunity for that to happen in real time. Because Wednesday, the Tower Bridge doubleheader that people hate so much.
Yeah, they're really upset.
That is
about
a day game for the A's.
Well, it's a better experience than what I spent. Much more.
But the experience, right?
Oh, it was nice.
Yeah,
it was nice.
If you have the means, and not many of us have the means like D'Lo, so I don't know if we're ever going to get the experience.
Yeah, I haven't reached the point in life where I get to pay for experience. We got to eat today, brother. I need these leftovers too, actually.
But I would love to have the experience.
The Lodi Wine Festival was terrific too. We did that on Saturday.
Good weather and everything.
Drive to Lodi. Yep, misjudged that.
When you say
it was warm,
it's always funny.
It's
like when you say a long drive to Lodi. I'm like, no, it's not.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh right. Of course. Yeah. For you,
but I forget. Like
that was hella far for us.
That's an hour. That's an hour. It's
Man,
probably,
that was because of the never-ending traffic on 65. I think it took, and there was an accident that wasn't even on our side. Everyone was just looking at it. I think it was like an hour 20 minutes.
Wow.
The drive home at 6 o'clock on Saturday, 5 o'clock.
45
minutes. It was an hour. It was about.
Oh,
I think when we got in the car, it said 58 minutes or whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But it looked dope.
No, it was great. We had a funny social media moment where we were working on this reel, and we had posted pictures at the kitchen and whatever. We had posted pictures of at the wine festival. We were working at the wine festival, but that reel sparked a lot of questions. I'll tell you about it. It was funny. I thought it was funny. We'll come back. She wasn't ready for it. Like she was completely shocked by it. Hard launch. It's the term I kept hearing. It's a hard launch. Epic collapse or epic comeback.
I mean, it was funny, but hard launch. It's good.
I'm not gonna lie. Like there was a lot of things we played through, so we'll just leave it be, and we'll resume the game when we get back.
Oh, don't act like you changing the officiating.
I'm
for
gonna
me.
call it timeout, so they can maybe see. Hey, do you want to review that?
All right.
Hey,
no, that's fine.
Hey,
no,
I
go
learned
ahead
from the Cavs.
Go ahead, Courtney Kirkland. Go review it. We'll be back.
Talking about the beam is special and all that.
It is, though. It is. It can never leave.
We'll get the last 2-minute report ready.
I'm watching. All right. There's nothing else on. Well, let me see. Maybe there is. But anyway, I'm watching Missouri State versus Southern Illinois baseball.
Jeez, why don't you just watch the Yankees and Tigers game?
They're on right now. I was just about to say. I didn't. Well, usually everybody's had their opening day, so
that's the only game on right now. Shout out Tigers.
I'll turn that on. But this kid, he's the pitcher. His hat falls off every time he pitches.
That's
every pitch. And I'm like, this has got to be something. This has got to be some kind of penalty or something. I'm sick of seeing this.
If I'm the coach, like, buddy, figure it out.
Every pitch. What's wrong with this guy?
Shout out to my boy Scooter. Scooter, we made it. We passed this morning. Scooter out there working for 5 days straight. That man finished that goddamn fence at like 7 o'clock last night.
There we go.
Shout out to Scooter, man.
Shout out Scooter, man.
Appreciate
Hey.
We made it. The guy the inspector was even like, All right, got the alarms in. Everything's on the door. Fence line's good. All right, man. Congratulations. And that was it. Took like 10 seconds. Went to high school with the guy.
Oh, yeah. El Camino, stand up.
Yes, indeed.
Did you big time him like you did Katie?
I didn't big time Katie. I didn't
Like
big time
you
anybody.
big time Katie and Ebro?
What? What is going on?
Like you big time Derek Lee? Like, watch out, D. Lee. Move.
I didn't even go to school at the same time Derek did. Derek graduated with my sister. What? Yeah, Scooter for the win for sure. For sure. I don't know what the flex is, Jordan, but my man. We should probably touch on the Stockton Kings at some point.
Hey, big ups to him.
Nick, they should probably add another one. They should probably add it. Maybe two of them. Two of them if you plan on drinking. I don't even know that this is an interesting on-air story, so I'll just share it here.
Oh, probably is.
Okay.
It probably is. Listen to me. I always bring the best stories on air. Not once have I said, I didn't know if it'd be good enough for radio.
Not one time, huh?
Not once.
Okay. All right, 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. You said Joe? I already forgot. You said it like 2 seconds ago. Joe wanted to talk Kings. Joe, what's up, man?
What's up, KC and D-Lo?
What's going on, Joe?
What's going on, big dog?
Hey, KC.
Yes, sir.
You know my buddy Frank, man. He does dialysis. He called you, man. Hey, I had a great prop bet this morning, but James and Kyle didn't let me on the air. I had Judge, base hit, RBI. Just picked it up. Had a winner.
There you go. All right, man. I see you.
Judge is paying off this year.
He is, man. He is. He's the positive Tyrese.
Yeah, then I called Mr. Ham on Friday and told him he was all panicking the Kings. I told him, hey, here's how it's going to go, Mr. Ham. The Mavs are going to lose 2 to the Clippers. Kings are winning Friday and Sunday, and they thought I was crazy.
You know what? I remember hearing that, Joe. I remember hearing that.
To be fair, Joe, I might have thought you were too.
Well, this is our guy, Joe, who fooled Spurs Reporter. So, yeah, Joe, good weekend, big dog.
Spurs Reporter is still trying to get a hold of our boss.
I couldn't imagine being a grown person. Like, I need to talk to your manager.
I demand to speak to a manager because you were mean to me on social media.
How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Like, what do you expect to happen at that point? Like, yeah, you talked to Charlie. Now what?
Charlie would walk in like, you won't believe this jackass called me.
Nobody cares.
You could call Aaron Miller, and Miller would be like, you won't believe this jackass that called me.
What is your actual name, by the way?
Spurs Reporter.
So now Joe brings up a good point, though, because Aaron Judge. You put Aaron Judge in his lineup, won a couple dollars.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Prize Picks got you covered. And there's a lot going on with Prize Picks right now. We talk about it from time to time. I won a couple dollars on it last week. Taco Tuesday is tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
And I mean, I had John Moran on that Taco Tuesday last week. Easy work. Flex Friday. I know Katrina is really big on the Flex Friday.
Yep.
That's still there. And then obviously you just got a number of different games. The Masters. You know what? I think I'm gonna put somebody. Yeah, the Masters, the golf tournament.
Yep.
The golf.
No, I got you. The golf tournament.
I think I'm gonna have somebody in my lineup for the 2025 Masters. I think should I put Ernie Els in there?
Really?
Yeah, Ernie Els. Should I?
Are you just saying
Greg
names?
Norman? Greg Norman.
Nope.
That's what I should put.
No.
Arnold
Lee,
Palmer.
No. Lee,
I'm gonna put Greg Norman in my
why don't
in the lineup for the Masters.
Why don't you just leave them? Why don't you? Boy, it is just odd hearing you.
VJ Singh. Should I put
Shout out
VJ
VJ Singh.
Well, you put VJ in there.
I used to play with him in PGA Tour.
Shout out my boy Chichi Rodriguez. You know what I mean? I'll put him in there too.
I don't
Sergio
think-
Garcia, another golfer.
Remember when he spit in the cup?
Sergio did that.
Yeah.
They hated Sergio.
Yeah, because
Sergio had an attitude.
Yeah,
He was mad because he wasn't Tiger.
he was supposed to be next, and he wasn't next. I think Rory passed him up real quick. Rory McIlroy. No, he's gonna be in the Masters. But yeah, you've got all of that. you got all of
golf
that.
show.
Ricky
Fowler as well, maybe.
Ricky
Hey,
Fowler.
shout out to Alex Ovechkin too for
Hey, he broke the record.
becoming a broke the record. Huh?
Big ups to Ovi, as they call him.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
The grade 8.
Yeah, the grade 8. I saw his top 10 goals on Sports Center on Friday. So yeah, but shout out to
Broke it in
Alexander
the
Ovechkin.
same amount of games as Gretzky too, by the way.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of
That
wild.
is amazing, man. But yeah,
Does
all
that make him the greatest?
no?
No,
because he don't have the
Gretzky's got every other
championships.
record.
And I think Gretzky's he's like Jerry Rice.
That's what it
comes
feels
to,
like.
When it comes
Yeah,
to
yeah.
points, right?
Yeah.
Points is
Something like
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Ovechkin as sure. But yeah, you can have all that on your lineup.
You gonna put some? You gonna put hockey in it too?
Yeah, I'm
Do hockey and the Masters in one lineup.
Casey's
Thursday,
a big Macklin Celebrini guy.
on Thursday. Yes, because that's the start of the Masters on Thursday. Yeah, Kings don't play either for sure. It's going to be 2025 Masters and NHL hockey for your boy. And hell, dying sport. Well, golf isn't dying.
Can we
but
call it-
let's just put baseball in there too.
Can we call it the White Party? Casey's White Party on Thursday.
Yes, that's
right.
what we'll call it. Thursday is going down, man.
The White Party.
But tonight we got Bean Money. Lineup's not ready yet, but it will be
okay.
ready soon because it's a 4:00 game. So I'll have that for you. But yeah, download the Prize Picks app.
Man,
What you see?
no, I don't. How would you even pick the Kings tonight? With everything we just talked about, with the way that the Big Three played, the way that they played collectively against Cleveland,
Yeah.
knowing this is the second night of a back-to-back, knowing this is a, the final game of the road trip, knowing the minutes those guys played, knowing it's a really good Detroit team. Like, how would you even?
Feels like a last game.
Man, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, let me
But
run.
somebody's got to, like, they're not going to lose by 30 tonight, right?
DeMar scored.
You never
DeMar
know.
scored 20 plus.
That's true. You never know.
Okay,
That feels
All
like the
right.
safest bet.
DeMar DeRozan 22.5.
Give me the less on the bonus combined, whatever it is.
Well, hold on, we'll get there. DeMar DeRozan 22.5.
22
Yeah, I'll take
and a
DeMar on
half.
that.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the Jesse
Really?
lineup today. I'm going with the Jesse lineup. I'm gonna go more. DeMontis Sabonis 38 points, rebounds, and assists.
Is Jalen Durham playing today?
I don't know. I'm assuming. Yeah, he is.
I'll take the less.
I'm gonna go with the Jesse line. I'm putting less on that.
Wow.
Let's
Zach
see.
Levine's at 20 and a half.
What, shots or?
Damn. No points. So, well, before you, Zach Levine, Demon Money is 24 and a half. This is on the heels of 37 and what was the other one? 28?
Yeah.
I'd say less on that.
Well, you can't do less. That's the demon.
Yeah, you just stay away
Only
or
less,
I'd stay away from that.
the
though.
only less you can do is 20 and a half.
What about this demon for Zach Levine? 3.5 3-pointers made.
Oh, you got to talk to Jesse.
Bro, I don't know. I feel like he got all the shots up
today.
yesterday. As far as I'm concerned, he's taking 12 today.
So stay away from 3.5 3-pointers made.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Zach just ain't going to be on the board.
I'd say just take the less on that, too.
Jalen Duren, 13.5 points.
Sure. Let's go more. I don't know.
Oh, Jesse might lose me money today.
I might. Hey, there's no rhyme or reason to make
The
it.
Durham-
More, less, more.
The Durham Demon is 19.5.
That's a stay away. I don't think you'll have 19.5.
Scared money.
He's scored the reason why it's the Demon is in 4 of his last 5 games, he has only gotten 16 points or
Well, who's locking
or
up
less.
Jalen Duren, too?
I assume Keegan's out.
It's 6 dunks right
Yeah.
there.
That's an assumption.
6 dunks and a free throw.
All right. Well, I've got
Well,
B
it's
Money
the Jesse lineup.
B Money will be up soon. I've got it. It's the Jesse lineup.
Beam Money will be up soon. You over here reviewing my calls, and you over here talking about.
Go back
Beam
and watch
Money.
your segment, pal, and you'll realize.
Oh, just because I said the beam a couple of times, just because I said Katie's never seen the beam before, doesn't mean you got to throw a flag.
Download the Prize Picks app. Put the promo code KIFM in there, and you get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
It's looking kind of bad for our guy. He's not even sending like the copy at this point. Like, what is this?
Well, why should he?
This is emojis.
This wasn't even a game up until a couple of days ago. Y'all
What
took his,
is that?
y'all
This isn't even the
took his
copy we sent you to
gimmick.
read.
Y'all literally just took his gimmick. Kyle out here like fake Diesel and fake Razor.
Zable's got the run your game yips.
Yes. He can't even type it in right.
Oh man.
This is run your game, man. That's it.
The killer is he's tied for first place. Him and Kyle, they both got 2.
Tied for first place is ridiculous.
Come on, Zay. I believe in you, brother. I believe in you.
No, he called himself Zabo Herder.
Oh man.
Zabon.
Oh my
Zay-
God.
Zabo ain't been the
Zabo
same since the 3-point contest.
Ever since I said, hey, maybe I'll open it up and have somebody else's run your game in there. He ain't been able to make a shot.
Hey, maybe we'll let Chris Duarte start this one time. Who knows?
Kyle Duarte.
Kyle Duarte can't even hit a 3.
Well, wait. In this scenario, doesn't that make you Mike Brown?
Oh no. This show's got a shelf
Did
life.
you guys think through this analogy?
I'm here for.
Man.
I'm here soon, man. Come on, man. It could get nasty for you.
I won't
boy.
play for anyone else besides Kenny. I won't.
I'm gonna be
KC Brown
man.
putting too much pressure on me, says Zabo.
I'm gonna mess up telling a story, and Casey's gonna call me out on it. He's gonna be fired the next day. And then me and Jesse are gonna have to come in here and pretend like it didn't happen. For 48 days or whatever, we got to
I'm gonna be
come
all
in here.
pissed off at Aaron Miller because we didn't do a press conference
Yeah.
over it.
And then James Ham is going to be traded, and then we have to address it.
Yeah. Send me to San Antonio.
Damn shame.
Well, man, hopefully I'll still get paid.
Well, Mike's getting paid. Mike can go to the kitchen anytime he wants
I
to.
feel bad for him. He's still getting his millions.
Mike getting $30 million. That's crazy.
That's the dream.
And salute to him. I'm not saying bad, but that's a lot of money to like.
To
You
work.
almost didn't see any.
Mike
like,
worked 31 games for that money.
What is Monty Williams getting?
A lot more
Yeah,
than
I'm sure
Mike.
there's got to be a lot
What
more.
was his
A
number?
lot.
Was it
Wasn't it 12? No, like per?
Yeah, he was like 6 years,
Yeah.
12
Yeah,
per at
it's-
least.
it's
Might have been
like-
13.
Yeah, it was
and he got fired after the
first year. Yep.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably tank after the first year and just try to get him to fire me. Send me home with
Wow.
$100 million for
Forget
5
this.
years of my life.
Forget this playing nonsense. I'm a
It's
Razor.
the Pistons. I couldn't do it.
coach.
Just fire me.
Well, the next guy did it.
Yeah, but they
The
forgot about
Pistons
me.
are legit.
They are.
The Pistons are legit.
They are, man. Good team. Good ball club. Cade is. I don't remember. Let me see their last game because I know Cade was out against. Who did they play and he was out? Oklahoma City on Wednesday. So let me see if he's come back since then. Raptors, Grizzlies. Yeah, Cade is back. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, he's not even on the injury report.
Yeah.
Jalen is on. He's listed as questionable. Tobias Harris is listed as questionable. Yeah, those are the players of significance. Keegan's listed as questionable, by the way.
I think
he is not listed as out. He's listed as questionable.
I think I saw something James tweeted out that Keon Ellis is questionable.
That's correct. He has right hand soreness.
Tape it up.
Throw some ice on there.
Yeah, tape it up, big dog.
Can't be without both of them.
Right.
Yeah, can't be.
And
without
Laravia's still not playing, huh?
Laravia has a brace on his hand. Oh, people caught that yesterday. They said what they say? Laravia was 7 to 10 days.
Yeah,
that man has a brace.
Jamal Murray Laravia. All of a sudden, he's just out.
Doug Christie he hurt. Not day to day. He's hurt.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, they do need.
They're gonna need either
two,
Keon.
like you said.
They're gonna need one or the other.
And Keegan was back soreness, right? Back stiffness or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, yeah. They need one of those guys out there, especially when you're talking about Tim Hardaway Jr., Azur Thompson, obviously K.
Tim Hardaway's had I noticed because I was looking at Prize Picks. Tim Hardaway's had a nice little stretch of like 5 games.
Yeah, I've always liked this game, man.
We need Pistons versus Pacers. Now that you mentioned Tim Hardaway.
Oh, I just thought about
Yeah.
it. What's the
is that the matchup right now?
It could happen right now. The Pistons are 6th. Like they got to get up to 5.
And
because the Pacers are 4.
4th, I believe. Like,
the Pacers aren't moving up.
Yeah.
Shout out.
And the Pacers aren't moving down either.
Yeah,
so it's really Detroit and
my boys need to just go ahead and tank a couple.
Who's your boys?
Jalen, the Knicks, man. Come on now.
All right, man.
Still doing that.
Take a couple and let the Indiana get up there.
Well, no, you do.
Well, the Pistons. The Pistons are more likely to catch the Bucks. Than all of that. That's
Bucks,
a game
Knicks,
difference.
Yeah, Bucks, Knicks, and then boom, Pacers,
you guys right.
Yeah, this is not the East is not like the West. Like 1 is set, 2 is basically set.
Well, look, the 2. Well, outside.
Well, 2 is definitely set. 1 is not. It's not officially set, but 1 and 2 are going to be what they are.
Outside of 1, 2, and 3, those won't change.
Yeah,
but they, how in the West, the back end of the playoff teams and the play-in bleed into each other, so they're close.
Yeah,
no, there's a distinct line.
Very distinct.
It's very close, 4 to 6, and then it's very close, 7 to 10.
Well defined tiers here.
The 7 seed Orlando Magic have the same record as the Sacramento Kings.
Man, they got it,
and they are 5 games behind Detroit.
But
so Detroit and Milwaukee are that's really the only playoff position that can switch.
Yeah,
Detroit can move to 5 and Milwaukee can move to 6, but that's really it.
Play-in,
the play-in can move around.
Yeah,
the play-in can definitely move around, and the way the West shakes out is going to change day to day. It is going to change every single day.
And there's not much going on tonight. I think there's only 2 games. It's Kings-Pistons and then
Heat Sixers.
I wonder, just because of how bad it's gone, like they're 3 back. Well, I guess they're only 2.5 back. Yeah, they're 2.5 back from Dallas. Does KD just go, I'm out?
Not if there's still something to play for, I think. KD seems
There's
like
barely something to play for right now. Like they're hanging by a string.
Right.
And KD's not back is the point. Like it's not like
if he was coming back Tuesday, then all right, maybe I don't think he's coming back Tuesday.
Like if KD is targeting Sunday at the Golden One Center, you probably are eliminated by that.
I'll say if he felt 100% and there was still something to play for, I think he would, but I don't think he's gonna force it at 75 or anything like that.
Right. I agree with that. I agree.
I guess just as we were talking about it, the Kings sent out an update on Jake LaRavia. Jake LaRavia is progressing through the return to play process after being diagnosed with a Okay, a hurt thumb. I'm not trying to read that. Laravia has been cleared for light on-court workouts, and medical updates will be provided as appropriate. He's not. It doesn't light on-court workouts. He's not close to returning. The man had a brace on yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Well, shout out to the Kings for listening and getting this sent out to everybody.
They've been known to listen.
Literally, as we were.
D'Lo and KC putting things in motion again.
D'Lo and KC were talking about Jake Laravia. Hey, did we send out that update? No? Oh, let's get that out there.
It's right there in the drafts.
Send this out to everybody. Send this to James Ham and Sean Cunningham. Are we back to using new graphics? I'm looking at this one of Zach Levine.
They're all new. Yeah, they're all new. Yeah.
We got new hashtag new graphic season.
Zach Levine, he got the cover, the SI cover after that game.
Oh, it's more like a game day cover.
Game day cover. Good call. Yeah. See what happens, man. Let's see what happens. I'm anxious. Well, before, never mind. I won't even say no more. But Kings-Pistons 4:00 start. Right when we get done on ESPN 1320, it's game time. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Once again, your de facto pregame show for the Kings game today.
Phoenix got Golden State tomorrow.
Golden State kind of got handled by the Rockets last night.
Man, I'm a boy.
And they did.
Chippy. Yeah, they did. That was that. How many? Drew down. How many was it? I think they had won 4 straight up until that point.
I was watching the game from the little bar and lounge on Friday. I was like, damn, the Warriors really might be able to make a move because they handled Denver. Steph was going crazy. And it's like, dang, they might really be able to make a move. And I'm not, just because they lost the game, I'm not gonna switch up and think they're like no good anymore. But
well, I think they believe it too.
Yeah.
It's not just a matter, we're playing good ball, like Steph acknowledged, like we're playing like high level basketball right now.
Are we selling Houston short?
Yes.
I'm not selling them short. I'm just not buying. Like selling them short is what, like as a contender?
They could win a couple series.
Sure.
They would.
I don't think they can represent the West.
No, I wouldn't predict that either.
I'd be a little surprised if they were in the conference finals.
Are we sure they can't represent the West? I mean, they've been kind of maintaining
right now they would play Memphis or Minnesota in the first round.
They can get either team, but the same way we really probably Memphis or Minnesota could get them as well, though.
Memphis or Minnesota.
Next one would be the Lakers or the Warriors or one of those types.
I don't like them in either one of those.
It's pre-Jimmy. I think they're like they might be 2-2 because I remember they lost the game to Golden State. They're like either 2-1 or I can find out. They've played well against the Warriors this year though. But once again, a lot of those were pre-Jimmy. But they beat them last night in Golden State. Warriors were playing good basketball going into that game. So it's not like you got them struggling. I don't know. I like I said, I'm with you. I wouldn't pick them to get to to represent the Western Conference or anything, but 52-27 on the season. They're 2-2 with the Warriors.
Yeah,
or they're 3-2. They're actually 2-3. Excuse me.
So what?
They had a playing game in there, or excuse me, in-season tournament game in there that they won.
What's their defining quality? Their toughness?
Yeah.
Like,
I think that was kind of on display yesterday. Like they had Steph a little bit flustered and all that Ime was talking about.
Amen. That's they attribute
that is their guy.
Steph's rough night to Amen. And I think a guy like that, even though he's a young guy, maybe it won't click right away this playoff season. That's a guy in the playoffs that can kind of just really mess things up because the game slows down. It's a half-court situation. And having to deal with him in the half court is a problem. Is an absolute problem. And I think they're actually probably designed to to play a little bit more of a half-court type game, playoff type game once you get there. I don't know about them, so I'm not gonna make no predictions about them, but I feel I'll speak for myself. I just kind of yeah, Houston's there. They might be able to get a couple series. Belo and JC in Houston probably believe they can get to the Western Conference Finals. Things would have to break right, matchups, all this other stuff, but it's not inconceivable.
Okay.
You think they got it in? I mean, obviously anything could happen, but just speaking, you think they could get to the Western Conference Finals?
Nah.
I feel like the ceiling for them is one series win.
Yeah.
Two would catch me a little bit by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we talking 4 wins in a 7-game stretch against a team that's won 48 games, 47. Like, those aren't insurmountable numbers. I'd be surprised though.
I would too.
Yeah,
I would be
surprised. I don't know though. Like, how much would be surprising? Like this, when you really, I guess Oklahoma City has been so far and away regular season record wise. For some people, Oklahoma City falling short would be maybe falling short at least of the conference finals would be a shock. But really, would anything else be super surprising?
Doesn't feel like it.
Memphis just fell.
Right.
Like, they just got to this position. In reality, Sacramento would be the biggest surprise of all of them. Dallas would be.
Right.
Dallas, if Dallas knocks off Sacramento and then goes on to make a run, that would be more surprising than Sacramento.
You think so?
Well, only because you traded Kyrie. You traded Luka. Yeah. You lost Kyrie. No one thought Anthony Davis was even going to play for you like this year after the first half or whatever that he played.
Not that it's like, something that it's just you go by this, but nationally, you think people will be more surprised with a Dallas run or a Kings run? I feel like they'd be more surprised.
Probably a Kings run,
because they always say, "Well, AD," and if AD's there, they justify it in that respect, even though they did lose Kyrie. Kings, I just think they don't even think about the Kings. I shouldn't even say they think they're sorry. They don't even think about them at all.
Kings would be like the most improbable finals run of all time if they made that. Like, I'm being dead serious. Be like, oh my God, how do they do this?
No, it's probably true.
Kings would be the most improbable first round run.
If the Kings knock off the Thunder in the first round, it might be the biggest upset of all time.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Thunder
with
got
that.
Denver beat Seattle, like that. That's up there. Yeah, that was Dallas, right?
Yeah,
that was Dirk's MVP season. Well, Shea's MVP season. I don't know. Jesse might be on to something right there, because I know that We Believe Warriors didn't fire their coach. Didn't trade their franchise player. And didn't have their fan base wanting to kill each other at least 10 times throughout the season.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Collapse or comeback? Is it a distinction without a difference? Either way, we got a classic over the weekend in Gino's most improbable title yet. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know what? Let's go ahead and make that move right now. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the dope ones. Big ups to Jordan Brand. They intertwined. You know the vibes, man. And over the weekend, I had a couple fights that I talked about on Friday. But the one that I was able to watch was the one with Tim Tszyu I wanted to check that out. Going up against Joey Spencer in Australia. Tim Tszyu, after 2 bad losses in America, went back to Australia to get right. And he did just that. A stoppage. When was the stoppage? I had it right here. I think it was in the 4th round. Can't even see it right now. But I think it was a fourth or 5th round stoppage. Spencer's team threw in the towel. And Tszyu was just punishing the man. It was much needed. That's what he needed to do. That's what I needed to see from him. Handle business the way he did. After the fight, he calls out Keith Thurman. He says he wants that. I think that's a good fight for him as well. Thurman coming off a nice little win of his own, nice little knockout of his own. They were supposed to fight years ago. Let's get back at it. Tim Tszyu trying to get back up the reins, the championship reins in that division. Can he do it? Can he be a champion again? I don't know how he would beat Fundora again. You know, I don't know how that would happen. I don't even know if he'd be able to beat an Errol Spence. Again, his defense is just a little too spotty, but he's fun to watch. And he handled business on Sunday, and that was much needed for him. So salute to Tim Tszyu. We'll see if you get that Keith Thurman fight next. It's the one that makes sense for both guys. Yeah, make it happen.
Oh, man, I crashed the Tim Tszyu video. Crap.
That's your boy, Tim Tszyu.
Tim Tszyu viewers.
Tim Tszyu. Good looking on the peanut M&Ms. What up, Leezy? Hey, Leezy, we need to make that connection, big dog. We need to make that connection. Way late, big dog. Way late. Bin level of late for this one. Try again tomorrow.
We saw a classic over the weekend. We've got a national championship game tonight, and Cooper Flagg ain't going to be a part of it. An 11-1 run in the final 74 seconds.
Wow.
Of that Duke-Houston game. And, man, Houston walks away with a berth in the national championship.
So I was unavailable for both games. At the wedding, and I wasn't going to check the score there. Although one of the homies, he had the game up, the Florida-Auburn game. He had it up during the cocktail hour. I was like, nah, I'm just going to, chill out. And I had to go back to the room for a quick second, and that's when I pulled up the score. And I pulled up the game, and I saw Duke's final Hail Mary attempt.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh man. They lost 70-67. And Reese, he's in one of the tournament pools or whatever. He had Duke winning it. So he was like kind of invested. He was like, yo, I need them to get to the champ, win it and everything. So he texted me and he said Duke lost. And mind you, this is the first I'm seeing it because we were in a cave too for like the reception. So
what?
We were in a cave. It was fire. It was fire. We didn't get to that in a second.
What do you mean you were in a cave?
No, we can get to that now.
It was the reception was in a cave. It was fire though.
Like where? Where can I book a cave?
At
Jesse's getting married. Maybe he wants to get married.
Maybe I
want to
get married in a cave now.
Well,
Are caves even still a thing?
I guess here at the Meritage. Yeah, go to the Meritage, the resort and spa. Dr. David probably knows about it, but it was fire.
Mhm.
It was fire. So I say that to say there was
Yeah.
no reception. So Reese texts me and he goes, Duke lost. I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry to hear about that, buddy. But I'm trying to, get out of this kid's system. He's like, the refs were awful in that final minute. I was like, sorry to hear that. Well, whatever. He sends the video.
Wow. Poor kid just pouring his heart out to dad, and he's like, all right, Squirt, leave me alone.
He sends
get away from me, little fella. I
Beat a
gotta get back to my cave. All right. I'm at a party in a cave.
He sends the video, a TikTok of Cooper Flagg's over the back call. He's like, this is what I'm talking about. I go, that seemed like a rough call. I'm like, that's just all too bad. Like I said, I saw the final play, saw that. Reese is telling me to rep. That's just too bad. And then I go back to the reception. Everything's good. I settle down for the night, and I see what actually happened.
Yeah.
And I say, I couldn't wait to talk to him the next morning. Don't you dare talk to me about the referees. These guys were up 6 with 11 seconds to go? Wow. That's because of the turnover, because of I want to go back. I hadn't had a chance to go back and watch the game. Did they get 2 free throws on the technical? They got 2 free throws, right? So they made 1 of 2?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Can't lose that game. I ain't going to go crazy on the kids or nothing like that. Things happen, but the turnovers, the missed free throws, man, you can't lose that game, bro. That was crazy to see. Crazy.
Well, I was going to get to this in my own way, but why bother? Let your boy talk. Go ahead.
Jonathan from Connecticut is back, baby. We're ready to roll. UConn, UConn.
I mean,
basketball capital of the world, baby. Stores, Connecticut. The men don't win. Don't worry. Gino says, I got you. I got my girl Paige. I got my girl Az. I got my girl Sarah Strong. And we're going to bring a championship back to the basketball capital of the world.
All right, well, let's settle down.
Connecticut. Let's go Huskies, baby.
There's a little Dick Vitale.
Are you proud of yourself for this?
I've been waiting 24 hours for this.
Okay.
I've been thinking about this since I saw Gino and Paige hug at midcourt yesterday. What was I going to do? How are we going to make sure everybody knows that Jonathan from Connecticut is extremely happy about another UConn win?
That was a beatdown. That was 2 beatdowns of SC during the season. They beat them in Columbia earlier in the regular season, and then in the championship game. Just took my girls out to the woodshed, man. Damn.
Hey, they've been playing I'll be honest. They might be the 2 seed, but they were playing the best basketball heading into the tournament, and then they proved it. And of course, the Sweet 16 and Elite Eight, where Paige had, of course, 2 30-point performances. But they were playing extremely well. The girl I really want to talk about, which I don't think people are talking about enough, is the freshman of the year in Sarah Strong. That girl looked incredible yesterday. She's 18 years old, 18, and just on the biggest stage did some incredible things, especially throughout this tournament. That girl is going to be a problem with a capital P for the next 3 years in stores. I'm excited to see what Sarah Strong turns into. And then AJ Flood, man, she's got a bag. Like,
it's coming back too.
Defensively, like just like no other, and able to be a little shifty with it. Like, I don't know. It was a very, very impressive win. Not only the blowout, in the Final Four game, but also in the championship game for UConn.
Yeah, Sarah should have been a Blue Devil. That's the only bad thing about that.
No. Cooper Flagg should have been a Husky instead of a Blue Devil. Let's just make sure. He would be playing on the national championship game tonight if he was with Dan Hurley.
Probably would have cursed Dan Hurley out. Like, Get out of my face.
Somebody won't play for Dan Hurley. He lost his luster now that he's not a champion. Now you're just a loser that loses in the tournament. Go yell at someone else. So I'll tell you this, John from Connecticut. There is a coach that I will root for Gino when he's playing them. I didn't think that coach existed, but when that game started, I sat down and I thought, huh. Go Huskies.
I'm the only one that's upset here because my girls in South Carolina took the loss, man. They took the loss.
You see South Carolina's coaching staff, by the way, they couldn't figure out what to do.
All I saw was their head coach bitching and complaining about the way that her team is covered.
Straight up.
Like, if you're not complaining, like, if she's not complaining, she's not talking. She thinks she's growing the game, but all she don't fall for this growing the game stuff that all she's doing, she's talking about her program. It's a recruiting tactic. Salutes, like the jerseys in the background. She's doing her thing. Go Gino. I die. A small percentage. It's like I'm like a video game life where you have like the life meter, and every time I say go Gino, it like I lose life. Every time I say go Huskies, I lose life. If this segment goes on any longer, I'm gonna be dead. It's gonna be Jake and KC.
You can't make this up. Can't make it up, fam.
Congratulations, my man.
Thank you, guys. It's a wonderful day. It really is.
Okay.
Hey, and real quick, you tonight, right?
Yeah, I would say tonight it's going to be even better. Like, I think get your popcorn pop, fam. We've talked about this since last week with KC on the show. Houston looked incredibly well against Duke, and I know Duke. They fluttered in the final 4 minutes of that game, and I think it has a lot to do with the freshmen they have on that team. But what Houston's doing with Sampson is just absolutely incredible. And then the flip side of things, like, the player of the tournament is Walter Clayton Jr. Like, that dude has skyrocketed his stock up into maybe a top 5 pick in this year's upcoming NBA draft, just the way he's played. Like, he has a little Dame in him, a little Steph in him as well. So Florida's looking good. Like, we are going to have a great national championship game tonight on CBS. Starts around 5 o'clock, sports section with Coach Katz at 8 o'clock tonight. But March Madness, people have been upset, and I've talked to people like, hey, we haven't had any Cinderella stories or incredible games or anything like that. Well, guys, here's the thing. It all waited to the Final Four national championship game. Both those Final Four games were incredible. And I think tonight's Natty is going to be the same exact thing. You've got 4 incredible programs, all the number 1 picks. I think the selection committee did it right this year. And now, because of that, we're going to have 2 just top dog programs going at it, trying to win a national championship tonight. And we're excited for it here on CBS 13. And I'm going to go on vacation because I need some time off.
Been grinding, man. Been grinding, absolutely,
man.
Deserved.
Appreciate you, Jake. Thank you, my friend. Congratulations.
Hey, great night, guys. Go Huskies. Go
okay.
Huskies.
All right,
cut him off.
Settle
Just
down.
hang up
Settle
on him.
down. I let it happen before, but we don't need to run it back.
Shout out to John from Connecticut.
Shout out, John.
All right, John.
The only thing, and I don't know how we ever go backwards, is they have to get these Final Fours out of the domes. They won't, because they just make money.
Yeah.
But it's just
But I think too, you have to, because it's not just the money you're making. If you go back to a stadium, an arena, do you know how many of those seats are occupied by State Farm, by sponsor this, sponsor that, like, it is thousands upon thousands upon thousands of seats. You go back to an arena, people can't go. You got so many comp tickets for them people, like, people can't go. That's one of the big reasons these stadiums exist for this event.
Understandable, but some of these sight lines and these views, like, why would I want to be there?
Oh, I have no idea.
Like what? Like,
yeah,
we talk about the people.
It ain't for me.
I can go to San Antonio. I don't want to go.
Yeah.
Like, what am I doing sitting?
It's awful
There.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand you. I hear you on that one, because
I wouldn't want to be there.
Corporations and all this other stuff, but
because corporate Jake from State Farm has my seat.
Right. Right.
And then Jake from State Farm's 4 friends and the 8 employees that came with them, and then the ad people, and then the marketing people, and then the contact people for the marketing people. And that's just the State Farm section.
They had a Worldwide WAP. He does, one of those things talking about rate my seat or something like that. And he had one, somebody sent him one from the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this is second deck. I'm gonna send it to you guys right now. I guess this is second deck, but it's not even like, it doesn't even look like it's in the rafters. But this is trash. Like why would I want to go to a basketball game like this? It's just a waste of time. And then, okay.
Oh God.
Maybe give me the tickets, or if it's $20 ticket, cool. But I don't know if do they have $20 tickets at the Final Four?
I mean, I'm sure they do. And that maybe what we just saw is in fact it.
Yeah, no, this seat is trash.
No?
Full stop.
It's like, yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay.
Is this like paying for the experience at a dinner?
Well, one, I'm sure that ticket was a lot less expensive. But
because you're there at the national championship.
Yeah, some people might just want to be in the arena or the stadium. They just want to be there. They want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of the festivities.
When is it coming to Las Vegas again?
Is it scheduled?
Maybe not. I thought it was, but I could be wrong. That's the closest West seems to get. I remember hearing about this. SoFi, they can't have it there because it's not considered a dome, because they have openings. It's way above everything, but they have openings, so they can't play a basketball game there. They can't
in
play
case the wind blows.
I guess.
Okay.
It's so ridiculous. They should bypass that rule. But
well, it's ridiculous until the wind blows and
throw up a couple tarps. Will be
good. The cheapest ticket right now on Ticketmaster for tonight's game in the 300 section, which I barely even see the 300 section on this map.
Right.
Is $150.
Nope.
Section 307, row 26. That's high up.
Yeah, but think about, oh gosh, man.
Sitting with Sting up there.
Is that a resale ticket or a standard ticket?
It's a verified resale.
Okay, so that's somebody's ticket that they're probably either trying to, if they're not trying to make money off of it, they're at the very least trying to break even.
Yeah.
Because of the fees with Ticketmaster to sell their ticket. So it's up above face value. So you're probably looking at something closer. It still sounds like expensive. What'd you say? 100 and what?
150.
Yeah, maybe it falls.
Is there a way to
lower.
take off the verified resale?
There is.
Maybe some filters.
Yeah, but there might not be any.
Yeah.
Which is a bottle of wine for KC.
Yeah, it is. 2 glasses.
It's facts.
2 glasses for our guy right there.
Hey, I drank wine for 10 straight hours on Saturday.
Drank wine for 10 straight hours?
Yeah.
How was that? In the cave?
No, half of it was in the cave.
Oh.
We did some wine tasting on Saturday.
What was the place that you were at?
The Meritage.
Meritage.
In Napa. Very nice resort and spa. Saturday we
drank wine in the cave. It sounds wonderful.
It was good.
I believe it.
But we just went to one of the little the resort had some little wine tasting places there, and we had time to kill. We didn't have to drive nowhere, so let's do a little wine tasting. They gave us I thought it was going to be 4 different wines. It ended up being 6. And yeah, we had to stumble back over there and get dressed for the wedding. And then the wedding, during the reception, shout out to the Knoxes.
So the wedding was Saturday.
Okay. Shout out to the Knoxes, man. Shout out to my man Alan, my girl Shantae. Alan, the Bears fan. He got married over the weekend. Beautiful, beautiful wedding. But now we're in the cave, and during the reception, you know how they sometimes the servers, they look, oh, you're low on water. They come bring you some more water. That's what they were doing with wine. Oh, you're low on wine. Here, let's fill that glass up. And they did that about 3 or 4 times for me. So, and it was, like I said, I'd be sipping. So Nothing happened to me, but there's a lot of wine.
You should have had some popcorn with it. You would have been cooking.
Probably should have.
Man, I guess it was a great weekend for love. Our man Chris Biederman.
He did, man. Shout out Chris Biederman, man.
His wonderful wife Leanne from KCRA got married and had a funny moment where Chris texted me. He was like, "Hey, we're getting together like after the wedding and we're gonna be at Bar West. If you want to pull up." I was like, "Oh, that's nice." Like, all right, like Chris and I are friends. We're not super close. So it's like, yeah, that's nice. And then like, yeah, what time you guys be there, man? I'd love to come see you. It's about 10 o'clock. We'll probably be a little late. All right.
Come on, man. You got this. You should hit me up. Like, you got this. Come on.
So mind you, this was Saturday. This was the day of the Lodi Wine Festival. True. Where we were drinking wine all day.
Yeah.
So get home, make dinner. All right. I'm going to have to take a nap. Fell asleep for, literally just like a few minutes. And then it was like, all right, let's do this. Let's go. All right. We can go see our man Chris. I know Kyle's going to be there. Like it'd be fun. I'm sure there's a few people I know will be there. So we leave much later than we anticipated. We get there at like 10:40. Been to Bar West once.
Okay.
With my man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hosted the Eagles 49ers game.
Better times.
And shout out to my man, I think it was Corey, who at the Lodi Wine Festival goes, "Hey, don't you host a radio show?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, I met you guys at Bar West." It was just a random coincidence. Like, oh, that's great. He's like, "Do you remember me?" I was like, "Uh-huh. Yeah. Were you the drunk guy who was high-fiving us every 5 minutes?" So we're on the outside of Bar West. This is also, we had the Uber driver from hell who didn't know where he was going. He was like, "I don't know. I'm just going to drop you off here." And it's like, cool. All right, I'll get out here. I know where it's at. Go around the corner. It was like, it's right around the corner. We're fine. So we get to outside of Bar West. And it's like, all right, we got to go into Chris's wedding reception. Like, it's fine. No, or wedding after party, whatever. We get in line, got the windows. You're right out front.
Mm-hmm.
Katie spots the servers. I've never seen this before because it wasn't like this on Sunday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have clothes on. They're all in like lingerie.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
She was like, "So this is what we're doing?" I was like, "I didn't know." It's like, I'm going to guess Chris's thing is upstairs and we're not a part of this. So we have to go through just like we're going into the club. We get to the door. And before I can say anything, the girl goes, "Okay, it's $20 to get in." I was like, "Oh, sweetie, I am not paying $20 to go party with a bunch of children. We're part of the wedding thing upstairs." She goes, "Oh, great. Go on up." Go upstairs. Again, 10:45. Chris still isn't there. They're out taking pictures. They're doing their thing. So we get there, and first person I obviously spot is Kyle. I'll let Kyle tell his own story, but if there are 10 levels, Kyle's on 17. He's good. And when I start looking around, like, we're the only ones who didn't go to the wedding. Like, everyone still has their wedding attire on. And I thought, that was really sweet of Chris. He didn't want me at his wedding, but he wanted to make sure he saw me on his wedding day.
You texted the wrong person?
Well,
so
no, go ahead. Yeah.
So I guess hey, shout out Chris, open bar and pizza. We were good.
Hey, shout out Chris. That is a very creative way to get people that didn't make the cut to come enjoy your day with you.
And to be fair, and I told Katie this on the way, I was like, "No, I love Chris. Chris is a great guy. I wouldn't have paid $75 or $80 for us to come either."
Right.
Like each of us. Like, I wouldn't have done that
either. That wedding day, there are people that you really like.
Yep.
That can't make the cut.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that was very creative of him.
Yeah. Yeah. I was a last minute addition to Kenny's wedding, so like I get it.
You guys were not on the bubble of mine, by the way. You guys made the cut pretty easily.
Sir. Yes, sir.
We
I
excited for
love
that wedding.
weddings, man. I love weddings.
Are you getting married in a cave?
No, it'll be outside.
Well, the wedding was outside. The reception was in the cave.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Cave was booked that weekend.
Cave was fire. So it got a little dusty, man. I love, man. Got a little dusty.
Yeah,
You know, like I said,
understandable.
these two, I've seen their whole existence together. So to see them get to this moment and recanting stories, like I said, I'm not the close. There are people who were closer to them that have been there, but you know, I was there when he first met her, and you know, we watched the Super Bowl. We watched Falcons Patriots together over their apartment in LA, and just years later seeing them get to this point, it was great, man. Love weddings.
Love is a bit. So he lives here now, though, right?
He lives in Walnut Creek.
Oh, okay. Oh, he is rich.
Wow.
Oh man, am I the poorest person you know?
No, because you're not poor at all.
Man,
Not even close.
feels like it.
Not even close.
Goodness gracious.
So yeah,
I don't even think I'm allowed to walk through Walnut Creek.
he's doing his thing. He's doing his thing. But yeah, we met in LA working at the basketball facility, and almost when I moved back up here, they had a situation where I'm moving back up because she's from the Bay Area. So and we just kept hanging out the whole time, man. So that's my guy, man. Salute to him. Salute to the Knoxes. Big ups to him, man. When we return, we still got to talk about our weekend because you said there was what do you say, a hard release?
What the hell?
Hey, what? Hold on. That's way worse than what I said.
That's what he said.
That is way worse than what I said.
Flagg.
What did he say?
First of all, that's just gross.
I don't even think I'm gonna.
What is wrong with you?
What did he say? He said,
I don't know.
I thought that's what
I
he
didn't say that. The hell, bro? I didn't say that.
The hell does that even mean? What could that even mean?
That's what he said. Go back to hour one. That's what he said.
Oh, the show's done.
Launch. Man, bruh.
Well, hey, come on now.
Hey,
come on.
You need a timeout.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We'll be back. Man. Goodness gracious. Kenny Isaiah Stewart over here. Oh man, Zabo, that brown track looks so good. That is crazy. Release your game. Y'all are wild. That's funny. That's funny. Norm, what's good? Norm, thanks for posting that picture, man. I saw Q reposted that picture too on their IG, man. That's awesome. I appreciate you sharing that. I'm glad you guys had a good time. Damn, I drank this whole thing. That is terrific. Sorry, guys. There's a lot of activity going on at the house.
Oh, can someone tell the people at Barrett Sports that we have a new PD now?
Oh no, I didn't. What? I didn't even see it. What did it say?
No, we just got tagged. I guess they did an interview. PDX. They don't work here anymore.
Oh dear. Oh dear. That's the leader in sports media journalism, though, huh?
That's what they say.
All right, pal. Oh no, what do say, Miguel? I missed it. I had the pregame on, but I think the postgame. I think I was cooking or something at the time. What would I miss? Jesse having flashbacks. Oh, wow. It's D'Lo and Isaiah Stewart over here. He just picking up personal fouls.
What did you say Damian had to do? What did you tease?
Well, now that I know he didn't say it, I'm not going to say it again.
I can't believe you said it the first time.
Well, I thought that's what he said.
Bro, that's pretty crazy.
The first time.
I would have said, hey, Dame, what did you say you had to tease?
Yeah, Jesse would have thrown me out if I had said that the first time. No, we were at the payoff to that is we were at the Lodi Wine Festival. Katie and I were at the Lodi Wine Festival, and she was representing 106.5. I was like there with her, but it's like, oh, I'm here. I'll do some stuff for 102.5. Mm-hmm. And so, she's great at social media content. All of the, almost all of the content that we've done together is like, it's been like a creation of hers. The only idea I came up with that we actually filmed was it's a play on the Rock Kevin Hart videos with the two we're filming at the same time, but we're right next to each other. That was the only one that I came up with. So I was like, hey, let's film something and just tell me what you want to do and I'll do it. So we did the picture, we posted it on the stories. And so she made this reel and we're like, all right, great. Tagged 106, 106.5, 102.5. And it's like, all right, great. We're off and running. So we go back and we're tasting wine and we're talking to JC and Vanessa's out there and Eli. We're just hanging out and look at the phone and there's like, 10, 15 notifications.
Uh-huh.
Kind of looked down at it and it was like, they're asking questions about like us in this video.
Okay.
I was like, well, I'm not even in the video. She goes, well, we open it and the still shot is us. And it looks like a very couple type picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then she starts getting texts, like, because she hasn't talked about
directly now.
So she hasn't talked about us on her show yet.
Okay.
Only I've talked about it, and I've talked about it because this is like our crew, like this is what we do. Her audience is much bigger, so when she says it, it's a much bigger deal. When it hits her social media thing, it's a much bigger deal. So Kevin texts her, "Bitch, did you guys just hard launch today?"
No, come on. Wait a minute. Wait.
No, not at all. Play on.
See?
What?
See?
No.
See? I'm clean.
Yo, hard launch is a little wild, bro.
Hey, but throw that one in there this off season. We go over the new rules and stuff like that. Maybe we'll throw that one in there.
Hard launch is a now flaggable play.
We'll see. We'll see next off season, next winter meeting.
All right.
Play on right now.
Well, yeah. So Kevin
So-
sees what's going on.
So she winds up getting a bunch of text. I get no text like that. I was like, I don't even know. She had to explain what that was. I'm like, all right, like, cool. And then she goes, oh, I guess we did. And then, man, I had a whole video planned for that. Like, I had a whole plan for how we were going to do this. I was like, well, we could just pass this off as a work thing. That's what it looked. That's what we thought it was.
Yeah.
So it might be too late. And then there's just like question after question. Are you guys a couple? Are you guys together? It's like, huh?
Let me see. Let me beautiful. Because I saw the video.
I'm not even in it. I'm legit not in the video.
Hold on, man.
You're like famous now, dude.
Our Disney, well, I'm a social climber. Like my street cred amongst the 25 to 50-year-old women, it's sky high right now. It is sky high.
How do we turn them into Sacramento Kings fans?
I've been trying to figure this out. Like when they you're on the radio, you're on 102.5. Yeah, I'm on ESPN too. Oh. And that's it. So, Katie, let's play Married Name Upgrade. Like, it's like, yeah, like they couldn't forget about me quicker. There was a girl, a young, I don't know how old she was, at the kitchen. So at the kitchen, you sit with other people, but we sat at the bar. Mm-hmm. So we were like, there was no one like in front of us. They were just like next to us. So it was a pretty good setup because you got to just kind of be with your person. So in between courses, this girl comes running over and I see her. She's got the biggest smile on her face. And I catch her and she like waves at me and like taps Katie. She goes, hey, I listen to you every day. Can we play Are You Smarter Than Katie? And Katie goes, okay. Do you have any questions? She was like, well, no. And she goes, okay, well, who are you here with? And it was like my mom, my such. She was like, okay, let's go over there and play Married Name Upgrade Downgrade. So she went over there and did like a little show bit with them. And like Steven says, I'm finally famous because of this. It's a big deal.
This is big time. Now you can get like me and Kenny to the famous people party.
Yeah, man.
So
come on,
you can bring us along now.
So like,
please.
So when Katie was like, hey, we should go out and be together, I'm thinking, yeah. Unlike Kenny, who Patrick Willis is like, hey, let's take a picture. I'm thinking this is going to help D'Lo and KC.
One of my best moments.
Yep. See,
what's up, man? You want to take a pic? No, jackass. Who are you? Oh, it's Patrick Willis.
It's Patrick Willis.
Not one of my finest moments. Damn. Sorry, P-Dub. My bad. Sorry to you guys too, man. My bad. Damn.
Could have been hanging out with Patrick Willis at Steph Curry's party.
Yeah, and for those that Johnny G, that's so great. That would be like someone running up to me and going, can we play pocket watching?
Oh man, good time. Well, the hard launch took place. Hard launch.
It took place. Unknowingly took place.
Kenny's really looking for that flag.
You just looked for a reason.
I made sure I got it right. I didn't want to get flagged because I got flagged unjustly before.
You got your 16th technical. You're 1 game suspension at this point.
Unfairly got teed up. They're gonna review that one. You're gonna review that one, man. They'll rescind it. They'll rescind it. Hey, real quick. James Ham at 3:00.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I really have.
Mondays and Wednesdays.
I really have no control over this
like,
show
I'll let
anymore.
You know.
No, he ran. He's dealing with the airport issue with his son.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll just say it anyway because if not, we'll talk about Kings anyway. Vamos Gigantes.
Oh man.
Vamos Gigantes. Let's go.
Okay.
West first place. 8-1, 7-game winning streak. We ain't playing. We got that bum out of here, and now we cooking. Now we back to playing baseball. Got that bum out of here.
What were they playing before?
Yeah.
They were playing Tetris.
It's not going to get it done, I'll tell you that.
Well, no. You know what? I don't want Willie Adames because his Vazorp just doesn't match up with the Gerserk. That bum out of here. Time to go to work now. Buster back in charge. We back at it. Hey. Hit the sound. Want everybody to know. We back up. Put the word back out.
Oh,
we back up.
You
like, understand me?
Okay. Yeah.
We back up.
Well, why do you want me to hit the sound if you're just going to do it?
Go ahead.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
Was this expected?
Not this hot, this soon.
So
I thought they would be going into the season. I thought they'd be a fringe playoff team, and I'm having fun. They might still be a fringe playoff team, but I thought they would be better than they were last year. They could, they could contend, like go into September with the chance to make the playoffs. Now I feel a little different about it. I feel like I don't know if they're gonna. I'm not picking them to win the West, but I think they could comfortably
you got
get into the postseason.
Okay. So obviously this is going to slow down because this is crazy what they're doing.
I don't know. That's your opinion.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, 7 in a row, 8-1 to start the season.
I mean, a couple of walk-offs over the weekend.
Yeah, they had one on
one
opener,
yesterday, right?
Yesterday, yeah. Oh man, damn. Prayers up to my man from the Mariners. I didn't even get the official diagnosis because I didn't want nothing to do with that. I think he broke his forearm going for a play. And so the killer was like I was going between that and the Kings game. I go back to the Giants game, and they've got the cart, and he's holding his arm, and they're carting him off the field. And I was like, oh no, that must have been bad, right? So it was a reviewable play. So they had to keep playing the replay because they're like, yeah, this play's under review. And the TV kept playing the replay, and I think he's diving in the right by the right field wall. He jumps over, and there's like the little deck that they have out there where you can watch games on that wall, but it's in foul territory. I think he might have slapped his arm up against one of the bars, and he gets it and immediately he catches the ball, holds his arm, gets the ball out of his glove, and just like kind of rolls it from right field. And he's just like immediately like, oh, it's like I didn't look at it, but like, oh man, this is terrible. And yeah, man, big ups to him. It was a great play, but unfortunately, man, Victor Robles, thank you, Zay. Zay trying to get back on that.
Zay didn't do anything wrong. Zay literally went to work one time on a Friday at like 3:50.
Zay trying to get back into the standings, but yeah, that was tough to see. But to your point, I think the next batter.
Oh God, here it is.
Was Wilmer Flores, and they got the walk off. So yeah, they're doing their thing right now. They really are.
Oh, that is a hell of a play. Oh, God. Bless it.
It's not a,
so it's not, so it doesn't,
so
yeah. It's not it's nothing like that.
But you just feel
but
the
you
pain
see, yeah, like you see it like immediately. Like I've never seen someone hurt like an arm, hand, like a below the elbow extremity and fall to the ground the way that he did. Like oh man, that brother, goodness gracious.
That was tough. So like I said, I think they reviewed.
So what are they reviewing?
I think if he caught it, because I think it was Willie Adames, he ended up going, or it was Matos, one or two, they end up going to third.
Well, because he drops the ball, he drops it at like when he when he goes to the ground, it's like football. He completed the process,
right?
And then he clearly like loses strength and let the ball, the ball drops and he throws it in or whatever.
So I think Matos or whoever it was might have scored or got to third, and after the review, they made him go back to second, I believe it was. And so yeah, they had to plays under review, and good old NBC Sports Bay Area. Well, this is what they're looking for every time. Just I'm like, all right, I'm not watching this. I'm cool. And once again, it's not like that, but
Yeah.
No,
it's
something
not.
happened.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. He is uncomfortable for sure. Yeah, hell of a job by your Giants, man. That's spectacular. I saw the walk off was that Friday. Was it the home opener on Friday?
Yeah.
And then I caught this one late. Or not late. I caught it last night after the Kings game. Good for the Giants, man.
Yeah,
I mean, the Padres are here this week, which is a weird sentence to say.
Yeah.
But they are. The Padres are here in Sacramento this week.
Well, then that's a whole nother thing. I wonder if the little see I'm not trying to go to war with nobody, right? Because I like my people out there. We be on the same page a lot of time. But I'm gonna just say, I'm sorry, little Bay Area media. Are they gonna come out here and continue a team that they didn't even care about when they were in Oakland? They didn't even care about the A's. Nobody even covered the A's. They did not care about the Oakland A's. But let them come to Sacramento and that's my guy. It's probably not going to sound like, but that's my guy. But let Ben Ross spend the whole 3 days here talking about how much of crap this place is in a minor league ballpark. Bro, you didn't even care about the A's. You a Giants dude. Y'all be in San Francisco all the time. But they come out here and they got to do all that. All right, it's cool. It's cool. I wonder if they're going to keep it going. So we'll see what happens. They got a home stand this week. They got the Padres for 3 and then the Mets for 3 over the weekend. Then just come back and crap on it. And then, like I said last week, it's a minor league stadium at the end of the day. You could dress it up as much as you want or much as you can. It's still a minor league stadium. So I understand the players not being used to having to play in a minor league facility, especially the visiting players. I get all that. But the Bay Area media that came down here for that first series, and
I don't think they're going to keep coming down here, to be honest with you. Like, what are y'all coming down here for? I mean, we already saw, I know, attendance was focused on a little bit last week, but the number of, and I guess I understand the intrigue of media credentials plummeted. It was 150 that first game. That's why I remember you get a little snug. Yeah, it's go now. It's probably not, because I think the number, and I can't even venture a guess what article I saw this in, but it was 150, and then it was 40 the next game.
Right.
So that's still a lot, because obviously that's more than me, you, Matt, George, Kyle,
right.
That's
River Cats
that's,
ain't seen that.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. So maybe there are a Bay Area person or two that will be people here for the San Diego series. That's a big series. There'll people be here for the Mets this weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, those are
Pete Alonso and all those guys. And a lot of Mets fans all over the place.
Yeah.
So it'll be dope. But I just noticed that in the first series, and I just look, they're media people. They're gonna do what they need to do. It's a story out in the Bay Area, but for a group of individuals who rarely, if ever, cared about the Oakland A's, to come down here and just make their sole mission was to crap on that first weekend. That
100%, absolutely.
That was their
absolutely
job. And it's all right, man. You did what you had to do. Hopefully you don't.
And look, the first weekend wasn't perfect.
No,
but writing about it as if it was supposed to be, that could be a brand new Major League Baseball stadium. It wasn't going to be perfect.
Right.
Every stadium that has ever opened didn't have a perfect opening weekend.
And even with some of the stuff that they had a problem with is like media stuff. I'm definitely, we took our jokes and talked about the shed and all this other stuff. What Oasis and Nico care about the shed for? They out there trying to enjoy the game. That's a media thing. So them getting jokes off about that and complaining about, don't nobody care. Nobody cares about that. The facilities for the players, I understand why they don't like it. You know what I mean? Or this doesn't feel big league. That's the real travesty. But even me talking about media area was snug. So what? That don't cares. It's
not the end of the world.
The people who were there, the fans who were there at the game, outside of it being a little chilly, which nobody anticipated, they're it was great. It was fine out there. And that and the players should be all that matters. The media complaining and the Bay Area media coming down here and crapping on stuff, that don't nobody care about that. I don't care where you had to. I personally, and I'm got to be a part of this sometimes, I don't care where you had to ask your questions.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Keegan Murray's out tonight,
Ah.
according to the latest injury report. Keegan Murray is out. Keon
take some Advil.
Still, yeah. Well, he's still listed as questionable. So Keegan's out. Obviously, Laravia is still out, as we outlined earlier. He got cleared, for those that missed that, for, I think it was light on-court action, which leads me to believe they're prepping him for the play-in, because I don't know how you go from light on-court action to 5-on-5 to playing the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
because we're 6 days away from the end of the regular season.
Well, maybe the Suns game is your get your legs under your game.
Well, maybe it is. Who knows? Who knows who the Phoenix Suns will be by then?
Yeah, maybe that's the game before the play. Just get out there, get a feel for the game again.
I'm certainly hoping. The Kings, because if we look this up, we'll look it up a million more times. Phoenix only has, who does Phoenix? We Golden State tomorrow. So the only scenario where that Denver's game, but the only scenario, like the earliest scenario in which the Kings have clinched, would be they'd have to win again tonight, and Phoenix loses to Golden State.
Yeah,
that would clinch it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Magic number.
I'm gonna need that to happen.
2.
Yeah,
I would love for that to happen.
That would be helpful.
Because Phoenix, and by the way, Portland was eliminated with the Kings win.
Oh man,
yeah, Portland was eliminated.
Pour one out for TK.
You've got for the Suns, Golden State tomorrow, OKC on Wednesday.
Oh, back to
Yeah.
Okay.
Both at home.
So by the time
both at Phoenix.
OKC, yeah. So at some point when they're on the floor versus Denver, it could be over. Because even if they lost tonight,
they both play at 7 on Wednesday.
Oh, okay, and they lose the next two. Phoenix loses the next two. That's it.
Yep. So, yeah, it almost and things can happen, I guess, but it would almost be. It's not exactly, but it'd almost be Kings losing out and Phoenix winning out. That would get them in. I'm sure there's a little variation, like Phoenix can go 3-1 or something like that, but they'd have to be as close to perfect as possible this week to knock the Kings out of that playing spot. So the hope is, and we kind of mentioned it, we joking about it a little bit. The hope is Sunday doesn't mean anything.
Of course.
That's what I'm rooting for.
I'd be great if Friday didn't mean anything.
That would be awesome too. That would be awesome too, man. And I'm almost, we talked about it earlier, I'm almost to the point where just get in, not really tripping off where you're playing the game, Dallas or Sacramento. Obviously, you would want it to be at home, but just get these guys in the play in, and I think they are the type of group where they can go into Dallas and win a playing game. Winning to Cleveland, won a game.
They did, but we have but on a night-to-night basis, we don't know what this basketball team looks like.
No clue whatsoever.
I think there's so many games where you can point to where you're just thrown, and I think it was the last Cleveland one, because that was the Cleveland-Chicago night, or the Cleveland-Chicago 2-game thing. They were up 19 in that game against Chicago. And you thought, man, this team really is clicking right now. And through 6 quarters, they were. And then they weren't.
Well, check it out. Yesterday, what were they up 12 or 13? And it evaporated in a minute and a half. Then they get 4 and 1s or something like that. And that happened against Cleveland the first time. I think they got up to 13 or 14 or something like that. And then Evan Mobley went on a personal 11-0 run.
Yeah, it was Evan. Yep.
And before the end of the quarter, it felt like it was a 2-point game. So into the third quarter. So yeah,
they didn't have the it was like their guys, because the Kings gave up, I think I stopped counting, 47 offensive rebounds on a single possession.
The last one.
Yeah, they just didn't. Cleveland just didn't have. They just couldn't get a guy to hit that shot.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure everyone on the floor took it twice and couldn't get one to drop.
And some wide open looks too.
Oh my goodness! And they just didn't have the guy to like really like. Okay, this is a problem. Because when Trey missed those 2 free throws, you could. When Trey Lyles missed those 2 free throws, you couldn't have told me the Kings weren't losing.
Man,
you could not have told me
they were
not losing.
A handful of times when I thought they were losing that game.
Because I think Donovan took the first shot.
Yeah,
I'm like, great.
Kings.
I was thinking, how many ways am I going to cut Trey Lyles out tomorrow?
Missed them both.
He missed them both.
Man.
Trey was 1 of 4 from the line yesterday.
Oh,
no,
man.
he was 2 of 4. Sorry, he was 2 of 4.
Do we?
He was 1 of 4 from the 3-point line.
Do we think anything or feel any type of way about Monk's minutes as of late? Coming off the bench still, and yesterday.
Well,
just not that many minutes in the second half. I think you said 9.
He did, yeah.
And wasn't in there in crunch time.
I think that was, well, he didn't play great yesterday.
Yeah.
I think that was Doug doing and we've seen Doug do this before. We've got to find a way to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 guys that are playing great right now. I have 1 that is doing everything on the floor. And then I have Trey Lyles, with all due respect. So I don't really know what you do with Malik.
Trey Lyles.
I don't know what you do with Malik in that situation.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be lost, though. He wasn't bad on Friday.
Malik,
he wasn't bad on Friday. Trey wasn't either, but Malik, Malik wasn't bad Friday. And I know he's had this stretch of really tough games. I don't want to ignore the fact that he had a good one because it was against Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
He played well against Charlotte. You would have liked them see him continue that against Cleveland, but it's all good, Malik. Go beat the team that allegedly offered you more money this offseason.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Go take care of this.
Doug has also kind of snuck in that lineup change. Kind of snuck it in.
Well,
like he hadn't gone back.
No. He hard launched the new lineup.
What would KC call it?
Well.
Am I going to get a flag?
You do what you want in this league.
I ain't gonna say
it. When did he make the switch? Do we remember?
Monk got hurt.
Yeah, no, Monk got hurt, but what game did he come back? Because they announced it was here.
It was Portland, I think.
So they won that game versus Portland. Okay, so they still played a few games. Because I was thinking, did Doug sneak it in right before they went on the road? And, well, Chris Biederman's getting married. He's not here. J.A.'s got to cover the A's. They're the only guys that really travel.
Yeah.
No one's going to ask me about this. Then when I get back, what's the point?
Right. It's like the press conference.
Well, we'll come back. James Ham might join us. Who knows? Either way, we'll be talking Kings basketball here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I don't think so. I wanted to go on Saturday. I thought that was a 7:05 game, but it's actually a 1:05 game. So I'm not going to be able to make it. I wanted to go, they've got a busy week with with baseball, with Reese, baseball and basketball. I wanted to get out to the Padres series too. I want to see Tatis, but schedule's not permitting. Although, I don't think it's going to happen. I could try to pull a rabbit out of my hat for tonight, but I don't think that's going to happen. So to answer your question, I don't think so. Like I said, I was trying to get up there Saturday.
James Ham might join us in a couple of minutes. He might not.
Well, we'll find out together. Hey,
We will.
James Ham. Well, I don't know this, but I'm assuming not in the championship matchup of the Kings Media March Madness bracket. That goes to our guy Will Z. He's in the finals.
Let's go, Will.
No, Will Z.
Let's go, Will.
Who's he playing against?
No clue.
Who's it
he got?
against? Will will let us know in just a second. I think I only made it to the second round. I think I lost the Dukes.
I was trying to monitor that. What happened to our guy Dame? I think UMBC got him in the first round. I don't even know who he played. I was trying to find it.
There was an early upset, an early exit. It was. I voted too. I voted for my guy. But it was someone where I was like, you should have got that one. When I saw it didn't happen, I was like, you should have got that.
Will Z said he's got Morgan in the final.
Oh well,
yeah.
Hey, good job getting here, George Mason.
Hey, this is Duke versus Butler.
Wait, who did I lose to? Why won't anyone say it?
I don't know.
It was somebody I remember seeing. I was like, you should get him. I don't know what happened.
Got to be better.
I think at the time we were being too positive.
I also
Maybe
don't tweet very much. I think that's a big part of it. Well, Morgan doesn't tweet either. Of course, she is on TV every day.
Yeah, good. Florida Atlantic. Good job, Wilsey. You gave memories that'll last a lifetime. Championship just not in your cards.
I didn't even make the NIT. It was the college basketball tournament.
The one they played for money.
Yeah. When they show on CBS Sports Network.
Oh man. That's really cool though. Will Z. Part of that Kings Media. Big ups to him, man. He's part of the national.
Get that dub. Well, he is.
Yeah.
Was he part of the 1320 coaching tree?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, with the respect needs to be shown for.
Who's on our coaching tree?
Who's our coach?
Oh, us.
Yeah, you're a coach. Yeah, Dan's the coach.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Wes Wilcox.
Please don't be that.
Gosh.
Oh man.
It's all over.
Wow.
This game is no fun anymore.
Wow. Wow.
Let's see who. I mean, we got Will Z.
I mean, you were Mike Brown earlier.
Well, that's true.
I'm trying to think. I'm starting with who is paid not to talk to us. Are they part of the coaching tree? I don't think so.
Well, no, the people who
they were already established.
Yeah.
So we can't put them as the
like Sam Amick's not on the coaching tree.
No.
My favorite is the guys that they pay who we would never have on the show. That's my favorite thing.
We can name names, right?
They did still, yeah, sure.
Yeah, Greg Papa was hilarious. I remember Charlie comes in here one day. Hey, yeah, they paid Greg Papa.
Oh shoot,
we told you no last week, Charlie.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Oh man.
Shout out Chris Biederman. They tried to pay Chris Biederman, and Chris was like,
all money ain't
I'm good.
Money.
I'm good.
Tree falls on
apparently
the
they're still doing it.
Well, all right, man.
Someone's like, you could have did that for free, brother.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
We got Will. I mean, we've had. I don't know that we have a. I mean, Will is definitely our.
Will is
Shea
the only
Gilgeous
one who
Alexander.
wasn't in the media before. Like, I don't want to say TK. TK is established before she met us, but in this region, maybe she, got a little more popular just for being on the show.
Sure.
But TK, she'd done stuff way before she met us. So Will is probably the only one who wasn't in the media, quote unquote, before he came on the show.
Will and Jesse probably are two prize draft picks.
I lied about my experience here.
Now you're a lot of people's favorite part of this show. Like, that's a shoot. I don't think you believe that. Like, you are a lot of people's favorite part of this show.
I don't really try to think about it.
Okay.
Well, no, because it's nice, but it's also like I just try to do my job.
But you do. Okay, the point is you do it very well.
Yes,
people enjoy you.
That's facts.
Remember Danny's like,
even if Danny doesn't.
No, Danny legit. Danny would come and say, yeah, so I heard you have experience. Like, yeah, I have plenty of experience. I just shadowed Charlie like 2 Niner games.
Oh yeah, man, I've been doing this.
Oh man, I'm trying to think if there's anybody. I mean, Joe Brazil,
Leezy counts.
Leezy,
there you go. Yeah.
Sabo,
Sabo, sure.
Well, the whole Chatty House after party.
Yeah, they're cooking.
They got a show.
Yeah, well, they do. They do. Manny and Dr. David and Katrina.
Oh. Well, somebody else on the coaching tree. I don't know if he might be on the S list right now. I don't know. I ain't even gonna say his name.
I guess throw that one in the chat, in the text, in the group message. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it got crazy the other day. I was like, oh, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say his name.
Who?
Text it, yeah.
Why do you do this all the time? Who are you talking about?
Text it so Damien,
don't bother texting it because I'm just going to say it out loud.
So Damien could say it in a
I'm
minute.
going to say it out loud.
It's part of the coaching tree.
Okay.
See, look, Bryce.
Oh, Ramsey. No, Ramsey.
No, that's not coaching tree.
I don't think so. Ramsey's been doing his own thing Ramsey's been doing his thing for a while.
Yeah, but
he never played on.
He's got a head coaching gig.
No, that's like when Santino came out the stands to become Intercontinental Championship.
Kind of a plan.
Whatever. He did that at 11:40.
Yeah.
He's got a head coaching gig now.
All right, that's fine.
No,
we take credit for Ramsey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Katrina better, but we take credit for Ramsey.
Yeah, Katrina's chat house after party.
I mean, Young Zell low key a part of the coaching.
Zell.
Young Zell told us he was not gonna make music anymore. And then we started doing Drake bars, and Zell's like, I'm gonna get in on this. Could you imagine if Zell stopped rapping?
That'd be crazy. Could you imagine if we didn't have Light the Beam?
Like the Beam, all them.
Come on now.
I mean, watching these reels where Zell just out there dancing at the mini, like Zell is happiness.
Yes.
Like he don't rap. Like Zell is just a naturally happy person.
Yeah.
I love Zell.
Shout out to my man, Young Zell. My bad, I couldn't get the mini mansion, man. I was out of town, man. I didn't realize it was the same weekend, man. But I know you killed it. And I'm ready for the next one, dog.
Aldo B brings up a great question. Damn, I'm sorry you don't have a picture with him. Like, is Casey maybe part of Dave's
Come on, man.
coaching tree? Coming up in the game.
Good
Come on.
question.
Come on.
Good question. Is KC a part of Carmichael Dave's coaching tree?
You don't got a picture with Casey before, right? Since
No.
before the show. I don't
Nah.
either.
I'm not.
Casey
I'm
was
not.
just calling up, calling shows and all that.
I'm not. Well, I don't think he had
You
a
can call
show.
my show.
I don't think he had a show.
She had a picture.
I think at that time he didn't have a show.
I've had shows since 2001.
I
and-
did.
How many times did you call the lowdown?
Wow.
Well, I didn't call the lowdown, but I DM'd Damien.
Okay.
When?
Yeah, I DM'd you. Actually, it wasn't the radio show. It was for the podcast.
Mhm.
It was after. Shout out to my city when they shut that Kings game.
Yeah.
They said we ain't watching basketball tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Big ups.
Mhm.
And then you and Doug and was it somebody else?
Ken?
Might have been Ken.
I don't know.
Had a podcast about that night.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, I love the episode, man. Y'all killed that, man. Keep doing what you do. And he was like,
It's Barry.
Barry.
That's who it was.
Barry.
It was Barry. Yep.
Yeah. I was
Barry
like, man,
Axis.
keep doing what you do, man. Salute to you. He's like, get the hell away from me, kid. I was like, respect.
Who would Matt George's?
Matt
George, can I
He's
be?
got to go to. He's
1140s, but it's like he didn't really develop there. Like, what's a player like that had all the potential, but you just didn't develop him?
They all right, wait, who's the NBA equivalent here?
He might be on the Jason Ross coaching tree.
Well, yeah,
but no, they didn't let him cook.
We're going
They didn't
station
let
to
him cook.
station. Yeah, we're going.
So
who had all the potential in the world and just didn't get any play time?
Who's the NBA equivalent of that?
But then got to another team and blew up. That's Matt.
This is a little old school and it's regional. But is he Gerald Wallace?
No, Matt's
Gerald Wallace played All-Star team.
Yeah, Matt's better than Gerald Wallace, I think.
Gerald Wallace played All-Star team.
I know, but I think Matt's better than a one-time All-Star.
I mean, he is, but we haven't seen this too many times in life.
Matt,
yeah.
Is Matt Andrew? No, I don't want to call him Andrew Wiggins because like Wiggins did get a title, but like Wiggins got his shot. He's James Harden.
Oh,
he's James
there
Harden.
you go.
Yeah, shout out Paolo. Yeah, shout out Paolo.
Yeah, he's James Harden. Yeah.
Matt George is James Harden. That's a good one.
Right there. Johnny. Oh. Or who just did it? That's a good one too.
Jaylen?
I like James. Yeah, Jalen
Brunson.
They disrespected him.
That's true. Yeah.
Didn't want him no more. Kicked him to the curb. Said he wasn't worth this and that, and then start cooking.
Maybe that is. Yeah.
Okay, I think that. I mean, those are both good.
Those are the yeah.
James Harden's probably a higher version of Brunson, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because he did go on to win an MVP. Like James Harden is.
Does it matter that they traded James though?
Well,
he's
Jalen. They just said, just walk.
Yeah,
just walk.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah. Matt George is Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, I think he'd rather be Jalen Brunson. Even though James Harden is one of the greatest players to ever play the game, don't let anybody tell you different.
Well, no one's arguing that. He's very good.
Still haven't gotten an apology.
From who?
From you guys.
You should. James Harden. What you should do? You should wait.
He's gonna win all NBA.
You should wait forever for that apology.
You
know who else is on our coaching tree? James Ham. I don't care that James was on TV before. I don't care that he was on NBC Sports California before. He had no personality until he joined D'Lo and KC.
James might be James Harden.
Yeah, but James.
They let him go. They didn't trade him, but
I think James blossomed under us.
Agreed. So you're Daryl Morey.
God damn it. Well, I got bad news for you, pal. I'm going to sign you to a big contract, and you're never going to play again. Jesse, too.
You're Daryl Morey, and I'm Monty McNair.
Oh, great.
Our guy Matt George was not a fan of the James Harden comp.
I told you he probably don't want to be.
He was not a fan of the comp. We gave him Jalen Brunson.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's in all caps. He sent that word in all
Yeah, he texted
caps.
like, we're giving you props.
No,
no. Shout out.
the text.
Big up Matt George. I'm not on the group.
It's not.
chat.
I think he sent it to us
Yeah,
individually.
we got separate ones.
because it
We
says
both got separate ones. Yeah.
I'll let you guess the first word, but the last 4 words are all the way off.
You don't want to be James Harden.
See, I got a 4-letter word and then a U after that.
James Harden, one of the greatest, man. Come on, Matt. Don't do that. Don't
Me
do that. He's
being
one of the
James
greatest.
Harden explains why Damian hates me.
Does make sense.
He's one of the
funny.
greatest, man.
That's
He's one of the
funny.
greatest. Yeah.
Daryl Morey. Goodness. Well, how did this start? Oh, Wilsey. Yeah. Good luck.
Shout out Will Z.
Championship run in the Kings media.
Hey, we were the first. I think we
Madness.
were the first ones to put Brendan on.
That's a good call.
I miss
think so,
Brendan.
too.
Yeah, I don't think
think
Brendan
so,
had
too.
done
That's a
this
good
stuff
call.
before.
I was like KD leaving a Thunder.
Who? Brendan?
Brendan was with us, and then they went to the Warriors after that.
Oh, they are not the
No, I'm
Warriors.
about to
Yeah,
say
you got to
this.
work
they
with
are
it.
not the
Work with me
Warriors.
here. Work with me
KD
here.
going to the Suns. Going to the Suns.
It's like the Nets. Like they're trying.
Yeah,
it's
let's
just not
skip
working.
1 year. Let's skip one part of KD's career.
Oh man. They said they got I ain't gonna say no name.
Say it. Stop.
No,
Stop.
I'm
You gotta
really
stop
not.
doing
I'm
that.
really
You gotta
not,
stop
'cause
doing that.
People don't be knowing we joking, but I was gonna
We're
say
joking now.
Brendan
We're
was
joking
joking
Chris
right
Watkins
now.
over here.
Oh no, somebody. I don't know who it is. Somebody's Bradley Bill. Thought they was doing. They thought they was doing something when they traded for Brad.
Oh,
I
don't want to play no more.
Nah,
That's what I'm saying. I ain't
I
saying
don't wanna
no
play
names.
No,
Hey, text it though. Text
I'm
it
talking
though.
about the team. I'm talking about the team, not any of the people.
Text it. But yeah, I don't want to play
I
no
don't.
more.
No, I really don't. Seriously, I don't have nobody in mind. I was just going with the Phoenix thing.
Liar.
They got KD.
Yeah, you have someone in mind.
I don't.
Since we're
I mean, if I think hard enough,
since
yeah.
we're talking about those guys over there, and I've told him this, and I talk to him every time I get to see him. I love talking to him. Kyle Draper made yesterday's game feel like 10 buzzer beaters happened.
That's what he does.
It
That's
felt
what
like
he does.
Zach LaVine is on fire, and I'm like, yo. Oh, there's 8.5 minutes left.
No,
Oh.
he had one too, and this is my man.
Oh,
I'm
man.
I'm not even saying this in like a being a smart ass way. It's just I'm okay with it, right? But he goes, "Oh, Zach LaVine have a first quarter, 7 points."
Sometimes sometimes you gotta do up these Kings games.
Man, like he'll make you feel the call. Like he will absolutely make you feel the call, and you'll wonder how. Like Drapes, how much time is left?
I thought LaVine had like a 25-point first quarter. He's got 7 now.
They had. This isn't his fault. This is NBC's fault. They did Orlando. It was that goddamn Orlando game. They put Doug McDermott in, and Doug hit it.
Yeah, they set him up. No, they set him up, man. They did that to my boy Drapes, man. I saw that.
Doug McDermott hit the 3. They what's his name? Jamal Mosley calls timeout. It's a freaking 40-point game. They come back from commercial. And they have Drapes do this thing about all of these threes that Doug hit when he hit like 6 or whatever it was in it. And he goes, "Can Doug do it again?" He hit his first shot, and I'm like, "Oh my god,
yo!"
He just hit one shot, and the Kings are down 27.
And if I'm thinking correctly, they even like reference like because the one we always think about is like that Jazz game at home where he had 18 points in like 4 minutes or something like that. They didn't even use that game. They used the Nuggets game where they still lost by like 6. They were down by 20, and they all right, man. Now they did my boy Drapes wrong on
Yeah, that was foul.
They set him up.
That was not his
That
fault.
was a setup.
And what these producers don't realize sometimes, it's like when people like give us something that like, I mean, is a joke, but the NIT's coming up next. Well, no, actually it's 6:15. Well, when you make the mistake and hand me a paper that says 4 o'clock, I'm the one that looks dumb. I just kept thinking, why is Drapes doing this?
What if Drapes said no?
Then I realized Drapes didn't cut the video.
Yeah, right.
It wasn't
the video.
It wasn't his call. Like, why are they doing this to my guy?
Drapes is like, no, I'm not doing it. You can play the video all you want. I'll stand here.
I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say nothing.
Speaking of the game yesterday,
I hope he's making calls like that tonight because it means things are going well.
Yes, indeed. Two things about that game last night, because I have it on the screen right now as I wait for another baseball game to start. Kind of forget, like we hadn't talked about, and maybe not giving enough credit to these guys for this. Kings were down in that third quarter.
Yeah.
And fought back to, they were up by 12.
Oh, James is here.
Oh, hey, James. What's going on, brother?
Racing back from the airport.
They were down and ended up being up 12. They should have been up by 14. They gave up that layup at the end of the quarter. Like, what the hell was that?
Oh.
But when DeAndre Hunter was just wide open.
Yeah.
So they did that. And then also, I just came across the part where, I mean, I thought Donovan Mitchell had maybe jumped into the stands for a foul ball, you know, and broken his forearm. I was like, oh, this is going to be terrible. You know, man, he's going to be out for the rest of the game because everybody's over there. It's just all bad. And 4 minutes later, Donovan's back in the game.
No.
So wait a minute. Wait, what? I mean, I'm glad he's okay, but all the pomp and circumstances they did when he was down, I thought it was very Tatum-ish, although Tatum didn't even come back in the game.
Hey, what does that mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
we were just watching a LeBron clip the other day. Use him.
Not to go with.
You know what play we haven't referenced at all is Keon at the half.
Yeah. Felt like a big moment.
Keon, yeah. I mean, it was like, oh, that's not. I don't think that's nothing. And then, you know, I don't know if it. I don't know, build momentum. I don't know.
I think we forgot about it because they were down by like 9 in the third.
In the third, sure.
Yeah, he came up big. You know, he had 4 steals in the first half, and then at some point, I think someone said it was on the dunk. Like he hurt his hand on the dunk, which is what's made him questionable today. Although it does look like I think he's going to play. Just because
he's still listed as questionable.
Keegan's been ruled out.
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess if one is ruled out and one has not been ruled out, that one of them is starting, probably. But we'll see. Yeah, he's starting to figure out how to be effective with the other group.
Yeah, I thought he had some big time moments yesterday. You talked about the steals. I thought he had some big time threes as well. You know, just like regular threes, catch and shoot joints. That was a really, we're down on the Kings just in general in this region right now. But it was literally the best response you could ask for after losing that game on Wednesday, handling business against Charlotte, and then finding a way, kind of shorthanded, to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in Cleveland from that team. And that was good stuff. Like I said, we're down, so we're not gonna like hype it up too much, I guess, because they've got a lot of making up to do. But that was a big time performance yesterday by those guys.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what would make it comfortable to hype them again. I mean, would they have to win every game?
And then one of the.
Well, no, but I think if
one of the Western Conference first round.
But if they win the next 4 games, you think, okay, well, they're going to handle Dallas, and then we'd have to.
You should not think like that.
Ever.
Never.
No, but that's the thing, though. You're watching him, you're like, that was a really impressive win. What I liked about it is that Sabonis, they ran everything through Sabonis. He was so dominant in the first quarter, he set the physicality standard for the entire game. So everybody's like, get out of the way. Like Jared Allen had no idea what to do with him at all. He just bruised that kid. Then once you got past that, it became, hey, let's feature Zach LaVine. Let's get Zach LaVine a bunch of touches. And then you had a bunch of moments where DeMar DeRozan's bringing the ball up and just initiating the offense. And I thought he was really good. If you can get him to where it feels right and in the flow of the offense, that's one thing to shoot the ball. When it's like a whole bunch of forced jumpers. And I think one of the reasons why he stopped doing it in this game is because they kept putting Evan Mobley on him, and there's just no way for him to get his jumper off over Evan Mobley. So he was able to find space. But I thought if you could get those three moving that way and then like repeat that for the next, 5, 6, 7, 8 games, whatever it is that you might get to play, that's where I think that this team could actually find something. It's with a major lead number one in Sabonis, with a huge scorer in Zach LaVine, and then DeMar DeRozan doing everything else that he needs to do. So yeah, I thought it was one of their most impressive wins, and from start to finish, they had the letdown there in the early fourth quarter and stuff, but they bounced back. They looked like they were under control most of the game.
I think the thing that confuses people so much is it's 2 games removed from the Washington game.
Yeah.
Like you went out there and we gloss over Charlotte. Like, I don't take anything lightly. You beat Charlotte. And you kind of beat them the way most Kings fans like, yo, go out there. Don't make this a game. Don't let this be in question. Go out there and take care of business. And they were able to do that. But I think everyone is so, and rightfully so, by the way, uncomfortable because of what happened against Washington.
Yeah.
And so to go out and play the way that they did on the first night of a back-to-back against Cleveland. The other thing, that's the second time they got Cleveland.
Wow.
I think Jay Ross tweeted Cleveland, Sacramento, and was it Houston?
Atlanta.
Oh, it was Atlanta?
Got Cleveland twice?
Got Cleveland twice, yeah.
Or maybe Atlanta got
I think it was
Denver
Houston.
twice.
Oh, you know what? I'm using the wrong wording. He said the only 2 teams to sweep Cleveland this year were
Houston
and
the Kings.
Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy though, because you look at the Kings were able to beat the Celtics as well this season. So they went 3-1 against the 2 best teams in the Eastern Conference, and then they lost to the worst team.
Yeah.
They have as many losses to the worst team as they do
the 2 top
against the 2 top seeds. And we were talking about this earlier with me and Kyle were too. I think it's when Jesse was here for the handoff. This season and like last season to this season, it makes no sense. Like last season, the Kings lost 6 games to the Pelicans. This year, they swept them. Last season, they lost every game to the Houston Rockets. This year, they beat them 3-0. Or at least with the Pelicans, I think the Kings went 3-1. Like make some sense out of this. Like Houston's a better team. The Pelicans are a worse team, but like there is no making sense of this season at all.
I'll ask both of you guys this one. We talk about like what is going to get people to feel positive about what this team is doing. Would a win tonight do that?
I think so. Yeah, I think so, because I mean, you get the win tonight, then we're sitting around watching Warriors Suns. The Warriors bounce back, get that win, then you kind of exhale a little bit like, okay, the Kings they're going to make the postseason. Now you wonder, can they finish 500, and can the game be at home?
Yeah, I think those are the next steps, right? Like I wrote about it yesterday, but posted today. There's a possibility here that the Kings somehow, like if they lose out here but still make the play-in, there's a chance that they still get to keep their pick. Because all these other teams are all fighting for wins. 2 weeks ago, the Kings were so far above the Eastern Conference teams in the standings that this wasn't a question. But then all of a sudden you got Chicago, you've got Orlando, you've got Atlanta, there's one other team there. The Heat. Yeah. The Heat that are all fighting for position. And they've caught, like 2 of them have caught the Kings at 38 wins or 38, and I think Atlanta's at 37. Like the Kings just need to somehow get to number 12 or number 11 in the draft lottery, and they get to keep their pick. So again, if they're the 10th spot in the Western Conference, there's a legitimate chance that they will actually, as long as they don't make the playoffs, they don't win 2 play-in games, there's a legitimate shot for them to actually to keep their pick.
What would you prefer happens? What would you like this? Like if you had your, because I know you said this before, they're gonna lose in 4 to Oklahoma City, and that's not like a crazy way of thinking. So what would you, if you could lay this next week and a half out, what would it look like?
I think it just depends on what perspective you're looking at. So as someone who, has had a long-term relationship with Doug Christie, and, I hope good things for Doug, and good things for Doug would mean that they come close to winning out, and, maybe they go 2-2 here in the Final Four, and they're in the play-in, and you get to fight, and see what happens. I could also make the argument that, like, it might be better for the Kings not to have the 12th pick or the 13th or the 14th pick in this year's draft. If somehow it moves into the top 4, that's a different story. But to not have that pick, and to know that from here on out, July 1st hits, the slate is clean, and you own all of your picks moving forward. You have some second-round picks that are gone, but you've got your own picks from 2026 until 2032, and you have 2 extra picks. So now you have 9 first-round picks that you're playing with. You get your 26 and 27 second-round picks back, because they're no longer encumbered by the whole Kevin Huerter trade. You got some other second-round picks that you picked up in the De'Aaron Fox trade. So all of a sudden you go from really having, like, the cupboards, bare, to whoever is taking over this team, or if it's Monty, but whoever is going to make the decisions moving forward, have, like, a full deck to play with. And so that's probably the best case scenario for this team, is just to forget whatever happened here this season, to make some difficult decisions this summer as far as roster moves and everything else. It's potentially packaging 1 or 2 or 3 of your first round picks with a player or two to go get something better that fits better and it makes more sense for your roster. That's probably the reset button that I think makes the most sense and would help this franchise not just take like a catastrophic tank, fall off from where they even are right now, which isn't in a good spot.
Well, and that's probably, like, the way you laid it out there, it's probably best for them and most realistic, because I think we've talked about this and we're in agreement. Even if people want a teardown, number one, probably isn't going to happen. It almost can't happen with some of the guys you have on the roster. Yeah. So being able to kind of get from under the Kevin Huerter trade, have everything out there in front of you. Like, there's no holdups anymore, and you can make whatever deals you need to make to kind of improve the team. Because I think that's where this team is at with the Sabonis contract and the Levine contract. You can't just tear it down. So in this particular situation, like you just laid out, you kind of get the full complement of picks that you have, and you can either decide, hey, we're going to build through that or use those for trade.
Yeah, that. And I think if they do go a different direction and Monty McNair isn't retained moving forward, I think it's a lot more enticing of a job if you can say, hey, look, this is what we got. We've got every pick from 2026, every first round pick from 2026 to 2032, and an additional unprotected 27 from the Spurs and an unprotected from Minnesota in 2031. This is what we got to offer as far as a job. You've got movable contracts. Now, again, just to warn people that if they do make a full, sort of purge here of the front office, that could mean that the next group has a different opinion on Keon Ellis. It could mean they have a different opinion on Keegan Murray. And those are going to be their decisions to make, and very difficult decisions to make. I mean, how much do you pay Keegan Murray this summer? Do you opt out of the Keon Ellis deal and make him a restricted free agent and then lock him up long term? Like, all of these things have to kind of fall into place. And to be honest, I don't think we have any idea what exactly, who they're going to chase if they do go after a new front office personnel, decision maker. And not only that, but what that means for everybody else. Because I can tell you, if Vlade Divac was walking back through that door, which is some of the rumors out there, that Vlade,
I think he already walked through it.
Well, he's been there for a while, but whether he's going to be part of the decision making, this is just the example. If Vlade was truly part of the decision making in December and January, I do not believe that De'Aaron Fox would have been traded. That was his guy. So, like, you know what I mean? So, like, things change very quickly in the NBA, whether it's a coach change or a front office change. Like, when that happens, like, all bets are off for who means what to anybody. I mean, it could be somebody who walks in the door and says, "Hey, I don't deal with 6'10" centers that we have to run the ball through. I'm not doing that, and I'm going to move him. I'm going to move him, and there's all kinds of things that could happen here."
Whew, okay. Well, that's the future. We've got basketball tonight. This is a tough Detroit Pistons team. Allegedly, I think a fun subplot into this game, and I know you and a lot of Kings fans have been frustrated with the way that Malik has played over the last stretch of games, how he just can't seem to really find himself, find his shot. But the long-rumored other team that was really in hot pursuit of Malik Monk this offseason was, in fact, the Detroit Pistons. It certainly looks a lot different than it did at the time because we knew Detroit had money. We knew they had a need, and we thought, well, if someone's going to throw money at Detroit or somebody's going to throw money at Malik, it's going to be a bad Pistons team. And here they are just comfortably waiting for the playoffs to start. But I think that's a little fun subplot to tonight's game. Like for those in the know, and I think we're all pretty confident that that's what happened this year.
Yeah,
this
like
offseason.
Like, look, Malik needs to find himself. Like, we always talk about how important he is as a player for this team, but what we've seen from him since going to the bench, like, I think he's had one game that was okay. The rest of it is just out of control, and like, I don't even know what to make of it. Wide open misses, inexcusable turnovers. Like, the turnover thing is something that I just, and look, Doug Christie, for all the things that people want to say out there, whether they think he's a good coach or not, or whatever they are at this point, like, he made the tough decision to stick with Keon Ellis and like play it out with Malik Monk on the bench the other night in the win over the Cavs. Like, that's not an easy decision to make. And, sometimes, but to be honest, that's where we've been heading for maybe 2 weeks. Like, Malik just has not played well. And there isn't a lot of confidence in what's happening. There has to be a moment where he just settles back into the role. At least you would hope. And we're still waiting for it. And until that happens, I think we will see nights where he plays 20 minutes, other nights where he's playing 30 plus because you have to. But, to see Doug go to his starters and play each of them 40 minutes, that was absolutely crazy, especially on the first night of a back-to-back. He went all in. He did this once before, and it cost him 2 games. This time, he got one of them, and it probably cost him the second game. We'll have to see how they play tonight against Detroit, but, still, this is a team that played 5 guys 40 minutes last night, got on a plane and flew to a different city in the middle of the night.
And they've got to figure it out. Like I said earlier, get some C4, get some Red Bull, whatever you got to do, because you got to win these games. You got to win these games. This isn't January anymore where you can use that as an excuse. You've got to find a way to win games back to back. You played heavy minutes and all this other stuff. And I would like to think they're up for that challenge, but like everybody else, I just don't know with this team right now. I just don't know.
Yeah.
At one point, I thought they were tough enough, or I had confidence that they were always going to be tough enough to be ready for moments like this. Last 2-3 weeks, I don't have that same type of confidence anymore, and we just don't know what we don't, and that's the frustrating thing. Win or lose is something else, but we don't know what type of approach they're going to have to this game tonight, and that's the one that just frustrates everybody.
Yeah, I think it's one thing to not show up against good teams and be like, okay, well, I mean, this wasn't horribly unexpected, but, you wish they would have played better. It's the one loss to Washington that just shakes you and says, okay, I'm not making any bets one way or another on this team from here on out. Like, not this season. Next year's a new year. Today, I'm not touching anything about what this team is doing. Because you don't know, and it's not the skill level. It's, you don't know what type of heart, what type of like pride they're going to show up on the court with. And I didn't think we'd get to that point. But here we are. And like, look, you cannot lose to a Washington Wizards team that not only do they have a bunch of players who are out or injured, not only do they traded players at the deadline to get worse, but then when they were still playing with you in the third quarter, fourth quarter, they decided to sit the two guys that were actually playing well just so they could lose, and they still beat you. That to me is one of the most embarrassing losses I've ever seen this franchise have. And like that's the stink of that is going to be really tough to wash off some of these guys. Like how can you walk on the court and not even lay your jerseys down thinking you're going to win a game? That wasn't even that. I don't even know what that was. But to allow a team that willfully tried to lose the game. Players never try to lose games. But the guy, like coaches, front office, everything, they make it so difficult to win a game, and they still beat you. You know, like, again, no Jordan Poole, no Alex Sarr down the stretch. They said, no, those guys were playing too good. We're not going to let them go out there and beat you. That to me is like one of the most embarrassing games I've ever seen from this team.
Well, hopefully that is a thing of the past, because they got another game tonight, and then they got 3 at the Golden One Center. We'll talk about what this next week looks like with our insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I'll be right back. Tobe's with me. I'm gonna grab him something to drink.
Goodbye, Toby. Good reference. Y'all get it.
I've never gone back and watched the season 8 Superfan episodes.
I think I did once. I think I fell asleep.
Yeah, it's
not. It was like
great.
one. Yeah, it's not. And I was like, all right, and never like tried to watch them again.
Live blog the game from the car.
Oh, yeah, James, you could have gone home, man. I forgot about that. It's a 4:00 start.
That's why I was.
Well, Toby
pinched.
can drive, can he?
Yeah. I was like stuck in the middle, and then his plane got delayed. I thought I could make it home in time, and then when his plane got delayed, it's like, oh no, we're done.
Aldrin, this isn't a bad take. Andy's kind of annoying, but he is underrated.
He does have some funny lines. He has a lot of funny outtakes. Like when you go back and you see some of the Superfan episodes, he has like some really funny, like, oh, I can't believe they didn't use this.
Yeah. Like I love when he punched the wall. Lost his mind.
Was an overreaction.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go to the kitchen. You want anything? Pam? Good.
The Nard dog.
Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it. That's a great line. What? I can't hear you.
What was his the name he gave himself in college?
Boner Champ.
Is that what it is?
What was it?
I think that was it.
That was it. But no, that was the acapella.
Yeah, ask Tobe, he'll know.
What was it?
No, Toby said, yeah, it was.
Boner Champ. Yeah, that's my encyclopedia in there. Television encyclopedia man. Kenny, have you ever met Toby?
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, he's right there.
What's up, my guy?
That's the big boy. Broccoli Rob. Yep.
Broccoli Rob.
And they're like, Why? He named himself Boner Champ.
They called me Puke. That's right. Then Broccoli Rob told the new acapella group he was Boner Champ. Oh man, you remember that episode, KC? Come on.
Oh no, that's the
Yep.
The I was about to say the OnlyFans, the super fans.
Totally different. Something totally different.
You know what? I'm actually 2 weeks behind on Raising Kanan.
Oh, me too.
To watch that one. Bro, how'd they have all this technology for Donovan Mitchell's foul or lack thereof on from Trey Lyles, but they couldn't figure out Zach LaVine's shot clock. I just seen they had a roof camera and all this other stuff for Donovan. I would have swore that was a foul too.
We talked about that. I even went through the rule book, and the rule inside of the after the final timeout, the final mandatory timeout in the fourth quarter changes dramatically, and it wasn't the Zach LaVine bucket. It's that when they went to the other end of the court and scored, like Jared Allen had a big dunk. As soon as the Kings got the ball and inbounds it, that was it. The play was over.
It makes perfect sense. That's the way it should be. It should be that way once the Cavs inbound the ball.
Well,
because at that point, if you don't stop it, then that score completely dictates how people play.
It may have even been that play where the actual inbounds after Zach LaVine. It's any stop. It's the next stoppage of play, so that they have to go back and look. But I remember a game on the homestand where they got to the TV timeout like 3 minutes later. They went back and reviewed. I think it was a shot by Devin Carter and pulled the points.
Oh, just James and KC complaining about officiating and technology.
Oh, I love it. I love it last night.
I didn't even look. Did the last 2 minute report come out? I didn't even look because I don't care.
They had a bunch of stuff. The Kings got the benefit not the benefit, but it all worked out for them a lot. Obviously, the Levine shot clock, like I said, I got the game on right here. They overturned the Donovan call. I don't even know. That was a Kings challenge? They challenged it. The Kings challenged it, right?
No. With that step out of bounds?
Yeah, no.
The foul with Trey Lyles.
Oh.
Because remember, they called Trey Lyles for a foul.
Oh, yeah.
And then they came back, reviewed it, and it showed that Lyles didn't touch him. I think the Kings did review that.
Doug won crazy. 2 of them.
Yeah. The offensive foul on Sabonis, that wasn't.
The Donovan Mitchell play was crazy. That's
I don't
an
know how they
all-timer.
found that one.
That's an all-timer.
I don't know why did they go to review on that?
Were they going to see if it was a 3?
Were they buzzed?
To confirm it was a 3? Well, no, I think they were reviewing something else, weren't they? On the Donovan Mitchell play. And then they're like, he stepped out of bounds.
Some people didn't know. And I don't blame them because I didn't know either.
I'm not sure
what.
Well, she couldn't see, Kenny. She can't see from her vantage point. So who knows? Who knows what's happening on the floor because she can't see from her vantage point?
That would have had to have been Secaucus triggering the replay.
The best part is she sounds pissed. I don't know what they're reviewing. What are they looking at? I don't know what they could I was getting angry. I was like, yeah. What are they looking at? And then all of a sudden, Donovan Mitchell steps out.
Kings ball.
I don't even care now.
We didn't know until they announced the call was overturned.
Did y'all tell Katie what you're looking at? Man, got everyone pissed. This is garbage.
But the Kings they got the benefit of a lot. There was a play late-ish in the fourth quarter when I thought for sure Donovan would have gotten a foul called. He was shooting a 3.
So they
so
they said Zach LaVine didn't release the ball in time, and it was an incorrect call.
Now we got to get it right. Stop. Get out of here.
Let's see if there's it correct. That's the only one.
Okay, we got good news.
That's the only one.
According to our friend Jason Anderson, Sacramento Kings guard Keon Ellis has been cleared to play tonight against the Detroit Pistons, and the Detroit Pistons have ruled out Tobias Harris
He was
against the
questionable,
Kings, and Jalen Duren has been cleared to play.
Okay.
I think Jesse took less on Sabonis. Man, I need to change that.
Wait, you saying Duren's been cleared to play?
Yeah, Duren's going.
I heard him. I heard him.
Yeah,
all.
Duren's
Okay, I heard
going.
him all.
Yeah.
Duren's going.
Okay.
Wow,
Yeah.
Casey hates
I'll leave it
Jalen
alone.
Duren.
Wow, he does. Goodness gracious.
I really like Jalen Duren. He
do
can't
too.
stay
I don't know why
healthy, but
Kenny's such a hater.
I do too. That's my boy, Jalen Duren.
I'm a little leery on Isaiah Stewart now.
You think?
It just
I
keeps
can't-
getting worse.
James,
like-
All of a sudden,
Why?
James had to change of heart, huh?
James was like, I was really with this guy until the fifth suspension.
Well, hold on. What did you say? You said Duren is playing.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
he's available to play.
Will not play.
Who said that?
Price picks.
Oh,
Maybe they got updated. I don't know.
James Hams versus Prize Picks. Who's gonna win?
No, I'm going off of Jason Anderson's tweets. So Jason Anderson tweets.
So Jason probably has the
James
most
said
up
if-
to date.
My hands are clean on this if it's wrong.
We'll just blame Jason.
No, my guess is Jason has the most up to date information.
I
Is
would
Jason
agree.
there?
I believe he is.
Yeah.
Okay, then he probably
I would
has the
agree.
most up to date
I will
information.
listen to Jason as well.
I'll text the. I'll check. Yeah. The injury report has him listed as available. The injury report has Keon Ellis listed as available.
There it is.
But Tobias Harris is out. So is Ron Harper Jr. for those that were hoping to see him tonight.
Oh,
He's on his G League assignment.
Dylan's brother.
Stockton Kings in the G League Finals.
Big ups to them. Where is the G League Finals?
I have no
It's in
idea.
the series.
I just know Mason Jones has played out of his mind.
Yeah, 47 the other
That's
night.
And then 38.
Like, what does this
Yeah.
mean, James? Like, what is this?
They should shut down the G League because
Like-
this is not helping anything.
Like,
Mason is.
He can't make a shot in the NBA.
I feel bad for Mason because
he
is.
can't get a shot in the NBA.
He's the biggest 4A player I've ever seen. They're in Major League Baseball. We know there are these players that they just rip the cover off the ball at AAA and they get to the bigs and they can't hit and they go back down and they rip the cover off the ball. I just feel bad for Mason. I was surprised. Isaiah Crawford, he's played 15 games this year with the big club, and Mason's only played 10. And, Mason, I don't believe can be a two-way player moving forward. And so, you're going to have to see what happens to him as a player. But he just really has played extremely well at the G League level. I mean, he shoots the lights out. He's put up triple doubles, turns the ball over too much. But, yeah.
He dominates. That's my boy Mace, too. But he doesn't get a chance to play in the league. And when he does play, it don't look right.
He looks like a player who's trying too hard.
Yeah.
Who's not comfortable.
And then he go back to Stockton and just goes crazy. Like, obviously he can play. Obviously there's a lot of skill there, but for whatever reason, I don't know, maybe he just hasn't found the right spot maybe in the NBA. Or he could just be a 4A player, like you mentioned, like Brett Bowker. I remember him. He was a big 4A player. For
Dan
the
Johnson for the A's.
Johnson, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double Rays, like just spectacular in the minors, gets up to the big leagues, can't hit home runs anymore.
They had what's my man Duvall? They said that's what he was. What was his name? But he went to Cincinnati. He left the Giants, went to Cincinnati, and actually had two or three really good major league seasons. But he was like another 4A guy too.
Yeah, this season in the G League,
Duvall. Thank you, Kyle.
23.5 points, 7.2 assists, 5 rebounds. And Mason Jones is shooting 41.3% from three on 9 attempts per game.
Come on.
He shot 47.7% from three last season.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Damn.
Devin Carter and Mason Jones would be like Shaq and Kobe and Stockton if you do them both down there at the same time.
By the way, they were the play where Donovan stepped out. They called a foul on Keon.
Yeah.
So that's what happened.
That
He
was the
stepped
play.
out before the foul.
Before the foul, yeah.
But the guy who called the foul was standing right there and made the call on Keon.
Mm-hmm.
And then did they go back and review to make sure? Because
I think Doug called the challenge on the foul.
he had already used his 2 challenges.
Yeah, I think they might have been looking for the 2 or the 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe that's what they were looking at. Yeah.
Oh, so that's what I thought. that's what I thought they were looking at. The last 2-minute report says there was a foul called on it. So maybe they were looking to see the two.
It's on right here in the studio.
And because it's Keon, everyone just assumed he did it.
Yeah, and I yelled at my guy.
It's a 3-point shooter. Keon fouled him.
Clearly.
It's obviously what happened.
I yelled at my guy. And like I said, I got the broadcast on it right now. They're probably just trying to figure out what's going on. I don't have the volume up. So.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the play on the
court. What we didn't talk about that I don't know will have a lot of legs tomorrow is the Hall of Fame class was announced, and it's a good one. It's a really, really good one. Dwight's going in. Obviously, we know Carmelo's going in. Billy Donovan is going in, which has got to be pretty dope for him, given he's still an active NBA coach. This is the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame for those that aren't paying attention. The 2008 Olympic men's basketball team, that'll always be my favorite one. They're going in. And then Birdie, Maya, and Sylvia Fowles are all headed in as well.
Yeah, this one right here is
stacked.
Where I'll watch all the acceptance speeches.
Who closes that show?
Carmelo.
Huh.
Yeah, I think Melo does.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
Melo over Bird?
Yes.
Sue Bird?
Yeah. No disrespect. Yes, absolutely.
The way you answered was kind of disrespectful. I guess Melo.
No disrespect. I realize it's that a little definitively.
I don't think it would be Dwight for sure.
I don't think it'll be Dwight either.
No. Yeah.
Although
unless they had who accepts for the Olympic team? Coach K?
Oh, the 2008, right?
Yeah.
Coach K's a good one. I thought D Wade might do it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, because it didn't end the right way. Like as far as like, he had too many just nondescript seasons. But was Dwight Howard the best player of this group? Outside of the Olympic team? It's not gonna work.
Well, no, like, I don't know. I don't want to like. I'm not trying to. I don't. It's Maya. Maya's the best player in the group. Like Maya.
How many championships you got?
4.
1,000. Like counting. I mean,
WNBA,
like she's got 4 WNBA titles, the UConn titles, the Ketchenberg. Is it Ketchenberg or the overseas place that she plays?
Yeah, it's clear as day.
It's clear as day. Dwight's better than Melo.
That's the one. That's what I was
Dwight's
thinking about before I was
7-year run. 7 years. He might be,
and that's why I say
I think he is, but I don't think it'll ever get told that way.
Oh, I don't think
the
it
top
will
75.
either.
Dwight's going to be like the footnote.
I don't think it is because of the way it ended, and I don't mean that in like no weird way. Like he spent like another 7 years just stumbling around the league.
Yeah.
So so did Melo. I mean, Melo's last 20-point season, he was 32, and he played another 5 years after that, 16, 13, 15, 13, 13.
I don't even think Dwight Howard had those though.
No,
he had like 7 point game, like 7 points per game and stuff like that. At least I could be wrong. That's what it feels like. At least
I would also make the
Dwight won like 4 defensive player of the year award, didn't he?
I don't want to be mean, but he played in the strangest era of basketball where the center position disappeared. So we went from the greatest run of centers where, again, look at all the Hall of Famers from the late 80s to early 90s. To early 2000s, whether it's Shaq, David Robinson, Hakeem, Dikembe Mutombo, Alonzo Mourning, Patrick Ewing. Like you just keep going and going, Vlade. Like there's all these great centers. And then all of a sudden we hit this weird void where Dwight Howard is the best player by so far at one position. And it wasn't because he was like so much better than everybody else. It's that there wasn't really anybody who played the position that was worth their salt. And then we start having this this movement, starting with guys like Cousins and AD and Cat, like this whole new branch of centers that sort of reinvented the position, including, now Jokic and everybody else. But that 10-year period or 8-year period, there really weren't other centers in the league that were super formidable.
A couple of things. I said 4. Dwight won the Defensive Player of the Year 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
his numbers are pretty goofy, but there is a number that is standing out. I'm going to sound like Michael Wilbon. This is going to be like the biggest old man take ever. 82, 81, 82, 82, 79, 82, 78. Those are the games he played in the first, what I just reeled off, 6 years of his career.
Seven.
When he was 32 years old with Charlotte, he played 81 games.
Yeah.
Played 30 minutes per game for that team. I know like that's later Dwight, and it's always going to be looked at different. Man, I'm really struggling as to to be clear, I believe the answer is Maya, but I'm really struggling as to who I think is better between Dwight and Carmelo.
Maya for sure. Between them, Dwight and Carmelo. Carmelo, as I look at him right now, and I know scoring isn't everything, but the first, if I have this right, 14 seasons of his career, he went no lower than 28.8 points per game. Only 4 of those seasons was he below 25 points per game. First 14 seasons of his career. The first from 03-04 to 16-17. He was 20 points per game the entire time.
I thought you said 28. I was like, I don't think that's correct.
20.8.
Yeah. Oh, 20. That's
the lowest
okay,
he got.
I got you.
20.8.
Peaked at 28.7.
Yeah.
Do I get any props for taking a team to the finals instead like over Melo? Like Dwight was impactful.
Dwight beat LeBron, right?
Yeah, they both lost to the same
Celtics
team
that year.
They both lost to the same team
on
their one run.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, so that might
lost to Kobe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one. The point is, this is a great class.
It is.
And it's I guess it's kind of cool. Dwight and I don't know how this works. Dwight and Carmelo are going in twice. On the same night.
Yeah.
Maybe that's interesting.
They're part of that. I mean, they're part of that 08 team.
Maybe they'll be the ones representing.
Who inducts Dwight? Who gives like the little pre-speech?
Well, it's got to be another Hall of Famer, right? A Hall of Famer has to present you.
Hakeem, maybe.
Stan Van Gundy have his jacket yet? Is he a Hall of Famer yet?
No.
It might be a lot. Maybe Olajuwon. Maybe was Patrick Ewing in Orlando as a coach when Dwight was there?
Maybe so. Yeah, because he was with Stan Van, I think.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know who's gonna be the guy who
D Wade and Doug Mello.
Probably. Yeah. Probably.
I don't know who inducts Billy Donovan. But good for Billy Donovan. He deserves it. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
No.
I said I don't think. That's
Pitino.
funny.
Is Pitino a Hall of Famer?
Oh yeah.
That was it. Well, I didn't know if he got
Didn't Rick Pitino just win Coach of the Year?
Yeah,
Pitino and Bruce.
Yeah, they deserve it too.
That is wild. Bruce Pearl and Rick Pitino just won co-coaches of the year. That is crazy.
It's a trip.
In the year of 2025, Rick Pitino and Bruce Pearl. Good for Bruce.
That is a trip. Yeah, Pitino. That was
Bruce is thriving in this shady era of basketball.
He cooking now. He cooking. I think Billy Donovan played under Pitino at Providence, and they had like a tournament run or something like that. And then that was their connection early when Billy Donovan was coming up. So that's dope to see. Hey, I got a question, James. If Zach LaVine could realize his potential, shouldn't he be a Hall of Famer? Because you look at games like last night, and you look at his skill set and everything he's got in the bag, and you're like, what are you doing? Like, you have it all offensively. You are unbelievably gifted offensively. You just sometimes don't decide to shoot. I wouldn't even say like show up. I guess you could say show up, but it's not even like he'll just pass the whole time. And it's like, you see him last night, you see the way he's shooting the 3-ball, ways he's getting to the basket. And it's like, you can do this every single night.
Well, the crazy thing is he did it against one of the best defensive teams, who has a bunch of long athletic defenders to throw at him. And so I don't know what to make of him, man. I don't like if you really, I think there is a vision here where you can build a team around Zach and Keon and Keegan and Domas and maybe Malik Monk and then, add some other pieces. I think there is a way in which you can do it. But what you can't do is you can't have multiple players that have to be in the perfect situation to find success. Because it's one thing you got one of those guys, but when you start getting into, Keegan Murray and you start getting into Zach and, some of the other guys, the other pieces, like those guys have to be in a perfect situation, it feels like, in order for them to find the right success, at least to find sustained, like consistent success. So, yeah, I think, like, again, Zach LaVine is tremendously gifted as an offensive player. And I don't see any reason why him and Domas couldn't create just incredible pairing of scorers. And then, you'll have a third scorer and then you'll have a bunch of 3-and-D guys around him and all that stuff. I think there is that world. But man, this 30 game run, it just like highlights the frustration of him as a player. Because
and last night was probably unbelievably frustrating as him not taking shots.
Of course it is.
Because it's like, bro, this is what you can do. Why are we messing around with you taking 5 shots in a game when you can do this?
Yeah, it's tough.
I almost wasn't happy. It was even more frustrating.
The potential of
every 3 Zach LaVine hits.
Oh,
this guy.
This
God.
guy. Look at him go now.
Oh, look at now you want to shoot. Now you want to beat the top seed in the East. Oh, great.
Yeah. Soren Smith in the chat says Zach the Enigma LaVine. And it's a good way. Like, it's just so hard to put your finger on what exactly isn't. It's not that it's totally wrong. It's just something's not right. And so you're wondering the whole time, like, man, is there a way to fix that? Like, whatever it is that's inside of you. But again, that's why I brought up Keegan Murray in the same discussion, because we keep feeling the same way. Is there just a way to fix the fact that he doesn't, he's not aggressive every night, that he doesn't go to the lane and dunk on people? And then when he does do it, you're like, what in the world? Like, you have that in you, but you choose not to. And again, I don't know how to fix either one of them.
Well, DeMar had himself a nice little night last night.
He did. Yeah.
They did.
We were
air horns for DeMar too, number 26.
Well,
26 past Jerry West. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on KSFM. We were looking at DeMar. The funny thing about DeMar, Hammer, is this is who he is. Like, we've looked at assist numbers, rebounded, like everything about DeMar DeRozan that he's doing this year. He is exactly the player he has been his entire career. Like, bar for bar, step for step, the exact same.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's been exactly that this year for the Kings. It's why the dialogue around him has been so weird. Now, if you wanted to argue that he didn't fit with this team, then that's okay. Like, you can make that argument because you'd understand that. But people who wanted him to play different, it's like, have you watched him the other 16 seasons he's been in the league?
Yeah.
This is him.
No, there's a body of work. And, we talked a lot about this when they traded for LaVine. Like, you understand there's 11 years worth of, like, track record. Like, you're not going to get a different player than what you're getting. And we can sit here and hope and pray that Zach LaVine decides to be that good for 82 games. But I think what we're now realizing is that we probably didn't go back and look at the stats to see how many 30-point games and how many 10-point games he had with the Bulls. There's a lot of different ways to average 20 a game for a season. And some guys average between 18 and 22, and some guys average between 10 and 30. And I'll take the dude who averages between 18 and 22 every single night over the guy that averages, that's all over the board. And I think it's something that, specifically with when it comes to Sabonis, like, exactly what you're getting from Domas every night. And I'd say the same exact thing for DeMar. Like, DeMar has scored 20 so many times this season. And if it's not 20, it's 18. If it's not 18, it's 27. Like, he's right there in a grouping of scorers. Like his entire, like, scoring chart for the season is going to look very, very consistent. And that's a good thing to have. It's just that some of the games that he has, he can have 20, but he also had some rough shooting spots in the exact wrong point of the game.
Any guesses as to what happens tonight?
Kings win tonight.
All right.
Kings win tonight.
Pal.
Not buying that one.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I hope you're right. I hope we see them come out and play as well as they did yesterday against Cleveland. Either way, we'll be here to recap it beginning at 10 a.m. With James and Kyle on the Insiders. Until then, we'll see you here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Kings, light the beam.
See you, friend.
All right.
Oh, man. The amount of people in this chatty house that think that I called Zach LaVine a Hall of Famer is actually disturbing. Like, you guys do better. Just do better. Like, go home, get some rest, get a nap, and just do better. Because that is
no one's going to give us a thumbs up because Casey's
hit the like button,
yelling
please.
at the chatty house.
Well, I mean, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. But these are some of my guys.
Like they're Nick V.
Well, Nick V was one of them.
Wow,
So
I'm
you got him, you got Casey Tucker, you got Stephen Brown. Just be better tomorrow. What did LeBron say? Be better. Get my word. Be better.
Get
tomorrow.
your purse. Do better. All right. We'll see you. We got to head over to KSFM. We got a bunch of stuff to do over there. We'll see y'all tomorrow.